Is that Joyce? Order. Tabling of documents. Dépôt de documents. I have the honour, pursuant to Section 11 of the Lobbying Act, to lay upon the table the report of the Commissioner of Lobbying for the fiscal year ended March 31st, 2010. Tabling of documents. The Honourable Minister of Public, the Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
No. Okay, you go ahead with this. Go ahead.
Honourable, I don't know, the Minister of Public Safety is on my list of some documents to table.
Oh, thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 32.2, I have the honour to table in both official languages the final report of the Commission of Inquiry into the investigation of the bombing of Air India Flight 182. Mr. Speaker, the government recognizes the extensive work of Justice John Major in preparing his final report, and as ever, our thoughts are with the families of the victims of this tragic event. This incident stands as a reminder that Canadians are not immune to acts of terrorism. We can and we must remain vigilant in order to ensure that all Canadians remain safe.
Tabling of documents. The Honourable member for Beauport, Limoilou.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the motion adopted by the Standing Committee for the Status of Women, the committee considered maternal and child health in its meetings on the 3rd, 5th and 26th of May and 7th of June.
Order. Order. I believe this is a committee report. We're on tabling of documents, which are not committee reports. They'll come later. Is there any other tabling of documents? The L'Honorable Député de Beauce.
The Honourable Member for Beauce. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee. We are not at reports for committees. This is tabling of documents.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 36.8, I have the honour to table in both official languages the government's responses to 23 petitions.
Dépôt de documents.
Tabling of documents.
Of government bills. Mr. O'Connor, for Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Day, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Aeronautics Act. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur O'Connor, pour...
Mr. O'Connor for Mr. Baird, seconded by Mr. Day, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At
the next sitting of the House.
Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to enact the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Labour Relations Modernisation Act and to amend the Royal Canadian Mounted Police Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. This motion is deemed adopted. Monsieur Day, appuyé par...
Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. O'Connor, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House. Introduction of government bills.
Ministers.
Reports from interparliamentary delegations.
For Richmond Hill.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to Standing Order 34.1, I have the honour to present to the House in both official languages the report of the Canadian delegation of the Canada-China Legislative Association and the Canada-Japan Interparliamentary Group, respecting their participation at the 14th Annual Assembly of the Asia-Pacific Parliamentarians Conference on the Environment and Development, APSED, held in Roar, Palau from November 17th to November 19th, 2009. Thank you.
Dépôt de rapport de délégation.
Reports for interparliamentary delegations.
Reports from committees. The Honourable Member for Bernier. Beauce, I'm sorry.
Mr. Speaker, as the member for Beauce and the chair of the National Defence Committee, it's my honour to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on National Defence on the study of Arctic sovereignty. In accordance with Standing Order 109, the committee is calling on the government to table an overall response to the current report. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary for the Status of Women. Mr. Speaker, in accordance with the motion adopted by the committee, the Standing Committee on the States of Women considered maternal health and child health in its meetings on the 3rd, 5th, 10th and 26th of May, as well as the 7th, 9th and 14th of June 2010. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased, through you, to transmit to the Minister of International Cooperation the assessment of the government members of this study, with a number of findings in the report adopted by the committee on the 14th of June 2010 and tabled in the House by the chair of the committee on the 16th of June 2010 in both official languages. Point of order. The honourable member on a point of order. Yes, if I may. Mr. Speaker, the Parliamentary Secretary is attempting to breach the standing orders of this House. The official report was tabled in the House yesterday. What the Parliamentary Secretary is trying to do is to table an additional contrary-minded report. This is a dissident opinion. It is different to the report that was tabled. So my contention is that she cannot indirectly do today what she could not directly do previously. The original report would have had to contain her dissident opinion, so I object to the tabling of this contrary-minded report, Mr. Speaker. I didn't hear everything that the Parliamentary Secretary said, but if it is not a committee report, it's not acceptable today during presenting committee reports. Presenting reports from committees.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have the honour to present today in both official languages the first report of the Special Committee on the Canadian Mission in Afghanistan, entitled Report on a Trip to Afghanistan.
The Honourable Member for Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs, entitled A Timely Tune-Up for the Living New Veterans Charter. I wish to thank all committee members for their work and dedication. I can say that this report is a collective work from all political parties to see a good and workable document produced for the well-being of our heroes, veterans, injured soldiers facing difficulties, and also with their families. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Pierrefonds-Dollard. Mr. Speaker, it's my honour to present in both official languages the first report of the Standing Committee on Foreign Affairs and International Development concerning the study on rights and democracy, and entitled Moving Towards a Stronger Future, Rights and Democracy. In accordance with Standing Order 109 of the House of Commons, the committee is calling on the government to table a comprehensive response to the current report.
North.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I have today the honour to present in both official languages the second report of the Standing Committee on Aboriginal Affairs and Northern Development in relation to the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Vancouver Quadra.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the sixth report of the Standing Committee on Health, entitled Promoting Innovative Solutions to Health Human Resources Challenges.
Honourable Member for Perth Wellington.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honor to present in both official languages the third report of the Standing Committee on Canadian Heritage in relation to the emerging and digital media opportunities and challenges. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Edmonton Leduc.
Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Finance in relation to the retirement income security of Canadians. I would like to thank all committee members for their work, as well as the clerk and the analysts and all the staff who help us prepare these reports. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Présentation de rapport de comité.
Presenting committee reports.
Members' bills. Madame Savoy, appuyée par
Ms. Savoy, seconded by Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, is asking for leave to table a bill enacted to amend the benefits under the Canada Housing and Mortgage Corporation. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Victoria.
To introduce a bill that would harness CMHC's $2 billion annual surplus to the goal of sheltering Canadians, a goal from which CMHC has strayed over the years. This bill would amend Section 21 of the National Housing Act, requiring CMHC's unappropriated retained earnings to be transferred to provinces to provide housing for low-income households. It would pose no financial risk to CMHC, which maintains twice the level of capital reserves recommended by HoC, but it would guide them in fulfilling their mandate to help Canadians in need access affordable, sound and suitable housing. And finally, Mr. Speaker, would help all of us attain the right to housing that the Government of Canada pledged to uphold when it ratified the International Covenant on Economic, Social and Cultural Rights more than 3 decades ago. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Savoy, seconded by
Ms. Savoy, seconded by Ms. Davies.
Be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, seconded by Madame Savoy, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Forgiveness of Student Loans for Health Professionals. This motion is deemed adopted. The honourable member for Vancouver Kingsway.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to introduce a bill that will help students and improve access to basic medical care for people across the country. We know that regular checkups and preventative health care are far better and cheaper for Canadians than ignoring health problems until a trip to the hospital is required. But far too many families do not have access to a family doctor. My bill would freeze student loan payments for the first 5 years after graduation for all doctors and nurse practitioners who agree to practice family medicine in an underserved area. After 5 years, their student debt would be decreased by 20% for each year they continue to serve as family doctors or nurse practitioners in underserved communities. The effect would be that after 10 years of practicing family medicine, their student debt would be totally forgiven. Last year, I met with Canadian Association of Medical Student Representatives. They told me about the crippling debt burden faced by many medical graduates. This bill would help these hardworking students who are dedicating their lives to serving the public, and it would help get more family doctors and nurse practitioners into communities that need them. I ask all members of the House to support this practical idea to strengthen our public health care system for all Canadians.
Mr. Davies, seconded by Madame Savoy, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est réputée adoptée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Monsieur Gravel,
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Ms. Ashton, moves for leave to introduce an act to amend the Investment Canada Act. Committee members, this motion is deemed adopted.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to rise today to table my bill entitled An Act to Amend the Investment Canada Act. I am pleased that this bill is being seconded by my colleague from Churchill. Liberal and Conservative governments have consistently rubber-stamped foreign takeovers of Canadian companies without any transparency or accountability to the Canadian people. And when parliamentarians seek details of these takeovers, they're told by the industry minister they're not allowed. This bill will change all that. It seeks to expand Section 38 of the Investment Canada Act to include members of the Standing Committee on Industry. Amending Section 36 is in such a way would provide meaningful oversight by parliamentarians and allow a multi-party review of foreign takeovers. This would provide greater public confidence in the process. For too long, Mr. Speaker, federal industry ministers have hid behind Section 36 of the Investment Canada Act to deny stakeholders and the public access to the terms of agreements between foreign companies and the federal government. With this act, the Minister of Industry will now have to cooperate with Parliamentarians' Industry Committee, and that is much needed improvement to the current act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Gravel, seconded by Ms. Ashton, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? At the next sitting of the House. Mrs. Jennings, seconded by Mr. Savage, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Representation of Women. This motion is deemed adopted.
The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Canadians have for a number of years been demanding democratic renewal of Canada's Parliament. With the changing cultural landscape, Canada's Parliament should be representative of the diversity that is celebrated in this country. Sadly, the reality is that today less than 25% of the total elected members of the House of Commons are women. That's why this morning I'm tabling a bill that would alter the formula of special allowances per vote received by political parties. Mon projet de loi modifie la loi.
My bill amends the Elections Act to provide quarterly allocations for registered parties who elect a certain percentage of women, in addition to the quarterly payment to political parties, which is $1.95 per year per vote. This tax will provide for a quarterly allocation to parties which are successful in electing 20% of women among their elected representatives. This 20% threshold was determined because it is the average in the House that women have held over the recent decades, 20% of seats. The proportion of women in the House still hasn't exceeded the 30% mark, and in fact has dropped since it is currently at 20 to 25%, whereas previously it has been up to 25 to 30%. So there would be a special quarterly allocation of 20 cents per year to 40 cents, up to 40 cents per year, depending on the percentage of women elected by each political party. Ms. Jennings, seconded by Mr. Savage, moves that this bill be now read a first time and printed.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time?
At the next sitting of the House.
By Mr. Trudeau, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canada Elections Act, Special Quarterly Allowance. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine.
Merci, Monsieur le Président.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. My bill amends the Election Act, the Canada Elections Act, to provide for a special quarterly allowance for registered parties who elect a certain percentage of Aboriginals, people representing visible minorities, and the disabled, in addition to the quarterly allowance that is currently paid to political parties. That is currently $1.95 per year per vote that was validly expressed. There will also be a special quarterly allowance under my bill to parties who succeed in having elected 10% of people who are part of the designated groups of their elected officials. 10% was used because the population of visible minorities represent about 16.2% of all the population. This was in 2006, and this has risen in relation to 13.4% in 2001. And by 2007, approximately some 20% of the people, Canadians, will be visible minorities, whereas there are 1.2 million Aboriginals, and disabled people in Canada represent 4.4 million Canadians. For each quarter, this special allowance will be calculated as follows. 10% per year for the proportion of people who are part of the designated groups. This is between 10 and 19% of the totals of the members of a party. 20 cents per year when the percentage is between 20 and 29%. And 30% per year when the proportion of people who are part of the designated groups represents over 30%. I hope that I will have the support for these two bills. Thank you. This motion is deemed adopted. And will this bill be read a second time? at the next sitting of the House.
A number of high-profile cases, including those of Meher Arar, Omar Kadar, and Abu Sufyan Abdulrazak, and the related jurisprudence, have underscored the need for legislation setting forth both the rights of Canadian citizens as well as the threshold obligations of the Government of Canada and its consular services. Accordingly, this legislation, the first ever of its kind, will affirm these rights and obligations, including rights to consular access, consular visits, and repatriation, reporting requirements for Canadian officials when they suspect a Canadian detained or captured abroad has been or may be tortured, and requiring the government to request the repatriation of a Canadian detained abroad in situations where there are reasonable grounds to believe that the Canadian has been or may be tortured, is being subjected to conditions constituting cruel or unusual punishment, or is being arbitrarily detained. I trust that this will enjoy the support of all members of the House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Cotter, seconded by Ms. Fry, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Exception to Inadmissibility. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's an honour to introduce a bill that speaks on behalf of those vulnerable people who are denied an immigration status because of their health conditions. This bill is looking forward to stop discrimination against people living with disabilities by improving our Immigration and Refugees Act and making it fair and equitable. I want to thank my former colleague Judy Washulas-Lees for all her work on this issue in the past, working in favor of those living with disability and protecting their rights. The Act currently suggests discriminating against people living with disability by prohibiting them from immigrating to Canada since they might represent an excessive demand on our society. That was the case of David and Sophie Balage, a French family who were told by the federal court that their daughter Rachel, who has cerebral palsy, that she constitutes an excessive demand on the social service resources of the province of Quebec, even though the family can support her. Through these actions, the government is telling the family that the child is a burden. That's the reason this bill guaranteed the opportunity of an appeal process for people living with a disability who have applied for immigration but have been turned down. This bill allows them to prove that they have abilities that needs to be recognized and that, in fact, they will not pose an excessive demand on our society, and on the contrary, they can offer great contributions to it.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Immigration and Refugee Protection Act, Appeals. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Mr. Speaker, it's an honour to introduce a bill that amends the Immigration and Refugees Protection Act. It's amending Section 38, that exclude people with disability from immigrating to Canada, even though they have been accepted by the provincial government and have the financial means to support themselves. Canada signed a UN Convention on the Rights of Persons with Disability while still systematically undermined by falling back on old stereotypes. Tonight in Toronto, the Canadian Paraplegic Association is celebrating its 60th year of existence and of excellent work. No one should be deported or barred in Canada after becoming physically disabled in Canada. I urge all members to support equal rights for all persons in Canada.
Ms. Chow, seconded by Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, promulgature de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Vancouver East, seconded by Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Criminal Code, Social Condition. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very honoured to rise in the House today to present this bill, and I'd like to thank the member from Vancouver Kingsway for seconding this bill. This bill is a very important bill because it will amend provisions of the Criminal Code to establish principles related to sentencing and describe the aggravating circumstances that require increased sentences to be imposed. The bill requires an increased sentence where there is evidence that the offence was motivated by bias, prejudice, or hate based on social condition of the victim. Mr. Speaker, this bill is a companion of another bill that I'll be introducing on social condition, and it's done in recognition that there are people in our society who are disadvantaged because of social condition, because of poverty, homelessness, education, their background, and that they do face prejudice and discrimination, and that it's very important that we have tools to address the reality that they face in their daily lives. So I hope that all members will support this bill. It's been an issue before the House many times, and in fact there's been many studies about the issue of social condition and how people don't have protection. So this bill is aimed at addressing that to ensure that there is dignity and respect for people based on social condition. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Ms. Davies, Vancouver East, seconded by Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est adoptée.
Motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine séance.
At the next sitting of the House.
Vancouver East, seconded by Mr. Gravel, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Canadian Human Rights Act, Social Condition. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And again, this is a companion bill to the one that I just introduced. And I'd like to thank the Honourable Member from Nickel Belt for seconding this bill. It's an act to amend the Canadian Human Rights Act. It's a bill that would amend this act to prohibit discrimination on the grounds of social condition. In doing so, it protects from discrimination people who are experiencing social or economic disadvantage, such as adequate housing, homelessness, source of income, occupation, level of education, poverty, or any similar circumstance. Mr. Speaker, as the Centre for Equality and Accommodation points out, and many other organizations have pointed out, a person's standing in society is often determined by their occupation, their income, education level, or family background. And I think we know as legislators that we must be aware that tools are very much needed to promote and protect economic and social rights of Canadians. I believe that this bill will send an important message to the public that people who are disadvantaged because of their social condition are equally deserving of dignity and protection from discrimination. And that's what this bill will do, and I hope that all members of the House will support this bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Louise, Vancouver East, seconded by Mr. Gravel, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion.
This motion is deemed adopted.
Of this bill, premier lecture sur projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Higher, seconded by Mr. Thibault, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act Respecting the Locking of Cellular Telephones. This motion is deemed adopted. The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my pleasure to introduce the Cell Phone Freedom Act. This bill takes an important step to providing more consumer choice and to promoting competition in the wireless market. It will strike healthy balance on the issue of mobile phone network locks. Most Canadian consumers don't know that their cell phones are locked to work only on the network of the carrier they buy their phone from, and that they can't easily move to a competitor. Unlike most other countries, Canada doesn't yet regulate these network locks. That diminishes competition. There's much less consumer choice and freedom of movement between service providers, and higher prices and worse services for consumers. The Cell Phone Freedom Act will level the playing field for Canadian cell phone customers. Consumers buying new cell phones in Canada will be informed of any network lock on their phones before sale. Phone companies must unlock new phones upon request without charge or at the end of their service contracts. Let's stand up for competition and consumers and support the Cell Phone Freedom Act. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Mr. Heyer, seconded by Mr. Thibault, moves that the bill be now read a first time and be printed. Cette motion est répétée.
This motion is deemed adopted.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Chambre. Mr. Scarpaleggia, seconded by Mr. Patry, moves for leave to introduce a bill entitled An Act to Amend the Fisheries Act, Mining Activities. This motion is deemed adopted. L'honorable député de Lac-Saint-Louis.
Thank you.
Honourable Member for Lac-Saint-Louis.
Introducing a bill today to address a practice which is occurring with increasing frequency and which is of enormous concern to those of us who would like to see our Canada's freshwater lakes better protected. This practice is the practice of mining companies asking for permission under the metal mining effluent regulations to use freshwater lakes, healthy freshwater lakes, Mr. Speaker, as dumping grounds for mine tailings. Unfortunately, this permission is being granted much too easily to these requests is being granted much too easily, and this bill would close the loophole in the Fisheries Act which allows this practice to occur.
Good idea.
Mr. Scarpaleggia.
Mr. Scarpaleggia, supported by Mr. Patry, moves that this bill be read a second time and printed.
Adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
When shall the bill be read a second time? À la prochaine.
At the next sitting of the House.
Le projet de loi émanant des First reading of Senate public bills. Motion.
Motions.
Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, I have three motions. First, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House during the consideration of business of supply on the last allotted day in the supply period ending June 23, 2010, at 6:30 p.m., the House shall proceed to the consideration of a motion or motions to concur in the main estimates, provided that, unless previously disposed of, a member from each recognized party may speak for not more than 10 minutes on the motion, after which the Speaker shall interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith, without further debate or amendment, every question necessary to dispose of the opposition motion, and forthwith thereafter put successfully, without debate or amendment, every question necessary to dispose of the motion or motions to concur in the main estimates and the supplementary estimates A, and notwithstanding Standing Order 71, for the passage at all stages of any bill or bills based on the main or supplementary estimates.
I think he meant successively rather than successfully. Tempting as it is for the Speaker to put questions successfully to the House. Having heard the motion, does the Honourable Government House Leader have the Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to move this motion? Oui. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard it. Does it please the House to adopt it? All right, the motion is adopted.
Whip?
I have two travel motions. That 11 members of the Standing Committee on Public Accounts be authorized to travel to Quebec City, Quebec, to attend the conference of the Canadian Council of Public Accounts in August 2010, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee. The next one is that during its consideration of matters pursuant to Standing Order 83-1, the Standing Committee on Finance be authorized to adjourn from place to place within Canada and to permit the broadcasting of its proceedings thereon, and that the necessary staff accompany the committee.
Does the Honourable Chief Government Whip have the unanimous consent of the House to propose these two motions? La Chambre les a entendus.
The House has heard them. Does it please the House to adopt these two motions?
Go.
All right, I declare the two motions adopted.
Motions. The Honourable Member from Mount Royal.
Mr. Speaker, there have been discussions among the parties, and if you seek it, I believe you will find unanimous consent for the following motion. That on the one-year anniversary of the fraudulent Iranian election, this House expresses its solidarity with the people of Iran, condemns the loss of life, beatings, and unjust imprisonment of those who peacefully protested, supports the democratic movement in Iran, welcomes the new United Nations sanctions against the Iranian regime, calls upon the regime to cease and desist from the illegal pursuit of nuclear weapons in violation of the United Nations Security Council resolutions and international law, and expresses its hope that the Iranian people will soon live in peace, security, and freedom. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Does the honourable member for Mount Royal have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? Oui. La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard it. Does it please the House to adopt it? All right, I declare the motion adopted.
Motions. The honourable member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I request that motion M547 be adopted by this place by unanimous consent. I move that, in the opinion of the House, the government should engage in direct diplomatic efforts in partnership with other countries and organizations to have the government of the Russian Federation, A, formally recognize the murder of Polish nationals in the spring of 1940 in the Katyn Forest in Russia, the Kalinin and Kharkov prisons, and elsewhere as a war crime as defined by Article 175 of the Fourth Geneva Convention, and as a crime against the Polish state. And B, release all documents and archives relating to this event to the Polish government at a public ceremony.
Does the honourable member for Parkdale High Park have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? There is no consent. Motions. Présentation de pétitions.
Presentation of petitions.
L'honourable député de Jeanne.
The honourable member for Jeanne-Lebert. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I am tabling a petition on pay equity. I have collected over 1,000 signatures in my riding, men and women who want all Quebec workers to be covered by legislation that would ensure pay equity between men and women, because Quebec women workers who are subject to the federal labor code do not have the same protection as their colleagues who are subject to the Quebec labor code. The petitioners also denounce the amendments made to the government's previous budget with the support of the Liberals, which makes the right to pay equity negotiable under collective bargaining agreements. Rights are rights and should remain so. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Wellington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have before me a petition from many agriculture farmers and agro-business people in my riding that food production in Ontario is threatened by factors beyond the control of its farmers, and federal and provincial programs designed to manage risk and stabilize income for farmers are no longer working favorably for the majority of producers and need to be repaired. Therefore, my petitioners respectfully request the House of Commons to immediately move to amend the terms of qualification for the Agri-Stability Program as proposed by the Ontario Agriculture Stability Coalition. This I present, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
The honourable member for Hamilton Mountain.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Just a little over a week ago, I had the privilege of introducing Bill C-527 to this House, and already petitions are flooding in support of that petition. The petitioners essentially are saying that spousal homicide shouldn't pay. Currently, it is possible for someone convicted of killing their spouse to collect CPP survivor benefits and/or the death benefit. It's also currently possible for someone convicted of killing their spouse to collect survivor benefits and/or the death benefit under CPPD. It's a long-established principle in law that no one should be able to benefit from the commission of a crime, and that principle must be enshrined in the eligibility criteria for government benefit programs. So what the petitioners are asking of Parliament is to immediately pass Bill C-527, which amends the Canada Pension Plan to prohibit the payment of a survivor's pension, orphan's benefit, or death benefit to a survivor or orphan of a deceased contributor if the survivor or orphan has been convicted of the murder of manslaughter of the deceased contributor. And while I know that the rules of this House don't permit me to endorse a petition, Mr. Speaker, let me just say how delighted I am that people are taking up this cause in such an active way. Thank you very much.
The honourable member for Lac Saint Louis.
To present a petition that was sent to me by Mr. Michael Destunis, and it includes many signatories from my running of Lac Saint Louis, and the petition is for Canada to do more for peace in Darfur and more generally in Sudan. There are a number of measures that the petitioners would like to see the government pursue. One is to pledge increased diplomatic, financial, logistical, and training support to the United Nations / African Union, and to sustain and increase our humanitarian commitments to Sudan and especially to the Darfur region.
The honourable member for Abitibi-Bay James Nunavik-Yu. Mr. Speaker, I am pleased today to table a petition with several hundreds of signatures from the residents of my riding who are calling on the House of Commons to adopt Bill C-429 as swiftly as possible. My constituents consider that this petition sends a clear message to all of Canada that the use of technology with regard to Quebec natural resources, in addition to stimulate the use of wood. The adoption of such a bill would help thousands of workers in communities who are affected by the forestry crisis, and it would help the forest itself, which must be harvested as quickly as possible, further to numerous forest fibers. In closing, I approve entirely of this approach by my petitioners, and I hope that the government will duly take note. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
British Columbia Southern Interior.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have here over 700 names from British Columbia, South Okanagan, and other parts of the province that are concerned about the fact that Canada Post has announced that it will be removing mail processing from local cities, towns, and communities in British Columbia and sending it to Vancouver. And what they're saying is that this will result in the reduction of service and loss of good-paying jobs, which will negatively affect communities already hit hard by the economic recession. They asked the Government of Canada to ensure that Canada Post does the following: support local economies by preserving local jobs and maintaining mail processing at post offices in local cities, towns, and communities, and that prior to making any changes to their mail processing and transportation network, that Canada Post conduct a thorough and in-depth study into the service and economic impact on local communities, and using those results, hold full, open, and transparent consultation with the local communities that will be impacted by the changes. And also, the Canada Post revealed its long-term operational plans to Parliament and the Canadian public. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Churchill.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I rise to present a petition calling on the government to save the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. It's been signed by people across Canada from all provinces and territories. Many signatories are deeply disappointed in this government's failure to support the Aboriginal Healing Foundation. While there are a few healing centres still in operation across the country, many First Nations, Métis, and Inuit peoples have lost critical healing programs in their communities. Today, on the third day of the Truth and Reconciliation Commission hearings in my home province of Manitoba, the voices of Canadians stand loud and clear that this government has a duty to Aboriginal peoples to live up to the historic apology and truly engage in a process of reconciliation.
The Honourable Member for Burnaby, New Westminster.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I'm tabling today a petition that has been signed by several dozen Canadians from the West, from Surrey, Burnaby, and Vancouver, British Columbia, but also from Eastern Canada, Toronto, Ottawa, and Gatineau, Quebec. And, Mr. Speaker, all of them are appealing to the Government of Canada to look again at the issue of the deportation order of Jose Figueroa. Now, Mr. Speaker, Mr. Figueroa was a resident of El Salvador. He moved to Canada to escape a brutal right-wing military regime, and as you may know, Mr. Speaker, he was involved politically with the FMLN, now the democratically elected and legitimate government of El Salvador. Inexplicably, Mr. Speaker, the government is trying to deport him based on labeling the FMLN, the governing party in El Salvador, as a subversive organization. Now, Mr. Speaker, these many petitioners from across Canada beg the government to reconsider this untenable position. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Parkdale High Park.
Mr. Speaker, I'm pleased to present a petition signed by dozens of people in my riding of Parkdale High Park to bring attention to the decision by the government to not accept any further applications this year under the Eco-Energy Retrofit Program. My constituents who signed the petition are urging the government to provide adequate funding to allow all Canadians to successfully claim grants under the program during the entire year of 2010, which it said it would do, Mr. Speaker, in the original budget. This, of course, follows the government's cancellation of the original retrofit program, taking away programs for small business for low incomes, and now stifling the one that they did restore. And, of course, Mr. Speaker, the petition is signed by people generally disappointed with the government's lack of action on climate change. The one program that is working, Mr. Speaker, they would like to see resourced by this government ahead of its other priorities, obviously. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Thunder Bay, Superior North.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today, and the first builds on the one we just heard about. I'd like to present a petition from my riding of Thunder Bay Superior North, signed by Canadians from there and across the country, actually, who are concerned with the government's cancellation of the eco-energy retrofit program for homes this past March. They point out that only a single day's notice was given for the cancellation of this vital program, leaving homeowners and small businesses at a loss. They are calling upon the Government of Canada to either restore funding for that program or create an equivalent national home energy evaluation and retrofit program. Mr. Speaker, the second petition, and equally important, is one from residents of Terrace Bay, Nipigon, Marathon, Scriber, Gull Bay, and Thunder Bay, who are deeply concerned with the precarious financial situation many seniors face in this country. Petitioners point out that less than 40% of Canadians have workplace pensions, and 300,000 seniors have to survive on poverty-level incomes, and that's unconscionable. They are calling upon Parliament to increase the guaranteed income supplement, to work to double the Canada Pension Plan benefits, and to develop a national pension insurance program. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I have two petitions today. The first is signed by dozens of Canadians, calls on Parliament to adopt Canada's first air passenger Bill of Rights, new Bill C-541. In only the last 6 months, the Obama administration in the United States has moved ahead of Canada by penalizing airlines for $27,500 per passenger for tarmac delays over 3 hours. And Ray LaHood recently charged Southwest Airlines $120,000 for overbooked flights. The Canadian Bill of Rights would compensate passengers with all Canadian carriers anywhere they fly. It would provide compensation for overbooked flights, cancel flights, and long tarmac delays. It would deal with late and misplaced baggage. It requires all-inclusive pricing by airlines in all of their advertising. Europe has had an air passenger Bill of Rights for over 5 years now. A recent passenger recounted to me that how much better treatment he received in Europe than in Canada with the same airline. The new rules have to be posted at the airline counter. The airlines must inform the passengers of their rights and the process to file for compensation. If the airlines follow the rules, it'll cost them nothing. Mr. Speaker, petitioners call on the government to introduce Canada's Air Passenger Bill of Rights, Bill C-541. The second petition, Mr. Speaker, signed by dozens of Canadians, calls on the Canadian government to match funds personally donated by the citizens of Canada for the victims of the Chilean earthquake.
Présentation de pétition.
Presenting petitions.
Paper, l'honorable secrétaire parlementaire.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the House Leader.
Will be answered today. Q233, Q235, Q238, Q239, Q240, Q248, Q251, and Q252. Furthermore, Mr. Speaker, if questions number Q231, Q232, Q234, Q236, Q247, Q249, and Q250 could be made orders for returns, these returns would be tabled immediately.
The questions enumerated by the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary have been answered. Is it agreed that questions 231, 232, 234, 236, 247, 249, and 250 be made orders for return? Agreed, and so ordered. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Thank you. Lastly, Mr. Speaker, I ask that the remaining questions be allowed to stand.
D'accord. D'accord. Orders of the day. Order du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des subsides.
Government orders, supply.
Standing in the name of Mr. Goodale.
Since today is the final allotted day for the supply period ending June 23, 2010, the House will go through the usual procedures to consider and dispose of the supply bills. In view of recent practices, do honourable members agree that the bills be distributed now? Agreed. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Prue, moves that a special committee of the House be hereby established to undertake an immediate study of all relevant issues pertaining to prorogation, including the circumstances in which a request that Parliament be prorogued would be appropriate or inappropriate, and the nature of any rule changes, either by way of the standing orders or legislation or both, that may be necessary to avoid any future misuse of prorogation. That as part of this study, the committee take into account the specific proposals for new rules pertaining to prorogation offered by the Leader of the Opposition, including A, a requirement that the Prime Minister give Parliament written notice in advance of any request to prorogue, together with his/her reasons therefor. B, a requirement that there be a debate in the House of Commons after any such notice is given, but before any request for prorogation is made. C, a requirement that the express consent of the House of Commons be obtained at the conclusion of any such debate if, excuse me, 1, fewer than 12 months have passed since the last speech from the throne, and 2, the requested prorogation is for a period of more than 30 days, or 3, an issue of confidence is outstanding before the House, and D, a provision that allows committees of Parliament to continue to function during any prorogation, and that the special committee report to the House no later than June 23rd, 2010. The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, I'm very pleased to rise today to present this motion about ways to prevent the potential misuse of prorogation in our parliamentary system. As I do so, let me note that I will be sharing my time this morning with the Deputy Opposition House Leader, the Honourable Member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-Lachine. Among other things, she will be addressing some technical issues that have arisen since this motion first appeared on the order paper in April. We want to ensure that the motion is fully up to date. Mr. Speaker, since notice circulated yesterday that this motion on prorogation was the topic that we intended to offer for debate today, a couple of members from across the way have asked me privately why this particular choice was made, given that the House of Commons Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has a prorogation study underway. Fair question, and I'm happy to answer it. The official opposition is, of course, fully aware of the work being done in the Procedure Committee because we were the ones who initiated that work in that committee. But there are at least 4 reasons why this motion today should proceed in any event. First of all, the Procedure Committee is a very busy committee of this House. It is doing good work, but time is rapidly slipping by. The House is about to adjourn for the summer. As the Speaker just mentioned, we are in the final supply day. And the last time that the House adjourned for any significant amount of time, the Prime Minister, of course, took the further step of proroguing the House and Parliament altogether. So that threat of prorogation still hangs over Parliament. In my view, Mr. Speaker, in our view on this side of the House, we need to put more effort into finding practical solutions to the prorogation issue. We need to put more horsepower behind this particular issue at this time. Secondly, Mr. Speaker, this motion is more comprehensive than the one that is before the Procedure Committee, and it includes specific ideas for solutions to illegitimate requests for prorogation. For example, Mr. Speaker, the ideas include the requirement that the Prime Minister should give notice if he intends to make a request for prorogation. In addition, supply reasons for why that request is reasonable. There's also the suggestion that there ought to be a debate in this House after the notice is given, but before prorogation the prorogation request is actually made. Thirdly, Mr. Speaker, there's the suggestion in our motion that in certain circumstances, not only should there be a debate, but the formal consent of the House of Commons should be required in circumstances where that is appropriate. And then finally, Mr. Speaker, we make the suggestion that prorogation notwithstanding, that the committees of the House of Commons and indeed of the Senate should continue to have the ability to function during a prorogation so that the wheels of democracy aren't completely foreclosed. So for those reasons, Mr. Speaker, the fact that our motion provides some specific suggestions to address the problem, again, we believe it's a timely and important motion to put forward. Thirdly, with respect to the study that is underway in the Procedure Committee, it is, unfortunately, a rather invisible process. That's not a criticism of that committee, Mr. Speaker, but the issue is one that deserves some greater public visibility. This being the last opposition day in this sitting before the summer, it is timely to give the prorogation travesty some public profile once again. This sitting began with a shameful padlock on Canadian democracy from December to March. The central institutions of parliamentary accountability were shut down, wrongfully in our view. We all need to be reminded of that outrage and reminded of the spontaneous outrage of hundreds of thousands of ordinary Canadians who knew instinctively that what was going on with prorogation at that time was wrong. Nearly 250,000 Canadians signed petitions on this subject. Thousands more turned out to public rallies. 130 experts in parliamentary affairs and constitutional law wrote to the Prime Minister to point out the defects in what he was doing. Editorial opinion across the country was strongly adverse to what the government and what the Prime Minister was doing with prorogation. They said with a single loud voice, it is wrong and we want our democracy back. It is important, Mr. Speaker, to keep the public profile of this issue. And fourthly, we need to make the point that prorogation is sadly a metaphor for something that's even worse. It is one way, but not the only one, whereby this rather paranoid Conservative government tries regularly and relentlessly to avoid accountability, to subvert transparency, to muzzle criticism, to stifle dissent, and to silence voices that have the temerity to disagree with the government and to speak truth to power. It all began with prorogation, and Parliament cannot allow that anti-democratic behaviour to be considered normal. Mr. Speaker, back in 2005, the person who is now the Prime Minister of Canada said this, quote, "When a government starts trying to cancel dissent or avoid dissent is frankly when that government is rapidly losing its moral authority to govern," end of quote. But dissent is not tolerated by this Prime Minister, not in his cabinet, not in his caucus, not even in Parliament, which he has padlocked twice in the past year and a half when the House of Commons kept asking tough questions about what the House considered to be Conservative wrongdoing. Even more seriously, this Prime Minister resorts to character assassination and intimidation as an all-too-frequent partisan tactic. Think, for example, of Linda Keane, the former president of the Canadian Nuclear Safety Commission. Think of Paul Kennedy, the former head of the RCMP Public Complaints Commission. Think of Peter Tinsley, the former head of the Military Police Complaints Commission. Think of Kevin Page, the Parliamentary Budget Officer. Think of the independent officers of Parliament that are intended to supervise such fundamental things as free and fair elections, access to information, and ethics. They have all been vilified by the government when they looked into evidence of Conservative misconduct. Perhaps the greatest abuse was aimed at longtime public servant and diplomat Richard Colvin, who dared to speak truth to power about the risk of torture in Afghanistan. His reputation was viciously maligned, all to belittle him personally, but equally to intimidate other public servants from reporting wrongdoing. And beyond the political precinct, Mr. Speaker, think of church organizations like Kairos. Think of foreign aid groups like the Canadian Council for International Cooperation. Think of a vast array of women's organizations. Think of the Canadian Council on Learning. They have all been slashed in their funding and intimidated by the government for dissenting from Conservative dogma. Mr. Speaker, all of these concerns have recently been verified and amplified by many of Canada's top journalists. And let me quote from the Canadian Press News Service on June the 11th, just a few days ago, when they said this, quote, "Journalism associations across the country have issued a stern rebuke against against the present government and called on reporters to fight back against tight information control. Under this Prime Minister, the flow of information out of Ottawa has slowed to a trickle. Genuine transparency is replaced by slick propaganda and spin designed to manipulate public opinion." Mr. Speaker, now we have the ultimate absurdity of the Prime Minister purporting to dictate to Parliament who can be called as witnesses to testify before parliamentary committees and who cannot. Contrary to the powers of Parliament, contrary to law, the Prime Minister is trying to shield political staff members who work for him and his cabinet from being called to testify. He says they're too junior. It's too tough on them to appear before these committees. Mr. Speaker, these people are not little kids. They earn six-figure salaries up to $150,000 or more. They handle the government's most sensitive files. They manage things like the lobbying activities of people like Rahim Jaffer. They interfere directly and personally in the release of information being processed under Canada's Access to Information law. And they make profound government policy announcements, like, for example, that the government was going to prorogue Parliament last December and padlock Canadian democracy until March. Interestingly enough, that announcement was not made by the Prime Minister, it was made by his press secretary. This simply shows the absurdity of the government's position. It brings us full circle to the prorogation issue itself, and it illustrates again why this motion is up for debate today and why the House of Commons should adopt it. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Minister of State for Small Business and Tourism.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the question on Canadians' minds would be, of all the possible issues that the Liberals could possibly bring forward for us to discuss today, issues about the economy, about crime, for example, why on earth would they bring this issue forward when they know full well that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has been studying this motion for 3 months? I want to ask the honourable member, is he aware that 3 of his members, their whip, the Liberal Deputy Whip, and the Liberal Deputy House Leader, are all currently sitting on a committee that's studying this very issue? Well, how does he answer to Canadians that of all the issues we could be speaking about today, we're talking about an issue like this rather than an issue like the economy, like crime, like the upcoming summits?
The Honourable Liberal House Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I'm happy to answer that question. There is nothing more fundamental to every one of the issues that he mentioned than a properly functioning democracy. If the principles by the way this place operates and all of the committees operates is undermined by the capricious ability of the Cabinet and the government and the Prime Minister to simply shut the place down, stifle debate, close it off, put a padlock on democracy, there is nothing more fundamental than that, and all of the issues that the honourable gentleman mentioned would not be discussed anywhere in this country if that issue of prorogation gets out of hand, as it has done under this government. There was not an issue about prorogation in this country between 1873 and the year 2008, because no Prime Minister in that span of time, since John A. Macdonald to the current Prime Minister, no Prime Minister abused the privileges and the prerogatives of prorogation. But in 2008 and 2009, it was abused, and it shut down the ability of Parliament to discuss those issues or any other issues. So there's nothing more fundamental than having a properly functioning democracy, and that's why 250,000 Canadians signed those petitions just 3 or 4 months ago to say what the government was doing was wrong, and they wanted their democracy back so that they could, in fact, debate freely and fairly and without intimidation those issues that the Parliamentary Secretary mentioned and every other one that's important to continue.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. I have to say, when this was brought to my attention yesterday, I was, bemused. I understand prorogation is a hot issue. It is with us, too. But this calls for a special committee. If I'm right, this is a motion that's been kicking around for a number of months. And it would seem at the last minute, after the official opposition fought to get more opposition days, all they did when it came along was just kind of reach on the shelf and, oh, here we got one, we'll just fill in time with this. Because the motion calls for a special committee chair, Speaker. Well, we already have a committee. It's already meeting. It's been meeting for hours and hours and days and weeks and months. And not only that, their motion, and I didn't hear all the members' remarks, but it calls for a report that's due in 6 days. So I'd like to know why this motion is even in front of us, since it doesn't seem to make an awful lot of sense.
The Honourable Opposition House Leader.
Well, the honourable gentleman would make an awful lot more sense if he bothered to pay attention to the discussion. He said he missed the first part of the debate, so that's probably understandable why he doesn't get the point. That was all dealt with in the few minutes while he was outside of the House, I gather, Mr. Speaker, from what he just said. But first of all, the Procedure Committee is a very busy committee. It has been dealing with this issue for some considerable length of time, but it has not yet produced a product. It has not produced an output. The House is about to adjourn for the summer. You remember the last time the House adjourned for any significant period of time? This government prorogued it altogether. So what if we get to the adjournment of the House in 3 or 4 days, or maybe later this afternoon, and the Prime Minister wakes up on Monday morning and says, oh, whoopee-doo, I'm going to prorogue again. It is time for action to be taken on this file. It's time to move it forward. It's all very well and good for the member to say that another committee is looking at the subject. We need to get some horsepower behind this issue to find a solution, not just more talk.
Resuming debate. Reprise de débat, l'honorable député. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Notre-Dame-de-Grâce-la-Chine. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And if you could please tell me when I only have 5 minutes remaining, just let me know and I'd be greatly appreciative. Mr. Speaker, my colleague, the parliamentarian from the official opposition, explained clearly and succinctly the reason why the Liberals have introduced this motion.
Questions that have been asked by a member from the government side and a member from the NDP. And it's clear that they are looking at it from a very, very narrow point, because our motion and the statement that has been made by the House Leader for the Liberal opposition and the amendment that I will be moving will make clear that this issue of prorogation goes beyond simple prorogation. Mr. Speaker, the Prime Minister's latest tactics to cover up his government's role in the Afghan detainee scandal was to stop the business of Parliament dead. Everybody knows that. Thousands upon thousands of Canadians rose up in protest of that. And while the Prime Minister attempted to claim that the prorogation of Parliament was routine, I believe that my colleague, the House Leader for the Liberal opposition, made quite clear that from 1867 to 2008, no previous Prime Minister had ever abused prorogation, had ever used it to try and hide from the will and decision and authority of Parliament. Not until the current Conservative Prime Minister did we see abuse of prorogation. So, Mr. Speaker, our motion is not outdated. Our motion goes beyond the scope of what the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is dealing with. In fact, the study that's being conducted as we speak in that committee is a motion that I brought to that committee. So I know very well what is happening. Mr. Speaker, this current Prime Minister now holds the record for shutting down Parliament for 148 days over just 4 years in office. That's compared to the second place, Jean Chrétien, who prorogued 145 days over 10 years, Mr. Speaker, a full decade. And, Mr. Speaker, my colleague also talked about how it goes beyond simply flouting the authority of Parliament, the supremacy of Parliament. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about the statement that this government has tabled, that they will no longer permit their political staffers to appear before standing committees of this House who have been duly called before those committees. Let's talk about that. Let's talk about how this is a government that is stifling and smothering any kind of dissent. Let's talk about how, in a democracy, freedom of expression is one of the very principal tenets of a democracy, of democratic institution. Let's talk about how freedom of expression means that dissent is healthy, and how this Conservative government and this Conservative Prime Minister refuse to see dissent and criticism, healthy, objective, fair criticism, as being an integral part of a democratic system, an integral part of all of our democratic institutions. Let's talk about how we have what they consider to be fringe groups, not-for-profit organizations, non-governmental organizations who do excellent work, provide services to Canadians here in Canada and services to people in impoverished countries outside of Canada, who, because they have criticized some of the government's policies, have been smothered Their funding has been cut. And this is a government that calls them fringe groups. Women's groups are considered to be fringe groups. And one member of their own caucus, the senator from the other way, Nancy Ruth, told a truth to a group of women's groups. She told them, I have to tell you, shut the F up, because if you don't, I'm afraid that my own government, my own Prime Minister, will come down on you even harder. So, Mr. Speaker, the issue of prorogation goes well beyond just the supremacy of this Parliament. It goes to the issue of freedom of expression. It goes to the issue of supremacy of Parliament. It goes to the issue of the need for dissent in a democracy. And, Mr. Speaker, I move that the motion be amended as follows. A, by adding after the words during any prorogation in section D, the following: that the special committee also take into account any report on prorogation that may be forthcoming from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and provide an analysis of the consequences of the use of prorogation as a device to avoid accountability or to silence voices that may wish to express disagreement with the government. That the committee consist of 11 members, which shall include 5 members from the governing party, 3 members from the official opposition, 2 members from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 member from the New Democratic Party, provided that the chair shall be from the official opposition. That the committee have all the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders. That the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party, depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party members of the committee no later than June 23, 2010. That membership substitution be permitted to be made from time to time, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114, subsection 2, and B, by deleting the words June 23, 2010, and substituting the following, November 2, 2010. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
In order for an honourable member to move an amendment, they require the consent of the person who brought forward the motion in the first place, and I presume that is the case. The honourable.
Yes, it is, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. The motion appears to be in order, and the motion reads, Mr. Madame Jennings, seconded by Ms. Fry, moves that the motion be amended, A, by adding after the words during any prorogation in section D the following, quote, that the special committee also take into account any report on prorogation that be forthcoming from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and provide an analysis of the consequences of the use of prorogation as a device to avoid accountability or to silence voices that may wish to express disagreement with the government. That the committee consist of 11 members, which shall include 5 members from the government party, 3 members from the official opposition, 2 members from the Bloc Québécois, and 1 member from the New Democratic Party, provided that the chair shall be from the official opposition. That the committee have all of the powers of a standing committee as provided in the standing orders. That the members to serve on said committee be appointed by the whip of each party, depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party's members of the committee no later than June 23, 2010. that membership substitutions be permitted to be made from time to time, if required, in the manner provided for in Standing Order 114.2, and B, by deleting the words June 23rd, 2010, and substituting the following November 2nd, 2010. Questions and comments? The Honourable Member from Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate that. If I can, I'm really curious. I mean, the motion now before us is that we change the date from the motion that was tabled, which of course would mean a special committee report is due in 6 days. So there's an amendment now to make this November. But, you know, this just gets curiouser and curiouser. So I'm further curious. We now have a committee that the honourable member has been on at most of those meetings that I've been at, and some other members who are here right now. I'm curious what the member would do with all the committee work that's been done so far. Do we just throw that all overboard and start over? Just exactly what, from a practical point of view, does the official opposition want us to do with this motion in front of us, calling for a special committee, when we've already got a committee doing exactly that issue?
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame de Grace-Lachine.
Clearly, the member did not have an opportunity to hear the actual motion that was delivered by my colleague, the House Leader of the official opposition, nor the amendment that I brought forward, because both the principal motion and the amendment that I have brought forward make it clear that the committee would take into account any report that may be tabled by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to this House in its own work, in the work of the Special Legislative Committee that we're hoping that this House will support. I find the histrionics that are going on by that my colleague, who I sit with on Procedure and House Affairs, and where part of the work of that committee, PROC, is on prorogation, simply on prorogation, only on the aspect of prorogation, and not dealing with all of the other aspects of the Liberal motion that is being debated today.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I wanted to thank the Honourable Member for an excellent presentation and her amendment, of course, which I seconded. But the member made reference to a number of ways in which, other than prorogation, that this government has actually disrespected the House, disrespected parliamentary committees, disrespected Canadians. As chair of the Standing Committee on Status of Women, we had been looking at the number of women's organizations that have been denied funding. And when we look at them, they have one thing in common, all of them. These are organizations, many of them that have been working for 15 to 25 years, producing under that department itself excellent results. And they have been denied funding because they dared to speak out against some of the attitudes towards women that come out of this government and some of the changes in the Status of Women Department. So there is, I would like to ask the Honourable Member, everyone knows these things. What is it that one can do to ensure that this government begins to respect Parliament once again?
The Honourable Member for Notre Dame de Grace-Lachine.
I thank my colleague from my own caucus for the question that she's raised. Yes, indeed, prorogation is part of a much larger trend of this Conservative government trying to silence the opposition. And this government has a record and a history in attacking what it calls fringe groups. And clearly, for this government, women's organizations are part of these fringe groups. One only has to look at the fact that the very first act of this Conservative government in 2006 was to cut the funding to the Court Challenges program, a program which was specifically designed to provide financial assistance for important court cases that advance equality rights and language rights guaranteed under the Canadian Constitution. Then they closed down on April 1st, 2006, 12 of the 16 Status of Women Canada offices, and today only 4 regional offices exist. Meanwhile, while all of this is happening, women, Canadian women, only earn 71 cents on the dollar earned by males. But this is a government that says we don't need to help women's groups. Funding has been cut to women's groups and their voices are being smothered by this government. And that's the first terrible step in eroding democracy.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, let me start off by saying there's very, very few occasions that I actually agree with anything that members from the New Democratic Party say in this place. However, in this case, Mr. Speaker, I have to agree, I have to totally concur with a comment made offline just a few moments ago from my colleague from Hamilton Centre when he spoke from his seat and said, this motion brought forward today from the opposition is a joke. And it is a joke, Mr. Speaker. The motion stated quite clearly, when it was put on the order paper, that a special committee of Parliament be struck to examine prorogation and report back to this House in 4 sitting days. Mr. Speaker, who cannot take a look at that and laugh out loud because it is absolutely ridiculous? Now, I know that the official opposition House Leader and the opposition Deputy House Leader have tried to put their best spin on things by saying, well, this will be different, and this will be a better version of what is already occurring in Procedure and House Affairs. But, Mr. Speaker, it is just an attempt by the opposition party, the official opposition, to make good on something that is a complete embarrassment to them. They are trying to justify this Opposition Day motion, which is absolutely ridiculous. I've never seen anything like it in my 6 years in Parliament. Opposition days are supposed to be taken up with matters of major concern to not only the opposition party, but to Parliament. As has been heard here on several occasions today, there already is a study on prorogation undergoing. It's been ongoing for the last 2.5 to 3 months, being studied by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. And we've heard, I believe, excellent testimony in those committee hearings, Mr. Speaker, from a wide variety of constitutional experts, experts on parliamentary procedure and conventions. Mr. Speaker, that committee is going to be producing a report, I would suggest sometime this fall, and I believe it will be a well-reasoned, well-founded, and well-intentioned report on prorogation. But what do we have here today, Mr. Speaker? We have an Opposition Day motion that was put on the order paper about 2 months ago, and then the opposition didn't even read its contents before they put it forward for debate today. When they finally realized, Mr. Speaker, how ridiculous this was, I'm sure that they had a couple of moments of utter panic and decided, how can we put the best spin possible on this? And so what happened? We had the opposition House Leader, whose name was on the motion, the original motion, trying to convince members of this House that actually this motion is a good one because it goes far beyond the study of prorogation being currently conducted by Procedure and House Affairs. And then we heard the Deputy House Leader from the opposition stand up and move an amendment that says the June 23rd deadline for the committee report shall now be extended until November. Now, notwithstanding the fact, Mr. Speaker, that this amendment would result in $10,000 for the Liberal chair of a new special committee, because they are suggesting, of course, Mr. Speaker, that an official opposition member chair the special committee, and there's a monetary amount of, there's a monetary compensation for that chair. So perhaps one could argue that they're just looking at setting up a special committee to pad one of their friends on the Liberal ranks' bank account. But I think it goes far beyond that, Mr. Speaker. I think it's far more basic than that. And what happened here today, what we're seeing firsthand, is that the opposition party screwed up, and they screwed up royally. They didn't know what was contained in their own Opposition Day motion until it was placed on the order paper, and then they were stuck with it. When they finally realized that, oh my God, this looks like a bunch of fools,
they had to come in here today and try and convince people that actually it was part of their master plan, because they really wanted to discuss prorogation, but in a different light, with a different committee, and extend the deadline from June 23rd to November. Mr. Speaker, this was absolutely embarrassing. And it was an insult. It was an insult to members of this place. It is an insult to the members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, because those members for 2.5 to 3 months have been doing exemplary work conducting a study on prorogation. I had to, Mr. Speaker, stifle a laugh when the Deputy House Leader said, well, we're going to expand the terms of reference. Mr. Speaker, everyone in this place knows that committees are the masters of their own fate. They can expand the terms of reference if they wish. There is no need for a special committee to discuss and study prorogation when, in fact, the current committee studying prorogation could expand their terms of reference if they wanted. If at the end of their initial foray into the examination of prorogation, if they decided, you know something, we want to go a bit further. We want to take a look at a couple of other areas which are affected by prorogation. The committee has its full right to do so. There was no time limit given to the committee on when they had to conclude their study on prorogation. There was no constraints put on the committee as to what they were restricted to study. So all that we've heard today from the official opposition is just a smokescreen to try and convince Canadians that they're not as incompetent as it obviously appears to everyone in this place. But they've done a very, very poor job of that, Mr. Speaker. In effect, Mr. Speaker, what they are saying is that we made a mistake. What we meant by our motion, our opposition day motion, is this. But, Mr. Speaker, this is not the first time we've seen mistakes like this from the ranks of the official opposition. Time and time again in this session, Mr. Speaker, we've seen them have to try and explain away embarrassing moments within their own party, particularly within their own leader's office. Mr. Speaker, I've heard the leader of the official opposition have to say, well, what I meant when I said that the Canadian flag looks like a cheap imitation of a beer label, I really meant this. I've heard the official opposition leader say, well, when I said we would have to raise taxes, what I really meant was this. And he went on to try and make up for his gaffes and his misspeaks and his obviously incapable, leadership aspirations. Mr. Speaker, I think that what we've seen here is a pattern, particularly from the leader's office of the official opposition, but more importantly, a pattern from the entire Liberal Party of Canada of saying one thing and then having to explain what they said because it's proved to be embarrassing for them. I can only suppose, Mr. Speaker, that if this conduct continues, we could quite conceivably see in any kind of an election campaign them putting things down in their platform and then afterwards saying, well, we kind of made a mistake there. We meant to say, I know we said this, but we meant to say something else. I mean, God forbid, Mr. Speaker, is if the Liberals ever won an election, because I can just imagine what their conversation with Canadians would be. They would say, well, I know in our election campaigns we said, in our platform, we said we would reduce taxes, but what we meant was we're going to increase the GST by 2 points and slap a carbon tax on everything. What we said in our election campaign platform is that we are tough on crime, but what we meant was, not so much. Mr. Speaker, this is an embarrassment, and worse than that, it is an insult to members of this place. The motion we have today for discussion, the last opposition day of this session, Mr. Speaker, is a motion that is not only redundant, but it is embarrassing to the sponsoring party, and it is an insult to the members of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. I sit on that committee, Mr. Speaker, and I can tell you that the discussion has been, quite frankly, I think for the most part, very respectful. We've had some excellent testimony. We've had some eminent scholars and constitutional experts like Ned Franks and Benoit Peltier and Peter Russell and others come and speak to us. I found
much of the conversation fascinating. I obviously have a difference of opinion from many of the other members of the opposition, but during all of the discussion we've had, Mr. Speaker, it has been respectful, it has been detailed. We have, I believe, collectively asked questions that were probing, that were timely, that were necessary, and the information that we're getting back, Mr. Speaker, is such that I would believe the substance of the report, when we finally deliver that report to Parliament, will be something for all committee members to be proud of. Yet what do we have here? We have an Opposition Day motion that basically says, we don't care about the work you've done for the last 2.5 or 3 months. We don't care. You know why? Because we don't think you've done anything that is basically relevant. We don't believe that the work that you've done or the report that you will be submitting to Parliament is worth the paper it's going to be printed on. We think, the opposition, the official opposition thinks, that we need a special committee to study prorogation to the level of what has already been studied. Mr. Speaker, I cannot for the life of me think what other witnesses this special committee could call that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has not already called. I cannot for the life of me think of what other areas that this special committee could delve into that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee studying prorogation could not delve into themselves. Mr. Speaker, this is nothing more than a shameless attempt to cover up a big, big mistake made by the official opposition. They are embarrassed. They were caught, Mr. Speaker, in a web of their own incompetence, and now they're trying to convince members of this place that it was all part of a plan, that they really wanted to put this Opposition Day motion forward and then amend it on site. Mr. Speaker, we all know how this works. The official opposition knew at least a week ago that today was going to be their last Opposition Day. And yes, they had a few potential motions for discussion on the order paper, but if they wanted to change it, they could have. They had lots of time, Mr. Speaker, to amend or reword the current motion into a form that they agreed upon, that they wanted to sort of present for discussion, but they didn't do so. Why? Because they were negligent. They were absolutely negligent in their duties. And then when they finally found it, I'm sure it was a staffer, Mr. Speaker, that pointed out to him, said, "Oh my God, Mr. House Leader, do you realize what that motion says?" And then they realized they had to do something to try and get away from the obvious embarrassment they were going to face by debating a motion that is absolutely ridiculous. And so they come here today and speak before Parliament and try and convince members of this place that it was all part of a plan they had. It was all part of a motion that was going to come together and expand the terms of reference of their original motion. Mr. Speaker, I again heartily concur with my colleague from Hamilton Centre when he said, this is a joke. This is a joke. One would think that the official opposition, who purports to be a government in waiting, could make better use of their final Opposition Day of this session than this. Isn't there anything else worthy of discussion in an Opposition Day? Could they not talk about the G8, G20? They seem to be fixated on that topic in question period. Could they not talk about pensions for Canadians? Because we've got a discussion from many members of this House about pensions and the need for pension reform. No, Mr. Speaker. They came in with a motion that duplicates the efforts of a standing committee who's already studying the very issue that they put forward here today. It is absolutely ridiculous, Mr. Speaker, and it is a waste of time of this House. And that is why, Mr. Speaker, every member of this place should be thoroughly and totally insulted by what is happening here today. I cannot for the life of me, Mr. Speaker, think of another example, and other members of this place who are far more experienced than I and have far more seniority than I, and I would ask them if anyone could stand in this place and think of another example during an Opposition Day motion where this type of situation occurred, where a motion was brought forward to create a special parliamentary committee to conduct a study that was already being studied by a standing committee of Parliament. I defy anyone in this place to give me one example of this ever happening before in the history of Parliament. This is a major embarrassment for the Liberal Party. They're merely trying to put a good spin on it, Mr. Speaker, but they are failing miserably. Mr. Speaker, I will only say this in conclusion. If this is the best that the official opposition can do in their final opposition day of this session, they are not fit to govern, Mr. Speaker. If they can't handle a simple task like bringing forward a relevant motion to discuss on their opposition day, they are not fit to govern. Now, Mr. Speaker, I think we've already seen evidence of they understand that themselves. The fact that their leader is openly musing about perhaps forming a coalition with the New Democratic Party, I think, is an admission of defeat in itself. And I think they've admitted to Canadians, and I think Canadians understand that they cannot govern, so perhaps the only way that they might be able to form a government is with the assistance of the New Democratic Party. I mean, I'm not a big believer in polls, Mr. Speaker, but I do believe that at certain times, the snapshots in time that we all say polls are, that they are an accurate reflection of what Canadians are thinking. I noticed with great interest over the course of the last 6 to 8 months, the approval rating of the leader of the official opposition is close to single digits. There's no wonder why members of his own party are openly musing about getting a new leader in before an election. There's no wonder where members of their own party are talking about perhaps forming a coalition with other members of this place. There's no wonder that other members of their party are talking about a merger, because they have admitted in their words and today their actions that they are not fit to govern, they do not have the ability to govern, and they should not be trusted with the reins of government, Mr. Speaker. Let me conclude by merely saying this. I am absolutely offended as a member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee to be subjected to this type of motion, which is a direct slap in the face to myself, to my good friend and my colleague from Hamilton Centre, and every other member of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. This is a sham, this is an insult, and every Canadian should be aware of it. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And when I listen to the Honourable Member, I realize how scared the Conservative Party is. Absolutely, totally scared. Scared of an election. Why are they scared of an election? Because they've created humongous boondoggles. And every minister who has found to be unaccountable, these new sheriffs in town talking about accountability, totally unaccountable. The Minister of Industry, the Minister of Environment, the Minister of Infrastructure. I mean, name these ministers, the Natural Resources Minister, who then had to be put down to another ministry. All of them totally unaccountable. They think Parliament is not supreme. The Prime Minister's absolute contempt for Parliament. This is important. Every time somebody does not agree with them, Mr. Speaker, prorogation. So it is important for Canadians to be aware that this government, who is so hypocritical, will stand up and say, well, guess what? We have such a good agenda. Only 2 bills have been passed. Where is their agenda? Where is their intelligence? Where is their thought process? Now, let me tell you how intelligent they are. They have wasted, blown $13.2 billion and created a $54 billion deficit. So, Mr. Speaker, incompetent, unaccountable, undemocratic, I can now see why they are so scared of an election, so scared of their own shadow. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Well, Mr. Speaker, okay, Mr. Speaker, I just want to maybe quote a line that a political leader spoke not too many months ago. And the line was, and I know I cannot say indirectly what I can't say directly, but I do want to make a quote, Mr. Speaker, So forgive me if I name a member here, but the quote was from a member which I'm sure my colleague across the floor knows well, and the quote was, "Mr. Harper, your time is up."
Order. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Stony Creek.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I heard the word hypocritical over there a minute, and I said, oh, my goodness. But I'll pause for a second. I can't believe that the Parliamentary Secretary of the Government House Leader actually agreed with us. That's something for the books. But when you talk hypocrisy here in this place, they talk about how the government has failed repeatedly and the abysmal record they have. But over 100 times, that party either abstained or supported this government. And now they have this opportunity to bring something forward in this place of substance. And they're looking at a committee when they've got a committee already doing the work. It is ridiculous. I'll counter that with what the NDP chose to do with 2 of ours. Our opposition day, the first one was the Seniors Charter, where we talked about their needs and a plan for their future. Last June, retirement security for seniors was the NDP opposition day motion. And we didn't go searching for other committees to... Well, I'm just getting carried away here. It is so unbelievable. I recall last year on unemployment insurance, someone was talking about drawing a line in the sand. If he keeps drawing those lines, he won't have many toes left.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Now this is very scary because for the second time in less than half an hour, I agree with another member of the NDP on his comments. Mr. Speaker, before I was I wouldn't say inappropriately cut off by the chair. I did misuse language. I named a member. What I was going to point out to my honourable colleague from the Liberal Party was a quote made by someone she is familiar with when the quote was, "Mr. Prime Minister, your time is up." And of course that was delivered a few months ago by the leader of the official opposition. And the context of that was, I'm going to force an election. Because the member opposite said that the Conservatives are afraid of an election. Well, it seems to me, Mr. Speaker, that it is their own party that seems to be somewhat fearful of going to the polls. And no wonder. With a leader of a party that's in almost single digits, perhaps at single digits. But, Mr. Speaker, that's not the point. Whenever an election is held, an election will come. But what we're talking about here is an abuse, I believe, of Parliament's time. We have an opposition day motion that should be discussing something that is at least relevant and new. Now, whatever the topic is, I don't really care. That's the reason we have opposition days, so that the opposition day can pick a topic that they want to discuss, that's important to them and their party, and perhaps what they feel is important to Canadians. But to bring a topic forward that is absolutely useless and redundant and insulting and embarrassing for the last opposition day of a session, and then to try and justify it, Mr. Speaker, the only thing I can say is that I am not only offended, but I am embarrassed to be sitting in a place that I had to put up with this kind of drivel, because it is embarrassing.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the Parliamentary Secretary to the Government House Leader for his passionate and on-the-mark speech, outlining just how bad the Liberals have dropped the ball today. They could have brought in some very substantive motions today, talking about major policy issues, but I guess they had nothing that came out of the Thinkers Conference that they had this past winter, and have absolutely nothing to discuss and no policy propositions to bring forward on behalf of Canadians. So, instead, they're trying to diminish the work of the Procedure and House Affairs Standing Committee, and it's just embarrassing that they would use their last opposition day to deal with something that's already been dealt with, that the work at committee has been substantive, that the discussion has been good on this whole issue of prorogation. I'm going to ask the Parliamentary Secretary, though, and one thing that he didn't touch on is in this time of fiscal constraint, perhaps we shouldn't be looking at adding more administrative burdens on the House. We've been talking about all the expenses surrounding the operations of Parliament, and they want to set up another special committee that would put a Liberal in the chair and have to pay out another additional salary for a chairmanship that would give them $11,165. Is that appropriate use of parliamentary time, parliamentary resources, and taxpayer money?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
I thank my honourable colleague for raising the question. I think I mentioned in my remarks a little while ago, Mr. Speaker, that the Liberal chair, because they're suggesting, of course, that the chair of the special committee be a Liberal member, would get $10,000 in additional salary for those duties. My honourable colleague is correct. The exact amount was $11,165. But beyond that, Mr. Speaker, the special committee would incur additional costs for flying in some cases, or arranging for witnesses to come before the committee, and these would be the same witnesses that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has already brought in for discussion and analysis. So it is not only an insult and inappropriate, it is an absolute complete waste of taxpayers' dollars. All done for one reason, to try and mask the fact that this Opposition Day motion was a mistake. They dropped the ball. They didn't realize what they had put on the order paper until it was too late. So, Mr. Speaker, everything we've heard today from the opposition parties' benches are trying to just justify and spin the fact that they dropped the ball, and they dropped the ball big time, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for York South Weston. Short question, please.
Thank you. I can appreciate the member's lack of belief with respect to the strange coalition with the NDP. Speaker, I'm looking at the record with respect to the leader of the NDP, and on numerous occasions he has said that the NDP would bring forward a similar resolution with respect to this issue of prorogation. My question is of the member, when a poll was taken after prorogation, 78% of Canadians said that the Prime Minister had abused his office with respect to the democratic principles of Parliament being supreme. Now, is the member holding into contempt 78% of Canadians who believe that this is the kind of resolution, this is the kind of direction that should come forward, and it is the responsibility of Parliament to bring that forward? And is he saying that it's the opposition now that is abusing that right? I would suggest, Mr. Speaker, that it's the opposition motion that, in fact, gives credibility to those Canadians who felt that the Prime Minister and the government was abusing parliamentary privilege when it in fact prorogued. I think that's what Canadians are watching, and they expect more than they got from that speech, I would suggest, with great respect, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary, short answer, please.
Thank you, Mr. And I thank my honourable colleague from York South Weston for his question. He's quite frankly, one of my favourite members in the House. I think he represents his constituents well. He represents all Parliament well in this place. But with great respect, to answer his question, we are studying prorogation. Whether or not the member opposite feels that there was an abuse of the power of prorogation is irrelevant in this context, because we are already conducting a study to try and determine that very thing. And that was my point. That is a point from the member from Hamilton Centre, and that is a point from every other member in this place. It is an inappropriate, irrelevant, unnecessary motion to be brought forward here, and all they're doing is trying to cover up their own incompetence, Mr. Speaker.
Reprise du débat.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We have before us a motion, an Opposition Day motion on the part of the Liberals, which, it's true, repeats something that's already been done and takes up the issue of something that's already being dealt with in the Standing Committee on Procedure. But what there is in this motion is that it allows us to deal again with the prorogation in December, and this government has now realized it is a big mistake, and they're trying to get us to forget it. And I think, given that this is the last or next to last day of this this session, I think it might be a good idea to look at the Conservative government's behavior through this motion, which is true. It is true. It's not the discovery of the century, but it does have the merit of allowing us to talk about the anti-democratic, undemocratic record of the Conservative government and of the Prime Minister. Now, obviously, we can't vote for this motion unless it's amended. So if there's going to be a special committee. So we have decided, we have made our own decision, but we do think that this would allow us to look at this government, its behavior since 2006 in this House. And I would like to say at the beginning, when the government used what was a very legitimate process within the British parliamentary system, and that is to prorogue Parliament, it was, well, they did it once, and it was legitimate because the legislative agenda had become unwieldy. Things were being debated, amended, redebated. So that we might have understood. But the prorogation last December was the second time that the government and Prime Minister had used this method to respond to the opposition and to avoid having to be accountable. And so, therefore, it became a very highly debatable action. It was something that should have been criticized. And especially when there were allegations of torture of Afghan detainees transferred by Canadians to Afghan authorities. And it didn't work, but it's not just that it didn't work, that they had all these, but it still was, and we've heard about the waste, but the waste this year, 2010, is that they have tried falsely to, they wasted all kinds of money, and this greatest waste is the money that's been spent on the G8, G20, and with their virtual scenery. But we're not dealing with that. We're not dealing with that area. We're talking about a month of parliamentary work that was lost, where the government, and then the government pulled out of its hat a bill which would have brought the House back, and a few days before, they said we need this legislation to make sure that a notorious criminal, Karla Homolka, could not ask for a pardon. Why didn't the government wake up to this before? We lost a month of work with the prorogation, and then, secondly, the government, as it has done on several occasions, it has tabled a bill that we don't want in its present form. Now, we voted to send it to committee so that it can be studied and amended, but the government is trying to impose its vision of things. We in the Bloc Québécois, and I'm happy to see that other opposition parties have done the same thing. Even the Liberals this time stood up and acted. Now, the essential of Bill C-23, it'll be in committee, it'll be studied, it will be amended, and we will remove what we don't like. But the day yesterday, this psychodrama invented by the Minister of Public Safety and the Conservative government could have been avoided if we had used the month of February to work on bills that were already tabled, and the government could have done its work. Now, what was the urgency of passing C2 on the free trade agreement between Canada and Colombia? Because it seemed they were trying to tell us that it was absolutely urgent. And the government was doing whatever it could do, using all its resources to try to shove this legislation down our throat and the throats of the NDP and Liberals. But our trade with Colombia is so marginal that the problems that do exist with human rights that are highly concerning in Colombia, so we could have used this parliamentary time that we lost to deal with this bill, C2, but the government chose, and it does have that right, but it didn't make responsible choices. So all this comes from this decision of December 30th 2009 to prorogue Parliament. There are 36 bills that died on the order paper, 19 justice bills, and that's an example of conservative hypocrisy. But here again, the government had told us we're proroguing in order to recalibrate our legislative agenda, and perhaps perhaps they understood. They got the message that some of their legislation was unacceptable. But they said we're proroguing to come back even stronger in March. But 2 days after the beginning of the session, here we had a budget that was completely unacceptable for Quebec. Nothing in it that met the needs of the regions, nothing that met the needs of the forestry sector or the aerospace sector, nothing for the unemployed. That was true for Quebec and also for the rest of Canada. It took them a month and a half to come back with the same unacceptable agenda. So there was no work done during the month of February. And I think Conservatives, toured the country announcing funding here and there with their checks, etc. But this was done under false pretexts. That was the first prorogation. Now, a few days after Parliament came back, in 2008, the Minister of Finance came forward with an economic statement which was purely ideological, Mr. Speaker. There was no concrete measure to help us get through the economic crisis, which was beginning. Rather, it was an out-and-out attack against opposition parties, against the rights of women in particular, an absolute attack. And I think that most Canadians understood this. And most Canadians, and at least in Quebec, I know that a majority of people were against it. So they provoked a political crisis, even though we were a few weeks away from the October election of 2008, where the government could have perhaps taken note of the fact that it was a minority government. And we in the Bloc Québécois helped make it a minority because we elected a majority of members from Quebec. The Prime Minister perhaps should have noted the fact that in a minority government, he should have worked with opposition parties. But no, he triggered a crisis, and then there was over the idea of a coalition between the New Democrats and the Liberals with the support of the Bloc, but it was a Liberal NDP coalition. So there was then a vote. There was supposed to be a vote of confidence, and the Prime Minister, rather than submitting to the will of the House, decided to avoid having to be accountable for what he'd done and asked for prorogation. He got it after 2 hours of conversation with the Governor General. And I believe that this cost the Governor General her position, her attitude. Obviously, we don't know the content of the conversation. We don't know its tenor. But the meeting, the length of the meetings, shows that she didn't say yes right away, but that she probably asked for explanation. So the House was prorogued, and here again, at the request of the Prime Minister in order to avoid a confidence vote. Same thing for the election in 2008. The government did its built up to spring. The committees were paralyzed. There was this little blue book on the part of the Conservatives to teach Conservatives how to hold up committees. So there was an artificial paralysis of committees, and the Prime Minister and Conservative members and ministers tried to convince the people of Canada and Quebec that it was the fault of the opposition, who were not ready to pass the government's legitimate legislation, which is completely contrary to the truth. So after this build-up, the Prime Minister triggered an election quite simply to not have to be accountable and answer the questions of the opposition regarding certain files, in particular that of allegations of torture in Afghanistan. So this was all correct according to British parliamentary tradition, but very, very questionable in terms of a democratic action. Rather than imposing its backwards agenda from backward from every point of view, rather than working with the opposition, it tried by legal means to short-circuit Parliament's work.
So I think that it's important to take the opportunity the Liberals are giving us to remind the public of this. But at the same time, I should say that this provocative approach from the Conservatives is being encouraged by the Liberals' weakness and fragility. We know that all Liberal members won't necessarily turn up in the House to vote against the Budget Implementation Act, C9. We have a vote on supply tonight, and I'm looking forward to seeing how many Liberals actually turn up this evening to vote. So the Conservatives take advantage of that fragility. They take advantage of the fact that the Liberal Party is weak in pushing their agenda. Now, another example of the questionable behaviour of the Conservatives. The documents regarding alleged torture in Afghanistan. There was a motion on the 10th of December, or rather an order, forcing the government to provide all documents to the committee on concerning the alleged torture in Afghanistan. The House, an outright majority had to support this motion in the House. After prorogation, we had to fight again to have the documents provided. And on each and every occasion, the government tried to sidestep the issue by initially tabling documents that were scented to the hilt. They didn't really say anything because they're all censured and blacked out. And, Mr. Speaker, one surprise for the Prime Minister was that the request for the publication of documents doesn't disappear and go up in thin air after prorogation is done, and the government may have thought that that order would have been disappeared, but in fact it didn't after prorogation. Then we had to have a point of order, or rather a question of privilege. We called on the Speaker to intervene, and then he handed down an historic ruling stating that documents had to be produced while at the same time protecting national security of the country. We had to pressure the Conservatives to have an agreement in principle. There was this threat hanging over their heads of contempt of Parliament that was the only way to get concessions for this from this government, and the outcome was a mechanism, and we hope that it bears fruit. So we had to push the government on each and every occasion. We had to hold a gun to their heads, basically. Finally, the government decided to adhere to the Speaker's ruling, But at each and every turn, we had to use all means at our disposal to hold the government to account and get them to do what they were supposed to do. You know, things happened when, after prorogation, the Prime Minister no longer wanted Dimitri Soudas, his information director and press secretary, to appear before the Ethics Committee. Then the committee delivered an ultimatum, said he must appear. There was probably going to be a new board game. After Where's Charlie, there'll be the Where's Dimitri game, I'm sure. Anyway, he went all the way to Europe and followed the Prime Minister so that he could avoid showing up. The committee legitimately and legally said, well, listen, he can't be informed that there's a subpoena indicating that he needs to appear before the committee, but I'm sure Dimitri reads the newspapers. He's the communications director for the PMO. He's his press secretary, and Mr. Dimitri Soudas is fully aware, even though he hasn't got the subpoena in his hands, in his hot little hands, he would have known about the subpoena, and the deadline was yesterday. So the committee is now drafting a report that will be tabled in this House, perhaps tomorrow or next week, or perhaps when we come back, and it'll deal with a new question of privilege and a new potential attempt at saying that the government has been in contempt of this House. So once again, we have a poisoned atmosphere, in this House of Commons. It happened with after prorogation. Yesterday, the Minister of Public Safety came with Senator Boisvenu and said it's C-23 or nothing. C-23 or nothing. But eventually they caved in. It would have been much simpler that instead of trying to pass C-23 with a poison pill that it includes, they should have said, well, we want to avoid having Ms. Amolka get a pardon, given the seriousness of her crimes. Can we amend the current legislation on pardons? That's not the exact title of the bill, but anyway, can we amend it to ensure that it's 10 years instead of 5 years? We would have been open to that kind of discussion. But once again, we had to have this histrionics, this melodrama, which was initiated by the Conservatives. And in closing, Mr. Speaker, there's this undemocratic attitude displayed by the Conservatives, which poisons the atmosphere here. There's also an anti-Quebec sentiment, oftentimes supported by all Canadian parliamentarians and sometimes Quebec members from other parties other than the Bloc Québécois. For example, the Common Canadian Securities Regulator, C-12, also that would reduce Quebec's representative power in the House. Harmonising the GST, for example, the government is dragging its feet but flatly refused to compensate the Quebec government. Also, climate change and the government's attitude. The government's attitude on culture. This is something so important for Quebec's identity. Also, equalisation, employment insurance, the guaranteed income supplement. This is a government that is not only undemocratic in the way that it operates, but it's not meeting Quebec's needs. It's not meeting the needs of the public, particularly those residents of Quebec. Questions and comments?
Bonavista Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. First of all, to my honourable colleague, thank him for his speech, but I would like to point out that I'm not necessarily sure about his comment about other members of the House may not understand the Quebec or may not respect Quebec in the nature that they do. I, for one, lived in Montreal for 5 years, coming from Newfoundland and Labrador, and I found Quebec to be absolutely stunning in its people, and I never regret going there. But I do want to ask him a question about the level of brinkmanship in this House, and it seems to me that because we have ourselves in a minority situation, time and time again we find ourselves on a wedge issue where we pull ourselves to the extreme. The art of compromise is something that is a beautiful thing once it is attained. The problem with this particular House is we try to play to the polls by which we accede to. And I know that other members of this House, including the Conservatives, brought up the polling figures. I would like to ask him, and the examples that he has given when it comes to the pardon issue the Afghan detainee issue, what would he provide? What would he provide as a solution for this House to avoid this brinkmanship? And could he couch his words around the idea of the prorogation issue as an example of how the power that vests in the government of the day to push us into a corner should not be the power that they have, where the Parliament should be the supreme power in that nature? Thank you very much.
Honourable Deputy de Joliette.
Honourable Member for Joliette. Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'd like to thank the member for his question. I'm happy that he enjoyed his time in Montreal, and I agree entirely with him. To ensure that a minority government operates properly, the government in power, in this case the Conservatives, need to understand that they are in a minority and they need to work with the opposition. They need backing from at least one opposition party with legislation, and oftentimes more than that. And I believe that if that were the case, it could have been a productive parliament. I remember when the Liberals were in a minority, with the backing of the New Democrats, there were some great bills that came through the pipeline when Mr. Pearson was in a minority. Quebec made tremendous gains. There was the Régie des Rentes and the Caisse de dépôt. So Quebec loses out when the government isn't productive or when the government's ineffective. When it also loses out when a minority government parades around as if it were a majority government. The Conservatives need to change their attitude as well. I remember after the 2008 October election, the Prime Minister said, well, we'll travel around Canada and Quebec, we want to listen to people's input, we're going to recalibrate our way of doing things. And then on the 23rd of November 2008, the Minister of Finance got up and we heard about the ensuing crisis. So, you know, we need to force minority governments to respect the standing orders of the House and respect parliamentary rules and regulations. We need to change the way that the Prime Minister could envisage calling for prorogation. The Liberals made proposals. We can't just be pushed into a corner in this fashion. If a government gets prorogation approved without the support of the House and bills die on the order paper and legislation is blocked, there has to be a price to pay for undemocratic action like that. Questions and comments.
Reprise du débat. Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Appreciate the opportunity. Just start my clock here. Good. Thank you again for allowing me the opportunity to speak. And let me first of all make it crystal clear, lest there be any doubt on anyone's part. We feel just as strongly on this side of the House, this part of this side of the House, about prorogation and the abuse of it by the current government as anyone. We're totally outraged. There were demonstrations in my riding in downtown Gore Park. People came out in the cold, frigid Canadian winter to protest their anger at this government shutting down their parliament. And every one of my colleagues attended rallies, committee meetings, met with people, talked about this to local media. It was the main focus for weeks and weeks and weeks at the beginning of this year. In fact, the NDP felt so strongly against what the government was doing and their abuse of prorogation that on March the 17th, when we actually finally got back into this place, our leader of the NDP, the member for Toronto Danforth, placed before this House and had approved by this House the following motion: that, in the opinion of the House, the Prime Minister shall not advise the Governor-General to prorogue any session of Parliament for longer than 7 calendar days without a specific resolution of the House of Commons to support such a prorogation. If I might just note parenthetically that the committee that met following that motion carrying here in the House actually met a mere 10 days after the Liberals first tabled their original motion. So this motion was debated in the House. It passed. It went to the appropriate committee, that committee being the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. As the Democratic Reform critic, I sub in whenever this comes up at that committee. We've now been dealing with that since April the 22nd. Exactly what this motion says. In fact, the opening words of the motion, the unamended motion, because they have to amend it to fix it to make it fit today, that a special committee of the House be hereby established to undertake an immediate study of all relevant issues pertaining to prorogation, including the circumstances in which a request that Parliament be prorogued would be appropriate or inappropriate, and the nature of any rule changes, either by way of the standing orders or legislation or both, that may be necessary to avoid any future misuse of prorogation, and it goes on. But that's the basic instructions. Okay? The problem here is that those basic instructions are exactly the mandate of the committee that's now seized of the motion that was passed by this House earlier, having been placed by my leader, the member from Toronto Danforth. I'm all for kicking the government every chance I get on prorogation. Absolutely. Let's go for it. But you know, we did that. Writ large. I think Canadians did a pretty good job of making sure that prorogation is now as well known as any other political term might be in this country, whereas before it was hardly known at all. And there are a lot of Canadians that are still angry. But that's why we've got the committee. So, you know, I understand the official opposition wanted a vehicle to kick the government on prorogation. Okay, fair enough. If that's the most burning issue, given the fact that the incident in question happened 6 months ago and that we've already got a committee dealing with this issue, and I'll get into the work that they've already done in a moment, if that's what they want to do, if they feel that's the burning issue, okay. But I got to tell you, Speaker, you really would think that with all the supports that the official opposition has, that they could have come up with something a little more imaginative. You know, at the very least, come up with something that doesn't so obviously duplicate something we've done in the past. I mean, it really does look like the official opposition, after having made a big deal of wanting their opposition days, realized that they had one on the last day and thought, oh, what are we going to do? And panicked and looked around and grabbed it off the shelf, dusted off or brushed off the dust, and then submitted it and said, there we go, we'll just spend the afternoon kicking around prorogation. It's the last day of the House. Nobody's paying any attention anyway. We don't need to do too much with this. And that seems to be the approach the official opposition takes to opposition days. It wasn't that long ago they brought a motion in here, and it failed in part because they didn't even have all their members on side. They hadn't talked to them all to see how they'd vote. This is one of the few opportunities where the opposition gets to control the floor of the House of Commons. Usually, and under the normal rules, the government calls the shots. That's just the way the system works. So we get these opportunities rare. So on the last day, you would have thought that the official opposition would want to, go out with a bang, or at least go out looking clever. Now they're not even going to go out looking competent.
Give the day to us.
I just want a couple of words about the committee, and then I want to speak very directly to the amendment, because there's points to be made here. First of all, for anyone who's watching, the motion before us by the Liberals calls for a special committee to be struck, and then it goes into great length about the details of who will be on it and who will chair it, yada, 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 all those details. The problem, though, is the fact that we already have a committee that's dealing with that issue and dealing with a motion, an NDP motion, that passed the House. The committee started meeting on April the 22nd. We have had 10 meetings. We have met for 15 committee hours. And we've heard from 16 presenters. I feel like a 14-year-old again, with my voice jumping around. So 10 meetings, 15 hours, 16 presenters, and what? We throw that away? You say, oh, well, that, doesn't matter. We'll throw that away. We'll call that a practice run. Now, I realize the Liberal motions, well, why don't I just jump right into some of these amendments? Because, of course, the government House Leader, during one of his famous Regina monologues, went on to tell us all about how their amendments now make everything wonderful. That, oh, don't worry, yeah, the original motion was, kind of stale-dated. kind of. But our amendments today fix that and make everything relevant, and so we're exactly where we need to be. Yeah, really, eh? Okay, let's just have a look at some of these amendments. That the special committee also take into account any report on prorogation that may be forthcoming from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs and provide an analysis of the consequences of the use of prorogation as a device to avoid accountability or to silence votes that may wish to express disagreement with the government. Well, that is what the committee's doing. So the committee is going to be holding hearings. We've heard from 16 experts, some of the leading constitutional lawyers and professors and political scientists in the country, people who are designated as advisors to the Governor General on constitutional matters. Our plan is at the end of that we will start writing a report. Will we agree on the report? I doubt it. Is it going to be fascinating to see where we end up? Yep. Is it loaded with all kinds of partisan politics? Yep. Is it important and affects the future of how we operate this place? Yep again. But the amendment doesn't add anything new. It just duplicates what we've already done. It makes it sound like there's a process that they've really thought through. This is it. It drives us crazy when they won't admit when they just screwed up. They got to dig further and further into the hole. They leave the impression that, okay, well, that committee can do their work, and then we'll take their report, and then we'll go do what? Real committee work? And that somehow they will do the finished product? It doesn't make any sense at all, and you don't have to have been here for too many years or to know much about politics to figure out that it does not make a whole lot of sense to start up a special committee to do work that is already being done by a committee. And these amendments are an attempt to make it look fresh and to make it look relevant, and it's not. And one of, let's just say a colleague from another party mentioned to me and wishes we'll just keep the rioting quiet for now, but it was interesting, so I don't take ownership of this, but on that side of the House we got a fake lake, and on this side of the House we got a fake motion. Because that's really what we're dealing with here, is just a fake motion that doesn't mean anything. If the Liberal speaker wanted to rant against the government on prorogation, okay, if that's their political priority, I don't quite get it, but that's fine. They have that right. But why not do something imaginative? Come up with something relevant, something that furthers the issue. My colleague says something real. I don't agree with the government on too much with regard to prorogation, I can assure you. But on the specific, narrow issue of whether or not this is a redundant, ridiculous, unnecessary motion, I agree wholeheartedly. And it's a shame that the official opposition gives us this as their homework. Any teachers in the room, I suspect, would be giving them an F. Let's go back to the amendments. The amendments that are supposed to make this all relevant and make it all fresh and okay and actually mean something. That the committee consists of blah, 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 blah. Okay, the details of what their new super spiffy committee would look like, and they've outlined who would be on there. Okay. That the committee shall have all the powers of a standing committee as provided for in the standing orders. That's a great idea. No, it really is. Because if you're going to look at something this serious, you'd want to make sure that you've got all the powers of a standing committee to do the job properly. So therefore, the House in its wisdom sent this motion to, oh yeah, standing committee. Come on. I mean, how lame. But let's go on to the spiffiness. That the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party, depositing with the clerk of the House a list of his or her party members of the committee no later than June 20th. Well, that's, really important. That the membership substitutions be permitted to be made from time to time, if required, in the manner provided for in standing orders. That would be kind of like you can do in standing committees. You see, you want to make sure the special committee has all the powers of a standing committee, because the current standing committee doesn't have, see what happens when you try to do liberal think? It doesn't work. It doesn't take you anywhere. Oh, and here's the best. This is my favorite. This is my favorite by far. This is the one I love. The last amendment, the spiffying up amendment. By deleting the words June 23rd, 2010, and substituting the following November 2nd, 2010. And why is that there? Well, because if they didn't put that in there, this new spiffy special committee has to report in 6 days. Now, I grant you, Speaker, it made a whole lot of sense back in April when they originally tabled the motion. But the fact that this special committee is due to report in 6 days, and they have to amend the reporting date, really underscores just how laughable and sad a state of affairs the official opposition has presented itself to the committee today. I could even understand, Speaker, and I appreciated the remarks of the parliamentary assistant to the House Leader, who does sit on that committee as a regular member, as are some other members who are here today. And I thought, the Liberals would have a good point if it ever came out that the committee's not working right. That's the best argument they've got. If it's log-jammed and we're into political partisan fighting, as they're doing in some of the other committees, and I thought, boy, if that comes out, they might have a bit of an argument. The problem is it's not true. The committee is working fine. It really is. We haven't gotten into the deliberations of what we want to do about changes, and that's where the real sparks are going to fly, and that will happen in due course, in due procedure, just like we do everything else around here. But the committee itself right now, my colleague, the parliamentary assistant, used the word respectful. They are, Speaker. Because at this stage, what we're trying to do is learn. Most of us here, while we are privileged and honored to cast the votes that decide the laws of Canada, aren't all constitutional experts. And that's good, because you need constitutional experts, but you also need people who are taking that expertise and applying it in lawmaking in a way that benefits the majority of people. And that's where elected representatives come into it, because we're the interface between the people in our ridings and this place. But the member would have us start all that over again. 16 of the smartest, most patriotic, probably high-priced, constitutional advisors you can get in the entire country. And the debates and questions aren't acrimonious. We are legitimately trying to get up to speed, each of us, all members from all three caucuses. And so we listen and we ask questions and we read and we assimilate the information and we bring in the next presenter and we pose questions to them based on some of the arguments of others, because they don't always agree, of course, which is what makes it so fascinating. But my point, Speaker, is the committee's doing exactly what it should do. And when some of the questioning comes out, the government looks, better or worse depending on the issue, but we're not doing like I'm doing now, into full-flight debate and going at each other. That's not what's going on. So the official opposition can't even say the committee's not working right, and therefore we need this other. No. The relevant points of the debate today are, number one, the government's abuse of prorogation has to stop. 2, this House has already been seized of that issue and passed a motion by the member from Toronto Danforth expressing one formula that was sent to the committee. The committee is now having their deliberations, and that's underway. And number 3, this is an absolute waste of an official opposition day, period, let alone the official opposition. Bringing in a motion that calls for a committee to deliver a report due in 6 days from the day we debate it. You know, some might say, well, if it was, the Bloc or the NDP, they don't have the same resources. What they do is not as important as the official opposition. That is the reality of this place. But that's not the case. They do purport to be a government in waiting. Well, we keep waiting to see where the government's going to be. Because it sure isn't in this motion. And it's not around whatever little thinking went into it. And I guess that's really the point. There doesn't seem to have been any thought. It was like, well, we're getting towards the end of the game and we can just slack off. That's what it looks like. It looks like slacking off. Like it's the last day, it doesn't matter. I'll tell you what. Why don't we go push that in there? We'll go debate that for a while. How about it? That's about all there is. Well, at least dinner theater is entertaining, unlike this motion, which isn't even that. It's just a plain waste of time, a waste of this place to talk about a motion to create a committee when we've already got that committee doing the work. And if they wanted to advance the issue of prorogation and have a legitimate reason to speak, and I see you giving me the 1-minute signal, thank you, Speaker, then fine. I would question your priorities at this point, but fine, you're right. But they're right. But do something creative. Bring in something that actually advances the cause rather than just being, so flippant about it. To just take any old motion and don't worry, we'll rant away the last day. It almost seems like it's more important to think about getting out of here than the business at hand. It's still important, just because it's the last day. And therefore, you really the official opposition undermines the importance of going after the government on prorogation for their abuse of it by bringing in something that is so flimsy. Thank you, Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Kamloops, Thompson, Caribou.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And certainly I listen with great interest to the work that's already being done in a standing committee, and I would perhaps like my colleague to talk a little bit about to have an additional committee that's actually doing the same thing, what kind of resources it takes, what kind of staffing it takes. So certainly during these times when we're trying to be very respectful of taxpayers' dollars, could he talk a little bit about what the impact of this particular committee might be?
The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Speaker, and I thank my honourable colleague for the question. There's definitely a cost, and if they're duplicating work, it's a waste. I will say to the honourable member that when special committees do need to be struck, the money really is not the issue. If it's important work that needs to be done, that's why there are budgets to do that work. But in this case, the member's point, I think, is very well taken in that it's a waste. And if I read this, and I'm like the honourable member, struggling to figure out what the thinking is. If I follow this correctly, we're supposed to finish our work, which is the committee, and then after that, this new committee gets struck, and they take our work, and then I got to tell you, I'm not sure what they do. Because our work is meant to be finalize the issue and make recommendations back to the House. So I'm not sure what they do, and in that regard, it's a total waste of money, but it's a waste of time, and I think it's a waste of intellectual opportunity to bring in something like this today. So I agree with the member, it's waste all around.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Scarborough Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, during that period that the member from Hamilton Centre was referring to, I remember I went to a rally in Toronto, downtown at Yonge and Dundas, and I really wanted to participate as a Canadian taxpayer, not a Liberal, not a Conservative, not an NDP, just as a Canadian taxpayer, and express my frustration. But I was disappointed. I was pleased with the people that showed up, Mr. Speaker, young and old and everybody in between. But then, as the rally moved on, it was hijacked. It was hijacked by the NDP. So today, it was hijacked by the NDP. It wasn't a Canadian rally, it was an NDP rally. And I left, Mr. Speaker, because it was not a true expression of all Canadians, but more so politically motivated. So today, I don't know why the member's upset with his motion, because we're trying to enhance what they're supposedly concerned about. How do we address prorogation? So, Mr. Speaker, the NDP can't, I can't use the word speak and chew, or chew and whatever at the same time. You got to get the story straight. We're cooperating to pass the free trade agreement to Colombia. They don't agree. We cooperate to pass crime legislation. They don't agree. They don't agree on anything, Mr. Speaker. No wonder Canadians don't support them.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Well, thank you. I appreciate that detailed, succinct analysis of what's going on here today. I can appreciate that the member's upset. They were hijacked. They're the second party. They're the official opposition. And it was the fourth party, the NDP, that got their motion passed through the House. And that's what they're upset about. So they're trying to regain a little ground. And then the honourable member used the word enhance. I dissected their amendment and their motion line by line, and I defy the official opposition to stand up and show me or anyone else where their motion is an enhancement as opposed to a duplication of the work that's being done.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I don't have the words to tell you how much I appreciate the NDP member's intervention, and his idea of fake motion was also very appropriate. But I'd also like to hear his comments on the fact that the motion was amended, and the last amendment refers to November 1st. Now, isn't that the very next, isn't that the day after Halloween, and doesn't that inspire the member?
For Hamilton Centre.
Well, I will say to the member, he probably found the only way you could manage to get the word inspire into this debate. So I congratulate him on that. Yes, it's the date. And, you know, even the amendment, if I can pick up on the honourable member's comments, even the new date of November the 2nd, I believe, is the actual one. But it's unlikely that our committee will be done their work. And if you follow this nonsensical thinking, it would suggest that once we're done our work, then this new committee picks up and goes from there, and they are responsible to get a report back to us by November 2nd of this year. Well, we're not going to be done by then. And if we were, it would only be by a matter of weeks. It would be virtually impossible for that deadline to be met. So not only do they have a stale-dated delivery date in the original motion, but their new spiffy, spanking new, shiny amendment that's meant to fix everything still doesn't fix it. It reminds me of Mike Harris when he brought in a planning act, and it took 7 further bills to amend each of the mistakes they made in the preceding one. That's what I'm seeing here with these kind of dates moving around that still haven't been thought through.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for an excellent presentation. And I think for people watching today, they would like probably to know or get an update as to what is happening with the committee. And I was interested in knowing when it would report, but the members just indicated that it probably won't be until November. And I guess people may be asking, will it be actually reporting before a possible fall election? I think that's an important thing to consider as well.
The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Speaker, and I thank my colleague for the question. As he well knows, although he hasn't been here in this place a long time, he certainly served in the Manitoba legislature for a better part of 25, 30 years. So the member would take it. It's like when you refer to rank, you always give them a higher one, never a low one. If you're not sure what their rank is, they're a general. So you were there 30 years until I hear different. But the fact remains that he understands how the process works. And of course, we don't know exactly. I just said November. I doubt that we would be finished. And if we were, it would only have been by a few weeks. Whether it would come before or after an election, right now, I'll say to the honourable member that I think the parliamentary secretary made reference to the respect and the way the committee is going. No one's playing any games. We don't know when the election's coming. So at this point, no one's playing any, let's get it done sooner or later to, shaft this party, that party. None of that's going on. At this point, all we're doing is hearing from experts. We're getting close to finishing that. It's the first stage of our work. And then when that's done, then we will begin to deliberate. And the honourable member will know that once you're into deliberations, there's no way to know how long. It's like a jury. You could wrap it up in one day. It could take you a year. You could be majority reports, minority reports. All I know is, in my opinion, I'm the member on there for our party. That committee is working. It's doing the work that's necessary. It will deliver a report, and the rest of this is just nonsense.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for New Westminster Coquitlam.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and my honourable colleague from Hamilton Centre has spoken quite articulately about the lack of substance in this motion, about the shortcomings of this motion, and now I know the honourable member is quite outraged at the act of the House being prorogued at the end of last year, as I was, as many Canadians were. But, Mr. Speaker, I wonder if my honourable colleague can talk about other issues that could help the official opposition that could have been talked about. I know there's many issues that face my riding in New Westminster, Coquitlam, and Port Moody, things like jobs in the economy, or pensions, or the environment, climate change, affordable housing, transit. The list is long. I wonder, Mr. Speaker, if my honourable colleague could comment on, perhaps focusing on any real and substantive issues that aren't already being dealt with, as you have so, as my colleague has already outlined. There's a committee to deal with this. So I wonder if my honourable colleague can comment on that.
There are 45 seconds left for the member for Hamilton Centre.
I didn't hear you, but 45 seconds, I think. Yeah, okay. I figured it was going to be short no matter what. The member's absolutely right, and you could pick any number of issues, as my colleague from Hamilton East Stony Creek did. Pick an issue that matters to any of our constituents. Put together an opposition day motion. I mean, it doesn't take that long if you have to do it at the last minute. It's easy to find issues that are important and bring that forward. But to just do this, that's what's so insulting about this. We have an opportunity. Prorogation and the abuse of it is really important. But as my colleague said, so is healthcare, so is the environment, so are jobs. Those are things that aren't being dealt with in a way that's acceptable right now. The prorogation issue is in committee. We'll have the fights. It's being dealt with in the way it would. Why aren't we dealing with something here that matters that's not being dealt with? There's enough of those issues around.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I'll be splitting my time with the member from Bonavista, Grand Falls, Windsor. Mr. Speaker, this parliamentary session is starting to wind down. It may even be over by tonight. It's quite fractious and it's contentious, and I would submit little was accomplished, with the exception of a raft of mini criminal bills, many of which have been already introduced in previous sessions in Parliament or previous parliaments themselves. This session, of course, was delayed by 6 weeks because the Prime Minister's penchant for prorogation. Whenever the Prime Minister perceives that he's under a political threat, he cancels Parliament. If it was up to this Prime Minister, Parliament would be limited to merely a throne speech decoration and budget rubber stamping. Everything else would go by fiat. In fact, some might say it already does. The parliamentary Westminster system, Mr. Speaker, gives a Prime Minister enormous power. Power to select the executive, power to appoint the judiciary, power to appoint half of the legislature, power to keep his caucus in fear and trembling, plus literally thousands of other order and council appointments, and a whole array of administrative and quasi-judicial bodies. But this isn't enough for this particular Prime Minister. This Prime Minister's repetitive resort to the use of prorogation got Canadians very upset. It was a gross political miscalculation, and Canadians let him know it in no uncertain terms. They expect their democracy to function here in this chamber and have their MPs heard on the issues of the day, so that the people that they were elected to represent them were muzzled, they were shut up, they were sidelined by the unilateral actions and the high-handedness of this Prime Minister. They were so outraged that they held huge rallies on the Hill and elsewhere and started a Facebook site which instantly grew to over 200,000 users. Emails and letters were flying back and forth between MPs' offices and outraged citizens, and government MPs were accosted on a regular basis for shutting down Parliament and their participation in it. But what is it, Mr. Speaker, that motivates this Prime Minister to shut down Parliament twice in 12 months? I submit, Mr. Speaker, that this Prime Minister in particular, and like no other, cannot stand dissent or disagreement, no matter how respectful. He's a command and control Prime Minister like no other. He brooks no backtalk from anyone, let alone those pesky, know-nothing MPs who ask rude and impertinent questions. Those who demand transparency and accountability get nothing but stonewalling. It was nothing less than a historic ruling from you, Mr. Speaker, that reminded this Prime Minister that Parliament is supreme and that this government must bow to the will of Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I submit that there's a pattern here. It's not just the all-too frequent resort to prorogation, and it's not just the powerful ruling of you, Mr. Speaker. It is the systematic shutting down of voices of dissent. In February, we learned that Kairos, after a 30-year funding relationship with the Government of Canada, was terminated. And this, Mr. Speaker, spread apart from all of the various parties, a Conservative government and Liberal governments. After 30 years of good work by some of the most dedicated and sincere people that you would ever want to meet, it was shut down. Kairos, Mr. Speaker, is made up of the Anglican Church, the Christian Reformed, the Presbyterians, the Evangelical Lutherans, United Church, Catholics, Quakers, Mennonites, pretty well the entire spectrum of the Christian community. But it wasn't enough just to defund the Kairos organization, Mr. Speaker. They also said, well, and you're a bunch of anti-Semites at the same time. So, Mr. Speaker, if you can shut down Parliament on a whim, defy the conventions of Parliament until a Speaker rules, makes a historic ruling, shutting down Canada's Christian churches is a mere nothing. 30 years of faithful service dismissed with a phone call in the night. Why, Mr. Speaker? Because they dared speak truth to power. Chill, kill any voice of dissent, Mr. Speaker. This is some democracy. But Kairos is neither the first nor the last. Rights and Democracy is an entity created by Parliament 22 years ago. It's developed an enviable international reputation. Here, the pattern was to destabilize the board, and after a number of confrontations between the board and the staff signed a mass letter of protest against the board. Regardless of how it turns out, and regardless of the findings of the committee of this House after its inquiry, its reputation will have to be rebuilt. At this point, its reputation is destroyed, and it's lost its hard-won international credibility. Oh, and by the way, Mr. Speaker, they are also a bunch of anti-Semites. Do you see a pattern here, Mr. Speaker? Parliament, shut down Parliament, have a Speaker force a ruling, dismiss Canada's churches, Rights and Democracy, a well-respected international organization, and shut it down as well by destabilization. My colleagues from the member from York Centre and the member from Winnipeg South Centre hosted a meeting last Monday here on Parliament Hill, Mr. Speaker, and 17 organizations that have been defunded or are on their way to being defunded came to Parliament Hill to tell their story. They included the Assembly of First Nations, Council for International Cooperation, Canadian Council on Learning, the Canadian Council on Social Development, Oxfam, and a whole host of others who came to tell their story, Mr. Speaker. And what was interesting when I listened to their stories was that they didn't realize that all of the others were being defunded at the same time. That there was, in fact, a pattern here, Mr. Speaker, that any voice that disagrees with this government, no matter how muted, no matter how respectful, gets shut down. I'm sorry, after 5 years or 10 years or 15 years or 20 years of a relationship where they spoke into the marketplace of ideas, we no longer wish to hear from you. Each group had its story, and each group was either chilled and stilled or on its way to being chilled and stilled. Even those who do not receive funding from the government or whose funding is still secure were shocked by the extensive and pervasive pattern of the government to shut down the voices of dissent. Democracy suffers, Mr. Speaker, when those who have a different view are prevented from speaking. A friend sent me a note, and he expressed himself far more eloquently than can I. Canadians value greatly our open and democratic society, believe in the importance of human rights, including the right to free expression and the value of ensuring a diversity of views and perspectives in public debate. The government should act on its responsibility to promote effective policy debate and to cease and desist its active attacks, threats, and defunding campaigns to silent critics in civil society or in public service who are acting in good faith, consistent with their mandates to create a healthy democracy and protect human rights. But it gets worse, Mr. Speaker. The Canadian Council for International Cooperation represents over 100 NGOs. It's possibly the most respected research and advocacy organization in Canada. It too is awaiting the dreaded midnight phone call after 42 years of human rights work, and it will be down the drain. So, Mr. Speaker, you can shut down Parliament, Kairos, CCIC, Rights and Democracy. They're mere nothing. But I'd end by quoting Martin Niemöller, who famously said, "They came first for the communists, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a communist. Then they came for the trade unionists, and I didn't speak up because I'm not a trade unionist. Then they came for the Jews, and I didn't speak up because I wasn't a Jew. Then they came for me, and there was no time, there was no one left to speak up." So chill, kill, and still, Mr. Speaker. That's the pattern of this government. We are going backwards in this democracy, Mr. Speaker, and this past 6 months is a backward steps for the freedom to speak in our democracy and to talk and to have our voice heard, Mr. Speaker. This is a pattern, and it's a pattern that's a regrettable pattern, and it's a pattern that must stop. Thank you.
Questions and comments, questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Well, I serve with this member on the Finance Committee, and I have a great deal of respect for him, but I'm absolutely astounded by some of the remarks in his speech here today. I mean, the fact is he was here in the House, as I was, when Parliament was prorogued in the past by the Liberal government, when there was a full slate of bills on the order paper, when Prime Minister Chrétien and Prime Minister Chrétien prorogued twice when I was in opposition. I didn't hear any complaints from the member at that time. In terms of dissent, I mean, it's interesting the member equates not funding an organization with not allowing that organization to speak. Organization has every right to speak, has every right to raise funds, as groups like Results Canada does, which I know he and I both respect. With respect to funding, though, the member is constantly telling me how, in fact, we should be spending less as a government. So if he doesn't think that cuts to those certain groups should have been made, I'd like the member to stand in this place and to state explicitly where he or where the Liberal Party believes this government should actually cut funding instead of funding to the groups that he's outlined. And I'd like the member to address in terms of dissent, this Prime Minister actually appointed to our most important foreign post as a member of a centre-right government, appointed perhaps the most successful centre-left politician in this country at the provincial level, Gary Doer, to represent us in Washington. If that's not an example of a Prime Minister reaching across the ideological aisle to ensure that we're well represented as Canadians, I don't know what is. I'd like the member to comment on those things and perhaps retract some of those outlandish statements he made in his speech here today.
The honourable member for Scarborough-Guildwood.
I too, as the honourable member has said, serve on the Finance Committee with him, and I do respect his work, and it is one of the functioning committees, which I guess speaks to the point, because for the last 6 months, Mr. Speaker, the government has adopted a slash and burn attitude towards a lot of the committees and made them dysfunctional, and that too is part of shutting down the voices. The honourable member and I have a great deal of time and respect for the Parliamentary Budget Officer, but he has come before our committee and he has said, I am not getting any cooperation from this government, and I therefore cannot offer impartial and accurate advice to our committee. And in terms of shutting down voices, Mr. Speaker, there's Linda Keane, Canadian Nuclear Association, Adrian Messner, Canadian Wheat Board, Yves Le Bataillé, President of the Law Commission, Andrea Okeltouch, Geological Survey of Canada, Alan Amory, President of the Canada Emission Reduction. I can go on for quite a list of people, Mr. Speaker, all of whom have been silenced by this government, and it is a chill on dissent in this country.
Questions and comments. The honourable member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Well, I'm glad the member raises the Parliamentary Budget Officer, because I think if the member will check the record of the Finance Committee, there has not been a person who's appeared before our committee more often, since certainly I've been on that committee in the last 2 years, than that very Parliamentary Budget Officer. In fact, in the last supplementary estimates, the member will know the funding was increased for the Parliamentary Budget Officer, but the member will also know that with respect to his reporting is all done online. People can, in fact, check that out for themselves, Canadians, parliamentarians, or whoever. But, in fact, voices that have at times been critical of this government, and, in fact, appointments that have been made by this government are very welcome to come to committee. There has never been a refusal by any Conservative member on the Finance Committee whenever a request from the opposition was made for the Parliamentary Budget Officer to come forward. Mr. Speaker, the fact what the image that the member is portraying is so fundamentally wrong. And what I like to tell Canadians back home, I like to use hockey analogies. The reality is, as a minority government, you're basically shorthanded for 60 minutes. Every once in a while, you like to get a breakaway and hopefully score a goal. But the reality is, to get anything done in committee, the member knows that the opposition always outweighs the government on any single vote. We have to cross the aisle to get anything done.
I had to stop the member there because there is only 30 seconds left to respond.
Well, Mr. Speaker, there's no doubt but that the Parliamentary Budget Officer has come to the committee and come freely. He's been invited many times. But his point in each and every occasion that he comes to the committee is, I am not getting cooperation from the Department of Finance. I am not getting cooperation from the Government of Canada. Therefore, I am limited in the report that I can make to our committee and therefore to this Parliament. That is the point that the Parliamentary Budget Officer continues to make. So, I don't quite understand why that is not, if you will, one of the more fundamental ways in which the alternative voice to the government is in fact being shut down.
I'll just have to stop the member there. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it is indeed an honour to be standing here on this particular issue. I'm inspired to stand here to debate on this issue and to bring some discussion to this issue about prorogation itself, because I'm concerned about the execution of this in the past, and I'm deeply worried about how I feel that this Parliament should behave, and certainly with the supremacy of Parliament, that as a parliamentarian, I think I should defend it. It is upon me my responsibility to defend the institutions that we bring laws in here, and we certainly feel that the supremacy of Parliament is a place that we all should behave. So that way that any divisive issue, any issue that is used as a wedge to find ourselves gaining better poll positions, or certainly as to gain political points, should not be used through this particular procedure. Certainly, when you look at this, the prorogation has certainly become a hot issue over the past 6 months, certainly, and well, actually over the past 2 years. The first time it happened, it seemed to slip under the radar somewhat. Then the second time it happened, the execution of it, at least they thought the execution of it was so silky smooth that they thought that they were going to actually get away from it. And that the general public would actually forget over time. But we found ourselves in a grassroots campaign, compliments for the most part of social networking on the internet, that brought this issue to the fore. And we felt, finally, that the people of this country and finally the government recognized that the people of this country do recognize the importance of their democratic institutions. And primarily, of course, that would be in this particular situation when it comes to prorogation. So I am glad that this motion is here today, and I'm glad that we are going through this procedure to do so. So in the meantime, we find ourselves right now at least trying to battle and trying to defend the institutions of Parliament to the point where sometimes we get bogged down in the minutiae of day-to-day mudslinging, certainly when it comes to question period. And I hope that the decorum will come back to the House so that we can show to the people that we are making a concerted effort to make this a true democratic institution. My goodness, if we tried that, we'd be heroes all. I think we would be. And in that particular situation, I want to point out some of the comments that have been made by the latest round of prorogation, because what ends up happening is that if you use a situation of prorogation, and I don't even have to explain it anymore, because now everybody knows what prorogation is. Unfortunately, they know prorogation from the way that we have been abusing it. And that in itself is certainly sad when it comes to this particular House of Commons that we hold in such high esteem. Nelson Wiseman, who's a professor and an esteemed one at that, and we rely on his opinions quite a bit around here, and he talks about responding to public revulsion. The Director of Communications for the Minister of Finance rhetorically asked in the Hill Times, quote, "Where was the outrage toward the previous 104 instances of prorogation?" Well, he goes on to say the answer is simple. No Prime Minister has so abused the power to prorogue. Harper's former Chief of Staff, Tom Flanagan, understood the obvious.
Order. Order. Sorry, just the honourable member cannot name members of the chamber even when he's using a quote.
Forgive me. It's late in the season. I get a little carried away when it comes to defending the House of Commons, unfortunately. Ah, yes. Anyway, I see I've created quite a bit of excitement across the way. I would like to point out something else to them, because in this particular situation, another certain Professor Andrew Hurd also had these points about prorogation itself and how we must be careful and that we don't abuse the system. There is little guidance to be had from historic precedent, as no Prime Minister in Canada has asked for prorogation in the face of an almost certain defeat on a confidence vote. Prorogation is normally granted after many months of parliamentary business have elapsed. In 1988, Parliament was prorogued after only 11 sitting days. Prorogation came after only 14 calendar days and 12 sitting days in the first session after 1930 federal election. In both 1988 and 1930, however, the government had a solid majority in the House of Commons, and there was no question that prorogation would permit the government to avoid defeat. So basically what he's saying is this: the precedents that some people will cite that happened before, quickly thereafter, was not a question of government survival because the majority was in place. Aha, wasn't the case this time. So now we find ourselves in a situation we could be abusing the system only for the sake of political survival. In this last particular situation, it was certainly perverse in the way it was used because they wanted to avoid one small particular issue with Afghan detainees. But I would caution everybody in this House not to use the methods within this House to defeat the purposes of the supremacy of Parliament. I remember just a short time ago, we brought in a motion to say that we did not agree with reforms to NAFO, the North Atlantic Fisheries Organization. And in it, there was a vote in the House that said we don't agree. We don't agree what they're doing in NAFO. We don't agree with the agreement that was struck in Europe with many other countries regarding the health of fish stocks off our coast, particularly the East Coast. Now, the vote said we didn't agree with it, but yet the very next day the government ratified, they just ratified the agreement, defying the order or defying the opinion of the House. Now, you might cite precedents where that has happened before, but let us go back for just a few more years and talk about 2006. Let's talk about and I say this with the utmost respect, let's talk about the document that was produced called Stand Up for Canada. Now, Mr. Speaker, as a man who's 5'4", I certainly appreciate the respect that you can get when you're trying to stand up in this particular House. But when you stand up and say that they will honor bring every international agreement within the confines of this House to debate and to cast a vote, that tells you that they must respect Parliament, or at least that was the intention. Well, they didn't even bring it in the House. We had to bring this particular situation, this particular agreement into the House to debate. We voted, we didn't like it, and the next day, in defiance of that opinion, it was signed, ratified, as the term goes. Just an aside. Bradley Miller, assistant professor, University of Western Ontario, made a good point about prorogation. Prorogation is a regular event in the parliamentary cycle, but until the occasion had always come to the end of a legislative session, that is, when the government decided that its legislative agenda was complete, there is no Canadian precedent establishing that the Governor-General has the power to grant prorogation in these circumstances. It is, however, arguable that the power to refuse dissolution ought to extend to the power to refuse prorogation. Now, it is argued that one of the rationales for the power to refuse to grant dissolution provides that check on the government in this particular situation. So, I would say, according to his words, that we have to respect the idea, and the Governor-General has to take a greater role in the future so that the dissolution, or in this case, prorogation, is not being abused by the levels of government, because that power is vested within the Crown. And therefore, we must seriously consider that. Eric Adams, another highly esteemed professor, the specific power to prorogue Parliament is unmentioned in the Constitution, but it was well understood by the framers to fall within the prerogative of the Crown, as I've just mentioned. Prorogation, Blackstone stated and explained that prorogation is the continuance of the Parliament from one session to another, as an adjournment is the continuation of the session from day to day. Now, that's a good point, because we don't stand here and try to interrupt a daily session just because it's not going well. There are times we're just not performing up to par. And I use that term rather lightly, as you can well understand. But we don't use that power to shut down for a particular day, so why should we shut this down for a particular session? They talked about the fact that we're holding up legislation, but yet, at the very same time, they prorogued Parliament, killing 37 bills, the vast majority which were promises that they made in successive campaigns. Now, I ask you, once again, they thought that the execution was so silky smooth that it was actually going to work. And then the grassroots decided, I don't think so. So I agree that this committee should be struck, and I agree that we should expedite the process by which we get to the bottom of prorogation and deal with it with the recommendations that we bring. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Edmonton-Leduc.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank the member for his comments. I do just want to ask him a few questions. First of all, if the actions of the Prime Minister and this government were so egregious to him as he outlined, why did his party not stand fully and squarely impose us in terms of our throne speech, in terms of our budget of this year? One of the things he talked about, the Afghanistan issue, can he explain why the Liberals who said during the months of January and February the Afghanistan Committee would not reconvene, why it was reconvened? In fact, it was the first committee to reconvene after Parliament returned in March. Can he explain why that happened? Can he also explain, with respect to the other issue, in terms of, why has the Liberal Party, if they believe that this government is so egregious, it is a minority government, why has it continued this government to operate? And perhaps he can explain the situation surrounding the refugee reform bill, where our minister and our government thought we had the support of the Liberals on that after accepting 80% of their amendments, but instead they sort of had to change their position. So we, in fact, work with the Black Quebecois and with the NDP, and we appreciate their support for that bill. Can he address all those issues for me here this afternoon?
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
If the Honourable Member checks the record, he will see that regarding those issues, I did vote against it at that time with great conviction. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elmwood, Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his comments. And the fact of the matter is, just to follow up from based on the government member's question, the fact of the matter is, if, as he said, why is the Liberal members, why do the Liberal members, if they disagree with the government's program so much, why do they continue to keep them in power by holding enough of their members out in terms of these crucial budget votes? Like, why do they keep essentially voting with the Conservatives almost 100 times already?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, I just mentioned that I didn't vote for them, but I find, there was a speech earlier by one of his colleagues, and he talked about fake legs, fake motions. I would add a third one, fake indignation. That's exactly the word we're looking for. I remember last fall. Now, let's everyone cast our memories back to last fall for just one moment. We put this motion in the House where we expressed consent. We asked for consent from this House. We just don't like the way the government direction is going. We ask you to show no faith in this particular government. We ask you to show no confidence in this government, and therefore the vote was had. They, of course, supported themselves. We decided we had no confidence in the government. The Bloc decided they, too, had no confidence in the government. And here's the best part. Here's the punchline. Are you waiting for this one? At the very end, when the vote was for no confidence, this proverbial tumbleweed just ran right through the House of Commons, and we were waiting. And you know what the new expression became? There's an APB on the NDP. For goodness sake, where did they go? And we looked and we cast across the way, and all of a sudden, we could not find them. All of a sudden, the strength, the backbone by which they stood there against this government collapsed. An entire team of paleontologists stood outside this room looking for this particular species that lost their backbone so quickly they had created a whole new class of invertebrate. A whole new class of invertebrate. Unbelievable. And it just went right before our eyes. So I ask you, fake leg, maybe fake motion, don't think so, but there's the fake indignation that we always get, and it's about time they're called on it.
Bravo. Questions and comments? The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga. Very short question, please.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. When I first saw this motion, I thought maybe there had been a huge mistake, because it's asking for a special committee of the House to be established to undertake an immediate study of all relevant issues pertaining to prorogation. Well, Mr. Speaker, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has been studying this for the last number of weeks, if not months. And the colleagues, his own members are on there. The Deputy Whip, the Deputy House Leader are all on that committee. And then to ask for a report by June 23, how realistic, how seriously should we be taking this motion with those kinds of blatant errors right in this motion, Mr. Speaker?
The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
The honourable colleague, I thank you for his question. You may want to check up on the latest amendment, because we're talking about November right now. I do want to say to him, however, it's like in this House, what bothers me is that for the sake of I mentioned faked indignation, my goodness, let's talk about the fact that we should be raising the bar here. This particular situation requires that the expediency of the process, and therefore what this motion does is that we get to this quicker, we get to the bottom of it, and therefore this issue is one that is sincere with prorogation. I'm sure you know what I'm talking about. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Before turning to the remarks that I've prepared, I just have to offer a brief editorial comment on what just transpired there. The novelty of watching a Liberal member attack the New Democrats for lack of backbone, given in this Parliament, the voting records of the two parties and the level of consistency, or indeed of ability to turn up 4 votes in the House on a basis. The fact is that one part of those parties has been consistent, and one has been, well, quite honestly, has been very hard to figure out what exactly they stand for. And I think anybody other than the member would have no trouble distinguishing which of the two parties actually has had a backbone in this place. I want to pick up where my colleague, the parliamentary secretary to the House Leader, left off. He had quite a bit, I think, of fun dealing with the fact that the motion proposed by the Liberals today is so obviously, indeed comically, redundant. I won't go through all the things he pointed to, but the fact that it's a motion, at least in its unamended form, calling for a deadline and report back to the House 6 days from now, that it deals with subject matter which has been looked at extensively by a sitting committee, and that it seems to have been put forward without any actual rereading of its content and the datedness of its content by the Liberal House Leader who put it forward. But I want to take some time today to talk about the rest of the Liberal motion, because it does contain, it's a very lengthy motion, and it contains, in addition to a call for a new special committee reporting back on the 23rd of June, adjusted to the 2nd of November, it also calls for particular attention to be devoted to a proposal put forward several months ago by the Liberal leader. And I'll come back to that in a second. But in looking at that, the first thought that occurs to me here is, when it comes to putting forward a motion on this subject and trying to, I guess, claim leadership on the issue, I think a candid observer would say that the horse has really left the barn on this one. The House did vote way back on March the 17th on a motion put forward by the leader of the New Democratic Party, the member for Toronto Danforth, on this very subject. And I'll actually read the wording of the motion. That in the opinion of the House, the Prime Minister shall not advise the Governor-General to prorogue any session of any Parliament for longer than 7 calendar days without a specific resolution of this House of Commons to support such prorogation. And just to be clear about this, I actually voted against this motion. The record will reflect that. But just to be clear about it, it actually passed 139 votes to 135. And that includes a good number of Liberals. So I'm a bit at a loss as to why, having dealt with this matter, the subject matter in this way, a different and really, if you get into the meat of it, a contradictory motion would then come forward. Because as I say, this isn't just about a motion about studying prorogation, it's studying it and taking into account and giving special privileged place to another motion which could have been brought forward by the Liberals, but they chose not to bring forward. That is a vexed question, Mr. Speaker. But it does point out something I think interesting, which is on the first available opportunity to deal with this issue, the New Democrats, their very first opposition day, brought it forward. But the Liberals, on their very last opposition day, are bringing it forward, and one can't help but think that they just didn't have anything else in their quiver they could haul out. And in an act of, I guess, desperation or just absent-mindedness, they reached in and pulled this out and produced it to deal with an issue which, at the very least, wouldn't involve them taking a position on anything new. So that's just, I think that's a fair comment, although it may seem a little tough. There's a second problem here, I think, which is the presupposition that the Liberal leader's proposal is one that ought to be privileged, put ahead of others. Remember, this is a series of proposals that he developed prior to the hearings that have taken place in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. But we ought now to take this and essentially take his proposals and use them to supersede all the information that has been gathered by all the parties in that committee. I might just take a moment to read what it is that is in the meat of this motion. So, again, a special committee is called for to engage in a study, and then, now I quote, that as a part of this study, the committee take into account the specific proposals for new rules pertaining to prorogation offered by the Leader of the Opposition, including A, a requirement for the Prime Minister to give Parliament written notice in advance of any request to prorogue, together with his or her reasons therefor. B, a requirement that there be a debate in the House of Commons after any such notice is given, but before any request for prorogation is made. C, a requirement that the express consent of the House of Commons be obtained by the conclusion of any such debate if 1, fewer than 12 months have passed since the last speech from the throne, 2, the requested prorogation is for a period of more than 30 days, or 3, an issue of confidence is outstanding before the House, and D, a provision that allows committees of Parliament to continue to function during any prorogation. So that's the substance of it. Well, the two things strike me about this. One is we've been engaged in a lengthy study for several months now in the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, and as the member for Hamilton Centre has observed, it's been a very fruitful discussion. This effectively says, let's reset the clock to the Leader of the Opposition's proposals as if we hadn't moved beyond that point through the work of members of all parties and of many Canadian constitutional experts coming forward and presenting thoughts on the various aspects and considerations to be taken into account in prorogation. That's the first thing. Secondly, the people who have been submitting testimony to this committee, and they are some very impressive individuals, I'll name some of them in a moment, they have taken the time to go back and examine the various proposals that have been put forward, both the Leader of the Opposition's proposal, the one that was actually passed in the House of Commons in March, and others that were bruited at the time of or mooted, I should say, at the time that the prorogation was actually underway and in its aftermath, and have come back with comments on these things. So there's already a considerable body of commentary on what the Liberal leader has proposed, and some, I think, pretty fair criticisms of it. All of this is ignored, and the fairly arrogant assertion is made that we ought to reset the clock and go back and take these ex cathedra pronouncements of the Liberal leader as being not merely our starting point, but as our presupposed finishing point, something that I think speaks, well, very strongly to arrogance. The preordained conclusions are certainly one thing to think about. I want to turn now to the proposed special committee and the amendment that was rushed through by the Liberal deputy leader, I think, after the Liberals realized that they had goofed in putting this motion forward. And what she said, proposed, was several things. First of all, there'd be a delay of the date to November, November the 2nd. Obviously, June the 23rd is just preposterous. But November the 2nd is, as again my colleague from Hamilton Centre has noted, itself a problematic date in that it is conceivable that our committee will not have reported back by that time. If it has reported back by that time, the report is likely to have been done so freshly that there would not be time to create the new committee, have it engage in any work at all, other than, I suppose, to agree to adopt the testimony of the previous committee into its records. So you would have essentially a make-believe committee, or certainly an extraneous committee, producing a report after really no consideration whatsoever. There's a second interesting possibility. Perhaps given the short timeline, this isn't such a danger, but if this committee actually were to meet and had enough time to conduct its own hearings all over again, the possibility exists. In fact, I think the possibility is highly likely that the committee would come to some different conclusions, unless it simply produces a report to the House that says, we endorse everything the last committee said. Maybe they can just have a report that just says what he said. Or ditto, yes, about the previous committee, the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs. But assuming that this doesn't happen, assuming that it's a different set of recommendations, you've now got a problem. The House is now faced with not one, but two committees which have, although perhaps different cross-sections, have both got a majority of their membership reporting back with two different sets of conclusions. And to the degree they're different, they're necessarily in conflict. Now, what do? Do we adopt one? Do we adopt the other? I'm not sure how one would engage in a concurrence debate in the House. It would certainly be interesting to deal with that. But it's hard to see how this improves anything. Finally, just as a last point here, I'll just note that in her haste to put together some amendment, any amendment, to make it appear that the Liberals actually have some kind of plan here at all, other than simply to avoid talking about any actual issue or introduce any actual policy proposal, the Liberal Deputy House Leader produced a proposal for a committee which will have 11 members, instead of the normal 12 that are assigned for special committees. And this was as the result of a negotiation that took place between all the House leaders at which she was present. We would always have 12 members for our special committees, and the reason for that was to ensure that you would not find the situation in which, if it's chaired by an opposition member, you'd wind up getting tie votes between the government members and the opposition members. That's not an accurate reflection of the actual makeup of the House. But in their haste to put this together, she seems to have overlooked that point, and I think it just once again points to the panic that the Liberals were in as they pulled together this amendment to their own motion. So let me talk now a little bit about the experts we've heard from. They are a very impressive cross-section of Canadian academia and the constitutional experts who have dealt with this problem and the surrounding issues dealing with Canada's unwritten constitution, that part of the constitution which we've inherited from Great Britain, the powers of the Governor-General, the conventions regarding the advice that is given to the Governor-General by the Prime Minister, and the conventions regarding where else the Governor-General can turn, not for advice in the formal sense. Advice means effectively instruction in the formal constitutional sense, but rather for other opinions and perspectives. And this includes people who have served as advisors to Her Excellency and Her Excellency's predecessors on various related issues in the past. For example, we've heard from Patrick Monahan, a very distinguished scholar who has advised Her Excellency in the past. Peter Russell, emeritus professor who likewise has served as a vice-regal advisor. We heard from Nelson Wiseman, who has written extensively on these matters, from Thomas Hall, a former clerk of the House, who had some I think very insightful comments, Bradley Miller, who presented to us just 2 days ago, and who has written on the specific issue of conventions, that is the unwritten but generally accepted rules that govern us under the Westminster system. Andrew Hurd talked to us, and we could go on. I'll note that as recently as last week, we came to an agreement to invite Professor HoC to come back and testify before us. Inevitably, that is going to be this autumn. And Professor HoC has also been an advisor to the Governor-General and is one of Canada's leading constitutional authorities. So as early as last week, the presupposition from the Liberals was that this committee would be meeting and continuing its hearings in the autumn. Its hearings. We won't have gotten to the point where we sit down, collate the information, and try to actually produce the report. We would still be conducting hearings in the autumn. As befits any hearings into as serious a matter as this, they cannot be done quickly or easily. I should say as technically complicated a matter as this. So all of these factors show, number one, that good work is being done by the current committee, and therefore there's no need to supersede it. Secondly, that it is just silly to talk about superseding it or replacing it. And thirdly, I think they speak to the main theme that I'm addressing today, which is just the disorganization, the confusion of the Liberals, who I think, although they may not have thought it themselves overtly, I think in their heart of hearts are starting to come to the conclusion that they really are no longer the natural governing party of Canada, a country that is capable, a party that is capable of governing a country. They are really an opposition party that just opposes for the sake of generating attention to themselves. And they've done this without, unfortunately, having taken the steps that are necessary to be an effective opposition at the level of ideas. I think there is a role for parties that are in opposition that don't have a realistic expectation of forming a government. And I myself was a member of such a party back in the early days of the Reform Party, when we did not think we would be forming the government in the immediate point in the future, but we did believe that we could intelligently and effectively advocate ideas. They haven't quite mastered that yet. I would suggest there's a long history of the CCF they could examine that might guide them in this matter. I would suggest they start with comprehensible proposals like the one that the leader of the NDP moved back in March, rather than incomprehensible ones such as the one the opposition leader moved. That they actually develop ideas, they stick to those ideas consistently, and then perhaps they could serve that role. If they want to be a party that demonstrates they're capable of governing, which is a legitimate role that they had in the past, then I think they just have to start showing that they can conduct themselves in a business-like manner, and they certainly have demonstrated quite the opposite here. With those comments, Mr. Speaker, I'll now turn the floor over and wait for any questions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to my colleagues' comments. I know he's somebody who takes these kind of issues very seriously and reads and is informed on a lot of issues constitutional. I want to reference, he mentioned Nelson Wiseman, I think perhaps as having been a witness at the committee that he attends. Mr. Wiseman at the University of Toronto has said that no Canadian Prime Minister has abused the prorogation power to the extent that the current Prime Minister has. He quotes Canada's preeminent parliamentary expert, Senator Eugene Forsey, as having said, quote, "An unwanted and uncalled for prorogation is a usurpation of the rights of the House of Commons, a travesty of democracy, and a subversion of the Constitution. Prorogation is more than mere delay, for it prevents the House from voting, holding the government to account, and possibly bringing it down," end quote. I want to ask my colleague if he agrees with that quote, and also ask him if he believes the Prime Minister was right to prorogue Parliament this year.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I think the word that my honourable colleague was looking for was actually usurpation. He's referencing, there's Nelson Wiseman referencing Eugene Forsey. Eugene Forsey was speaking, I think, hypothetically about prorogation. He dealt in more concrete detail with a separate issue and an abuse of prime ministerial power, which really did take place in 1926 when the Prime Minister of the day, Mackenzie King, sought to avoid dealing with a crisis in the House by seeking an election, a dissolution, a somewhat different situation. With regard to the Prime Minister's use of prorogation, there were really two prorogations actually here. There's the one that took place, of course, in the end of 2008 that resulted in a new throne speech in early 2009. Then there was the later prorogation that took place in December 30th, 2009, resulting in a throne speech earlier this year in March. Yes, I do think both those uses of prorogation were legitimate, and I want to point out to my honourable colleague that he thinks they're legitimate too. He may speak against them, but the fact is that he and his party had the chance to demonstrate that their lack of confidence in a government that would use prorogation in the manner it was used by voting non-confidence in the government and forcing an election at that time. They didn't do that. It was always an option. It is always an option at the end of any prorogation in a minority parliament. And I would simply point out that, in fact, they support the government when the rubber hits the road. And they, in fact, think this is a legitimate use of prorogation too. If they didn't, we would have had an election on not one but two occasions. Thank you.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And I've enjoyed listening to the comments of my colleague from Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox, and Addington, who, as he has said, sits on the committee where we're dealing with prorogation. And you can also see where we completely disagree on some fundamentals about prorogation. But on the process, I believe we are like-minded. And I want to ask this member, there's been other comments from other members, I'd like to ask the honourable member if he can recall even one occasion when the Liberal members of the committee expressed any kind of concern whatsoever that the work we were doing wasn't adequate, it wasn't fulsome, the mandate wasn't big enough, the committee's not working. Does he recall any comments at all from the Liberals about the conduct and the ongoing business of the committee already seized with the issue of prorogation?
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Well, the short answer is no, but I, of course, don't want to stop there. I want to point out that the Liberals have been participating, like all of us. It's actually been a very useful, fruitful discussion. Not only have the members been working in a very cooperative manner, but the academic experts who've been involved have been reading the testimony committee and coming back and commenting on it. We've invited experts who've come before us to continue to submit written submissions. They've been doing so, and that is all indicating that the work of the committee is very sound indeed. I'd encourage anybody to read the work of the committee. I do want to point out one interesting thing, though. My honourable colleague might have actually missed this comment made at about 11:16 this morning by the well, actually, he didn't. It was an answer to a question he'd asked by the Liberal House leader. She's not concerned, she says, that the work of the committee is too broad, or is not broad enough, rather. On the contrary, the problem is it's too broad. And she says the work that the committee has done is it deals only with an aspect of the prorogation. It does not deal at all with the other aspects of the Liberal motion The pre-existing Liberal motion, the one that the Leader of the Opposition put forward, essentially, we have a preordained conclusion we'd like to arrive at, and you guys are wandering away from it. That's why I read that, the whole motion there. You're wandering away from our preordained conclusion, based on, heaven forbid, expert testimony. We'd like to drag you back to that. But I think that is actually the fundamental problem with this motion.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Mississauga South.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. For my constituents, Mr. Speaker, the issue of accountability is the principal issue in it. There is this view that the government has used the prorogation instrument, in fact, to duck accountability. And as a further example, Mr. Speaker, in my own committee, the Ethics Committee, we have a situation where persons have been summoned to appear before committee on actual summons because they refuse to appear on invitation. And the government has put forward in a ministerial statement that ministers are accountable and should be answerable, and therefore will appear at committees in place of those people. But you know, Mr. Speaker, when the law clerk appeared before our committee yesterday, he made it very clear that on matters of policy, that's correct. Sometimes on matters of administration. But when it comes, Mr. Speaker, to accountability of persons and this government, and to duck accountability, when some person other than a minister is involved in an allegation of wrongdoing of the laws, that is the person that the person who the committee has to see, Mr. Speaker, because they're the only ones who will know the facts, the only ones that will be able to help the committee do its work.
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I had the honour of sitting as a member of the Ethics Committee under this member's chairmanship in the summer of 2008 when they had special hearings into the in-and-out scandal. The in-and-out scandal, a scandal of profound proportions, one that was going to destroy Canadian democracy because the Conservative Party had illegally spent over its limit. And they wanted to bring forward witnesses. Witnesses were abused. This chairman refused to allow any witness from the Conservative side to come forward, anybody suggested by the Conservatives, but allowed every single person on the Liberal list. He, as far as I could see, certainly stretched the rules to the breaking point. And then, as it turns out, in court, of course, the Conservative Party was found, a real court, not the kangaroo court he was conducting. The Conservative Party was found not only to be cleared, but in fact costs were awarded to it from the Elections Canada side that is involved in the litigation against the Conservative Party. So the point I want to make, Mr. Speaker, in responding to this member is I sat on those meetings, and if anybody wants to find out what I think of this chairman's role in chairing that committee, it's a matter of public record. I encourage you to look at the answers.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Oshawa, short question, please.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair, and I wanted to thank the member for not only his excellent speech, but how he's been answering the question. He's been very clear, and his knowledge is always something that adds to these debates, so I want to take this opportunity to thank him. But also, is there any situations in the past, historically, perhaps with the Liberal Party, where there was a prorogation used that he might want to bring forward and explain the relevance to the House?
The Honourable Member for Lanark, Frontenac, Lennox and Addington, a short answer, please.
Well, I think the reference is to being made here to a couple of prorogations made by the former Prime Minister, Jean Chrétien, when he prorogued the House. I can't remember the exact dates, but certainly prorogued it in order to achieve other policy goals. The fact is that prorogation in this country has evolved in a somewhat different direction from the way it's evolved in some other Commonwealth countries. That doesn't make our system or our use of it better or worse. It's very healthy to have a discussion thereof and to determine what the conventions ought to be here as opposed to elsewhere. I'll just make the obvious point. This is always prorogation in the context of minority governments. Prorogation we're talking about in the context of, for example, an ethics committee that wants to continue operating during the summer months and so on, where the goal is to drag in government members or supporters and humiliate and embarrass them and ask them atrocious questions, deny them of all normal procedural restraints. This never occurs in a majority government. It never was faced by any of those previous majority governments under Prime Ministers Chrétien, Trudeau, etc., because they were effectively elected dictators. They controlled the committees. So I think we should just keep perspective here that the abuse of power that has existed in the past, Liberals, and I'm willing to concede Conservatives as well, has taken place normally in the context of majorities. In this case, the tyranny of the majority is being exercised by opposition committees led, in some cases, by members who are present in the House at this very moment.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I'm pleased to have the opportunity to speak to this issue. Now, prorogation became a bit of a household word in Canada this year. It wasn't a term that was familiar to a great many Canadians, but this year it became familiar to Canadians. They made a point of understanding what was going on. The colleague who just spoke said that we've had 2 prorogations the last 2 years. In fact, we've had 3 in 3 years, but the one in 2007 was what you might call a normal prorogation, where toward the end of the summer, the government decided instead of coming back in September, we'd come back in October. Oppositions don't like that, but they understand that that happens on occasion. But this year and last year, there have been 2 very controversial uses of this blunt instrument. Canadians were outraged. Now, there was a positive side effect to this, which was that Canadians became engaged. And, Mr. Speaker, I should also say at this point in time, I'm splitting my time with the member from York West. West? West. So Canadians became very outraged, and that's a good thing. I mean, they got involved. We had rallies around the country. I can recall a very cold day in Halifax, being at a rally with other members of Parliament and labour unions and people who were interested. There was a huge crowd to come out and express their concerns. So it generated a lot of interest and a lot of anger, because this is an issue about democracy. Canadians may not love their politicians. We know in general they don't. But they do expect them to go to work, both at home and in Ottawa. We all know that there's work to be done at home. There's no question about that. But we follow a schedule that demands that members of Parliament be in Ottawa. This is where the elected voice of Canadians have a chance to impact on public policy, on the comings and goings of the nation, and it's important. We had heard from some people on the government side that, well, this prorogation was just a normal course of events. Well, we know it's not. I've already referenced Nelson Wiseman from the University of Toronto, who has said that no Canadian Prime Minister has abused this prorogation power to the extent the current Prime Minister has. He quoted Senator Eugene Forsey, who I quoted earlier, and who had said, and I'm quoting, "An unwanted and uncalled for prorogation is a usurpation of the rights of the House of Commons, a travesty of democracy, and a subversion of the Constitution." I think another great Canadian that I might quote, although I don't always agree with him, but I always read him, is Jeffrey Simpson. And he wrote on January the 25th, "A Prime Minister has his forums, of which Parliament is only one. He has cabinet caucus and a public platform each and every time he speaks, here and abroad. Parliament, however, is the platform of every point of view from those who have been elected, and the place where, however imperfectly, the government is held to account," end quote. And, Mr. Speaker, I got to say that I think that makes a lot of sense. There's no question why Parliament was prorogued. It was a difficult time for the government. The issue of the Afghan detainees was going to be studied in committees, and the government wanted to shut it down. We know that. Arthur Kent, who is the brother of a member of the Prime Minister's cabinet, was quoted as saying, "There has been an unwritten fatwa maintained by the Prime Minister's office against discussion of any and all controversial aspects of the Afghan debacle." He says, "If the Prime Minister is uncomfortable with democracy, he should quit his job." That's good advice. His brother ought to listen to him. Tom Flanagan, former campaign manager, said on TV, "Everyone knows that Parliament was prorogued in order to shut down the Afghan inquiry." So the reason that this was done this year was to shut down something that was uncomfortable for the government. The year before, it was to avoid a vote of non-confidence. Canadians have voiced their concern about that. Now, why does it really matter? It matters because it is about democracy. It is about a country like Canada, the traditions that make Canada great, that listen to opposition. And, Mr. Speaker, I contend that this government not only doesn't want to listen to them, it doesn't want them to even speak, to even have a voice. This Prime Minister has been compared on occasion to former President George Bush. I don't think that that's accurate. I think he's more likely and favorably compared to Richard Nixon, where politics trumps everywhere. Politics is all that matters. And Richard Nixon had his famous enemies list, Mr. Speaker, where dangerous people like Paul Newman and Mickey Mouse were put on this enemies list, and other people had their taxes audited and everything else. Well, here in Canada, we have an enemies list, too, of the Prime Minister. I could name all of the people who have been shut out by the government, but I don't have 20 minutes. I only have 10. So let me mention a couple of them, Mr. Speaker. I want to talk about Kairos, CCIC, and CCL. Kairos and CCIC, two great great voices of international development that for many years have sort of represented a Canadian view on international development, sometimes agreeing with governments, sometimes not. Kairos and their rebel organizations that are affiliated with them, like the Catholic Church and the Presbyterian Church, were defunded in December, totally caught off guard for no reason whatsoever. CCIC and Jerry Barr, who is very highly regarded internationally as well as nationally, have been told that they're also in peril. The Canadian Council on Learning, Mr. Speaker, was set up in 2004 to be the voice of Canada when it comes to evaluating how we're doing and educating our citizens. 5-year program, easily renewable. The government and the Minister of Human Resources has even indicated in committee and in a letter to CCL the great work that CCL is doing. The Minister speaks often about the need for us to do an inventory of skills in Canada. And how are we doing on post-secondary education? How are we doing on early learning and childcare? How are we doing in adult literacy, workplace training? These are very important issues. This is what CCL does. CCL did this with all of the provinces in Canada. CCL had the respect of all international partners. It had the respect of the universities, the community colleges, the students groups, the professors, the researchers here in Canada. They were told they wouldn't be continued to be funded. It makes no sense whatsoever. The government says, oh, well, we think that, in fact, we need more information. And yet they shut down an organization that provides the very information they say they need, and they left nothing in its place. So they say, we will get rid of CCL because it made 2 mistakes. It was originally funded by a Liberal government, and it was doing good work, which is unacceptable to this government. We will shut you down, but we need the work you're doing. We just need a little bit of time to get it going. Does that make any sense? I don't think so, Mr. Speaker. They couldn't even continue the funding that they had. Mr. Speaker, Prime Ministers leave legacies, whether they want to or whether they don't. Pierre Trudeau bought us the Constitution Act of 1982, the Charter of Rights and Freedoms, brought Canada to a very important place internationally, respected in this world, understood for the values that we projected abroad. Brian Mulroney, the work that Mr. Mulroney did on apartheid in South Africa. He bought us free trade, he bought us the GST. Some may like it, some may not, but in many ways it transformed the Canadian economy, and Mr. Mulroney was a respected international leader. Jean Chrétien, Paul Martin got the books of Canada in order after a generation or more of them being out of order. They brought Canadians together. They made commitments to Africa. The G20 exists today in large part because of Paul Martin, supported by Jean Chrétien. So those are legacies that people leave. This Prime Minister is working on his legacy. And I think it is going to be, when we look back on the work of this government, we will say that this is a government that took one of the world's great democracies and is ripping it apart, dismantling our social infrastructure, shutting out dissent, shutting out voices, and shutting down Parliament. Mr. Speaker, I think it was Winston Churchill who said, democracy is the worst form of government in the world except for all the rest. And it is a messy process. When you encourage people to come in, when you listen to people, that's important. That is democracy. You know, governments in the past, whether it was Mr. Mulroney or Mr. Chrétien, had all kinds of non-governmental organizations, lots of civil society organizations, who they didn't agree with, who spoke out loud and clear against government policy. We didn't defund them. We didn't shut them down. Because whether you agree with the government or not, those voices need to be heard. Those voices are what democracy is all about. And that is part of the same continuum that allows the Prime Minister to shut down Parliament when it becomes inconvenient. In many ways, it's the Prime Minister's inconvenient truth that he doesn't like democracy. He loves power, but he hates government. In order to have government, in order to have democracy, you need voices. You need voices outside of Parliament, and you need voices inside Parliament. When you shut down those voices, you shut down Canadians' ability to have an input into their government. And what this government has done, in my view, is wrong, and it needs to be fixed. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for St. John's East Mount Pearl.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I enjoyed my honourable colleague's speech very, very much. I thought it was interesting how he used former prime ministers and their legacies, and he talked a lot about democracy. It was interesting this morning in committee we had a witness before us, Mr. Jaffer, who was speaking, who chastised this government on just that very same thing. And he, as you know, he was a former caucus chair of the Conservative government, and he again admonished this government for being undemocratic. And I thought it was very interesting that my colleague wove within his speech evidence of how undemocratic this government has been and the serious challenges to Canada that has caused. And I wonder if my honourable colleague would just elaborate a little bit more on what does he think the legacy of this Conservative government will be. Clearly, he thinks it will be proven to be the most undemocratic government in terms of prorogation and closing down debate on things. But I'm wondering what else he would like to add to that.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
I thank my colleague from St. John's, Mount Pearl. And she mentioned Mr. Jaffer, who was part of this government's legacy. I do believe that the biggest legacy will be how we have changed Canada in a way that Canadians don't want it to be changed, and hopefully we'll test that at the next election. I mean, she talked about Mr. Jaffer. Some of his former colleagues have said some interesting things. The Minister of Citizenship and Immigration was quoted as saying about prorogation, quote, "As a minister, I often get more done when the House is not in session," end quote. That tells you something, Mr. Speaker, about what listening is done when the government is here. I like one here from one of the members. The government members said, "If we're sitting, how do MPs get to the Olympics? It makes sense that we're not sitting." Mr. Speaker, if there's one thing that every Canadian from coast to coast to coast can agree with, is that the last thing we need at the Olympics are more politicians, Mr. Speaker. That's the last thing that we need. We did not need to be prorogued so we could go to the Olympics or so the government could recalibrate. We needed to be prorogued so the government could shut down voices of dissent with which they disagreed.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for, it's a long one, Ancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and my colleague from Cole Harbour, I have great respect for him. I need to ask him, since he had all the quotes close at hand of other members, I'm wondering if he could just, when he rises to answer my question, just quote either himself or other members how they vehemently objected in this House when the prime ministers that he sat under repeatedly prorogued the House. I'm just wondering if he could just share some of those comments so we could see some continuity in their righteous indignation regarding this.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour.
Mr. Speaker, I wasn't in the House or in the gallery when that may have happened. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard this from the government that this was always happening. But all the constitutional experts, like Nelson Wiseman, has said that no Canadian Prime Minister has abused the prorogation power to the extent this Prime Minister has. But we already indicated there was a prorogation in 2007 before 08 and 09. We had 3 in 3 years. The first, though, was what you might call a normal prorogation. There are certain times when the House prorogues and everybody says that makes sense. The government may need to recalibrate. They've got new ministers, or maybe there's a meeting that the Prime Minister has to attend. Those are normal in the course of events. What's happened in the last 2 years were attempts to divert attention away from the government or to deliberately contravene democracy in this House. That's a very different use of prorogation than has been used in the past.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Moncton Riverview Dieppe, a very short question, please.
I want to thank the honourable member for his speech. I want to render homage to his father, who was a premier of Nova Scotia, who stood up to the public and listened to them in some very hard times, but he never ignored the public. I want to ask him, this Prime Minister is the Prime Minister of prorogation, but he's also the Prime Minister of fake public events, which bar the public from getting access and to be in front of their Prime Minister when announcements are made. I want to ask him how fake it is for a Prime Minister to avoid the public. His father didn't.
The honourable member for Dartmouth Cole Harbour, short answer, please.
Mr. Speaker, that's one of the greatest questions I've heard in my short time in the House. I agree with him completely, and I look forward to discussing it with him when the CFL plays its first ever regular season football game in Moncton in the fall. He's entirely right, and I commend him on his questions, too, that he's asked yesterday about how this government is playing politics with announcements in New Brunswick.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm pleased to join this debate and to follow, of course, my very esteemed colleague from Dartmouth, who has really proven himself so very well here in the House of Commons. So thank you for the opportunity to speak today in favour of the motion, which would, if enacted, actually help to restore an element of democracy clearly missing here in this House. I've had the privilege of sitting in the House now for more than a decade, but the past 4 years have shown me just how fragile democracy really is, especially when placed into the hands of someone who has little regard for the will of the people or for alternative points of view. Despite being elected on a platform of openness and transparencies, the Conservatives have proven themselves to be anything but open and transparent. They have also proven that they will shamelessly use every trick or tactic possible to press through their agenda, regardless of the consequences for the nation as a whole. This government has fired independent officers of Parliament for simply disagreeing with their policies. They have dismissed Canada's nuclear safety watchdog for suggesting that there might be some safety issues that need to be addressed. They have manipulated G8 and G20 summit budgets for obvious partisan purposes to the tune of more than $1 billion. The billion-dollar boondoggle is what it will go down in the history of our books. And now we have learned from within the Conservative caucus that key ministers might be blocking certain public projects in the Maritimes because approving them might not serve their own narrow political interests. Shame on that kind of action. These are but a few examples, but they do not speak to the larger my way or the highway approach to public administration that has been clearly adopted by the Conservatives. My way or the highway until the walls start to close in. Then, whenever the heat becomes unbearable, or whenever the opposition parties have been pushed to the brink, or whenever the systemic safeguards begin to react, this Prime Minister scurries to Rideau Hall and demands prorogation. Prorogation is a process that, when used in this manner, is tantamount to the schoolyard bully hiding behind the teacher's coattails, begging for an intervention after angry classmates have finally had enough. While prorogation allows the Prime Minister to sidestep Parliament, the one group of people he can't fire, the Canadian people, have been busy watching with an ever-deteriorating level of patience. This was made very clear during the Prime Minister's most recent recalibration, as he called it, during the first few weeks of 2010. Canadians saw his actions for what they really were, and they sent the Prime Minister a strong and undeniable signal. Stop abusing the authority vested in the PMO and get to work. Unlike how it is currently being used, prorogation is a parliamentary tool that has historically been used to clear the decks, to refocus the government's agenda, and even to respond to looming national issues that arise without prior warning. Mr. Harper's most recent parliamentary shutdown lasted 63 days, after a session of 128 days in length. Since 1964, prorogation have lasted 12 days on average, while parliamentary sessions have averaged 187 days. I would submit that prorogation is a valid parliamentary mechanism that has served a purpose in the past, but I would suggest that the current Prime Minister missed that day when he was learning through the orientation. Because of these facts, I have no hesitation in saying that I support this motion, and that from time to time, governments of all stripes have needed to use prorogation for these legitimate purposes. But since the current Prime Minister has set upon his throne, prorogation has morphed into a mechanism of suppression, not only for members of Parliament, but for all Canadians. To find a precedent for such abuses of power, you have to reach all the way back to 1873, when John A. Macdonald tried to stop Parliament from probing his railway scandal. To me, it seems as though whenever the current government finds itself in a tight spot, they pull the plug on the People's House so as to avoid the oversight that can and should be provided by Parliament. At first, I wondered if the flagrant misuse of prorogation was the result of the total lack of misunderstandings as to the traditions of Parliament, the practice and procedures normally used in a parliamentary system of government. But however, as the obfuscation and democratic disregard continued to grow, it became apparent that this government knew quite well that it was violating the spirit of democracy that they had previously so vigorously promised to uphold. And it is for these very reasons that I am now in the category of people who believe that, due to the repeated abuse of prorogation by this Prime Minister, controls must be implemented if unfettered democracy is to again appear in this wonderful chamber of ours. The Liberal motion before the House today strives to do just that. The motion would permit the Prime Minister to use prorogation subject to the House oversight for the purpose for which it was intended, but would impose real controls against abuse of power. For example, the motion would impose the requirement that the Prime Minister give Parliament written notice in advance of any request to prorogue, together with his or her reasons therefor. Who could possibly object to this? Sounds like a normal practice that should happen. If everyone felt it should prorogue, then we would all vote in that favor. All that is being asked is that the Prime Minister not pull the rug out from under the House without a valid reason. Imagine what that real impact would be. Had Parliament not been closed down for 2 months at the beginning of 2010, we could have actually given thoughtful consideration to the pardons bill that the government has now demanded we pass immediately. No discussion, just pass it, and if we don't pass it, we're getting criticized for not doing it. I understand that the parties have now reached a deal on this matter, but that is only because the opposition parties were willing to collaborate on behalf of all Canadians. The deal certainly says nothing to the government's ability to plan ahead, as we clearly seen in our boondoggle with our G8 and G20 summit, to proactively manage the nation's business or to cooperate with other elected officials. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. For the
It being 2 o'clock, I need to interrupt this member. She will have 3 minutes remaining when the House returns to this matter. Statements by members. The Honourable Member for Wellington, Halton Hills.
Mr. Speaker, the environmental disaster in the Gulf of Mexico painfully illustrates the high price of fossil fuels. These fuels are increasingly costly and difficult to extract, and it is urgent that we transition to cleaner forms of energy. That's why I commend the government's efforts through the Clean Energy Dialogue, and I encourage the government to accelerate these efforts and negotiate a Canada-US climate change treaty with the Obama administration. A Canada-US climate change treaty would allow us, as North Americans, to lead the world at the UN Climate Change Summit in Mexico this November and would greatly increase the likelihood of a legally binding global treaty. Global and local actions are necessary. That's why I also commend the village of Eden Mills in Ontario for going carbon neutral and for being a National Hometown Heroes Award finalist sponsored by Cascade and Royal Bank. The Gulf disaster shows that we need to act quickly and we need to act now.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke North.
Mr. Speaker, today I would like to remember Dr. Robert Bruce Salter, a world-renowned orthopedic surgeon at the Hospital for Sick Children, who passed away peacefully on May 10, 2010, with his family by his side. I will briefly highlight some of his extraordinary accomplishments. He developed a procedure to correct congenital dislocation of the hip. He pioneered continuous passive motion for the treatment of joint injuries, and he wrote a textbook of orthopedic surgery called Disorders and Injuries of the Musculoskeletal System, which is used worldwide. He was an inductee into the Canadian Medical Hall of Fame, a companion of the Order of Canada, and a recipient of the Order of Ontario. While one of the best and most respected orthopedic surgeons in the world, he just wanted to be remembered as a surgeon who treated children. I hope everyone in this House will join me in remembering this remarkable man.
The Honourable Member for Montcalm. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to celebrate the 20 years of engagement of a woman in my riding, Ms. Ginette Lamoureux, at the Regroupe L organisation, which helps women who are victims of spousal violence. Ms. Lamoureux joined the board of Regroupe L in 1990 and has been working there since 1995. Today, director of the organisation, she has spearheaded a plan to construct a shelter, which was built 2 years ago, and this is in addition to the already existing telephone helpline. She's heavily involved in her community, and Ms. Lamoureux is a well-known and loved person who's energetic and determined. I'd like to thank her from the bottom of my heart for her devotion to women and to the contribution she makes to our community. Jeanette, thank you for your 20 years of service to women who are victims of spousal violence. Continue your excellent work. They still need you. The whole community is indebted to you for the service you provide. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
For Hamilton Centre.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Throughout this year, the Stewart Memorial Church in my riding of Hamilton Centre will be celebrating its 175th anniversary. Founded in 1835 by fugitive slaves who came to Hamilton on the Underground Railroad, Stewart Memorial Church remains as one of the oldest predominantly black churches in Canada. Stewart Memorial has played a significant role in Hamilton's history as a centre for outreach and celebration and a positive force for change in our community. As a gathering place, it has brought people together for various events, and it remains an important institution in Hamilton's black community. On August 14th and 15th, the church will be holding its Homecoming 2010 celebrations, which will include a street festival, a cultural marketplace, and music and dance performances. More information about the anniversary celebrations can be found at www.stewartmemorialchurch.com. On behalf of all members, I would like to extend my warmest congratulations to Stewart Memorial Church and wish it continued success for many years to come.
The Honourable Member for Edmonton St. Albert.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, as the spring session of this House moves towards conclusion, I am relieved that this House has finally found a compromise on Bill C-23 to prevent dangerous offenders convicted of serious crimes from receiving pardons.
Hear, hear.
However, I am convinced that the only reason such a compromise was reached was due to the outcry of thousands of Canadians and their many calls to many MPs' offices demanding immediate action. It is reassuring to know, Mr. Speaker, that members of the Soft on Crime Coalition still occasionally listen to their constituents and act on their wishes.
Right on.
I hope that those members will pay similar attention to the expressed wishes of their constituents over the summer, and that come this fall, the Soft on Crime Coalition will stop stalling important pieces of legislation such as Bill C-4, which will make crucial amendments to the Youth Criminal Justice Act. I also trust that the 20 opposition members who voted in favor of Bill C-391 will be capable of applying that same democratic deference this fall and finally bring an end to a wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Avalon.
Mr. Speaker, it gives me great pleasure to rise in this House today and let everyone know about a time that is being held back home this year, with premier events being held from August 17th through to the 22nd. We are celebrating one of the largest cultural events ever in Newfoundland and Labrador. Mr. Speaker, Cupid's 400, a wonderful town in my riding, was the site of the first English settlement established in Canada some 400 years ago. John Guy and 39 men established Cupid's as their home and set out to secure and make safe trade of fishing. Mr. Speaker, we are celebrating with over 50 events this year. This is a phenomenal summer schedule that every day promotes the traditional entertainment, archaeology, cultural significance, and history through classical theatre. Just a few days ago, I had the distinct pleasure to participate in the official keel laying of the beginning of the building of a replica of John Guy's vessel, the Endeavour, in the community of Winterton. There is something for everyone, and I encourage you to visit the Cupid's website, cupids400.com. Mr. Speaker, the events surrounding Cupid's 400 will not have come together without the hard work of the town.
The Honourable Member for Wetaskiwin.
Mr. Speaker, members all know the value of excellent staff who assist us in our daily lives and duties as MPs. Staff come and go, but every so often one stands out and gives their all in supporting their MP. Today I rise to salute the career of one such employee. Maureen Laffin O'Brien has worked on Parliament Hill for almost 30 years as a legislative assistant. In 1981, she began her career working with Howard Crosby from Nova Scotia and remained with him for 12 years. In 1993, newly elected Dale Johnston was in need of a guiding hand and hired Maureen to get his Ottawa office up and running. It didn't take Dale long to realize that Maureen was a keeper, knowing the ins and outs of Ottawa. She stayed with Dale, serving for his entire 12 years as a member, forging a lasting friendship along the way. In 2006, Maureen joined my office. She showed remarkable patience as I learned the ropes and has been a true friend and confidant since I arrived. Maureen, thank you for your tireless work, keen political advice, and years of loyal service. Your talent, wisdom, and positive demeanor will be greatly missed on the Hill. 29 years with 3 MPs is remarkable. On behalf of all the staff, past and present, and to everyone you touched here on Parliament Hill, I would like to wish you good health and a happy and well-deserved retirement.
The Honourable Member for Rivière du Nord. Mr. Speaker, the famous contralto Maureen Forrester died yesterday. Born in Montreal in 1930, she started her career in church choirs. She gave her first concert with the Montreal Symphonic Orchestra in 1953. After the concert, however, that she gave in Carnegie Hall in 1956, her international career really took off. She performed in Holland, Belgium, Austria, France, England, Germany, Spain and Argentina, just to name a few countries. She was known for her masterful command of German. She excelled in several musical styles: classical music, opera, musical theatre, burlesque and pop. She also taught at the University of Toronto and was head of the Vocal Arts Department at the Philadelphia Music Academy. She was the director of the Council of the Arts from 1983 to 88. My colleagues in the Bloc Québécois joined with me to offer our sincerest condolences to her 5 children.
Prince Albert. Mr. Speaker, farmers in my riding of Prince Albert Speaker, farmers in my riding of Prince Albert and all across Saskatchewan are facing the worst flooding in decades. Up to 30% of the farmland may be left unseeded, and farmers need help to get through these difficult times. Our government, working with the province, has extended agri-insurance deadlines twice to give farmers as much time as possible to get their crops in. If they can't, crop insurance will pay out as soon as farmers make the claim. Greg Marshall, the president of APAS, Agriculture Producers Association Saskatchewan, has praised this program, saying, "We are pleased crop insurance is being flexible and extending these deadlines help address the needs of producers." Additionally, our second line of defense, agri-stability, will allow farmers to take out cash advances to help weather this storm. I would like to thank the Conservative government and the Minister of Agriculture for traveling to Saskatchewan yesterday in order to make sure our programs give farmers the support they need.
The Honourable Member for Etobicoke Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative Chair of Public Safety Committee was forced to apologize for denigrating Canada's 450 chiefs of police after calling them a cult. And the Conservative assault on the integrity of our police forces continues. The Conservative MP for St. Boniface unequivocally stated in committee, and I quote, "There were officers who suffered consequences at the hands of chiefs like Mr. Blair who transferred them when they spoke out." Absolutely no evidence to substantiate this serious allegation of witness intimidation and workplace harassment was ever provided by this MP, yet she refuses to retract or apologize for making this ruinous allegation. Parliamentary privilege is a tool to get at the truth of issues. However, when abused, it provides cover to the abuser, allowing the member for St. Boniface to savage the good reputation of the chief. Does the Minister of Public Safety condone this attack on the chiefs of police, or will he apologize to Toronto Chief of Police William Blair, who has an exemplary 33-year record of serving and protecting our citizens?
The Honourable Member for Lotbinière, Chute de la Chaudière. Mr. Speaker, the Bloc spent this parliamentary season sitting in their seats, and they're at they didn't vote in favour of the Quebecers. They're an opportunistic and simplistic party. The Bloc Québécois has trouble explaining their raison d'être and justifying their existence. I'll explain it to you. They are dreaming of a utopia, but Quebecers aren't fools. That's the fact of the matter. What have they achieved during this parliamentary session? The Bloc Québécois does nothing but talk and hasn't walked the talk.
Burnaby, New West.
25th anniversary of the tragic Air India bombing of 1985 that killed 331 innocent men, women, and children. Sadly, Canadians are still waiting for justice to be served, and the families of victims are still repairing deep emotional wounds and fractured home lives. Throughout almost 2 decades of stonewalling by the government, The victims' families have shown tremendous endurance, strength, and courage. The onus is now on the federal government to ensure that a tragedy like this will never happen again. We hope this report brings peace and closure to the victims' families. We hope the guilty face justice. But it will require government agencies to cooperate and share their information. Most importantly, this report must be scrutinized by Parliament and implemented as a priority to ensure that the government can prevent future attacks. I urge all Canadians to take a moment and reflect once again on one of Canada's most horrendous acts of violence. We join the families in support and solidarity as they continue to grieve and mourn the loss of their loved ones.
The honourable member for Miramichi.
Mr. Speaker, despite opposition mudslinging and attempts to score cheap political points, our government remains focused on the economy. Canada's strong economic performance is a testament to the leadership of our Prime Minister and our Conservative government. Since July of last year, Canada has created almost 310,000 new jobs. With numbers like this, it is not surprising that the influential magazine The Economist recently called Canada an economic star. It is encouraging to see Canada's economy on the right track thanks to our government's actions. Nonetheless, the global recovery remains fragile. That's why we need to fully implement Canada's Economic Action Plan. Mr. Speaker, while our plan is helping Canada lead the way on jobs and growth, the Liberal leaders' plan to raise taxes would halt our recovery in its tracks and kill almost 400,000 jobs.
Honorable Député de Montmorency.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. In 2000, 189 signatory nations to the Dakar Declaration undertook to meet their goal of education for all by 2015. As part of the World Cup, UNESCO, with the backing of FIFA, has engaged in a campaign to mobilize public opinion around the importance of education. In Quebec, Montreal Impact and the Cooperation Institute for Adult Education is conducting the campaign One Goal Education for All. People the world over must have access to education, and that's why it's so important for the federal government to meet the objective of 0.7 of its GDP spent on public aid for development. And that's why I'm calling on Quebecers to sign the petition, sign for those who cannot. I'd like to recognise the remarkable contribution of Mr. Pierre Martin, who died earlier in the week. He held many positions at the Department of Education, or the Ministry of Education, under Paul Gérin-Lajoie, and helped to create the Quebec Universities Network. The Honourable Member for Hull-Elmer. Mr. Speaker, today I'd like to honour the memory of a former Liberal member at the Quebec National Assembly, Mr. Robert Middlemiss. A graduate of McGill University and consultant geotechnics engineer, Robert started his career in politics as a municipal councillor in the former city of Elmer from 1970 to 1979. Elected Liberal member for Pontiac from 1981 to 2003, Robert Middlemiss was the parliamentary assistant to the Minister of Environment and the Minister of Health and Social Services. Bob was then Associate Minister for Agriculture, Fisheries, Transport and Public Safety. We'll miss his generosity, his devotion and his love for our region. We also recognise his vision and his strong resolve to redevelop the McConnell-Lamare Boulevard, today the Allumetière Boulevard. I offer my sincere condolences to his wife, Lorraine, and his family. Rob, we thank you and salute you.
Liz Hurd.
Mr. Speaker, the summer break is almost here, and it's important to highlight that there are 20 opposition MPs who will have one very important question posed to them this summer by their constituents. How will they vote on Bill C-391? I encourage the 8 Liberal and 12 NDP members of Parliament to spend their time away from Ottawa listening to their constituents, and when they return, to vote in favour of C-391. Once again, I also ask that both the Liberal and NDP leaders do the right thing and allow all of their MPs to vote freely on this issue and have the ability to truly reflect their own beliefs and that of their constituents. It's time to end the wasteful and ineffective long gun registry. Canadians know this. They also know the choice is clear. You either vote to keep the long gun registry or you vote to scrap it, as they did at second reading. It's that simple, and the people that they represent deserve to be heard. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member for...
That makes for a good fundraiser.
The member for Simcoe Grey. The honourable member for Simcoe Grey. I can't see. She's not there. Okay. Oral questions. Questions orales. The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I want to ask the Prime Minister a question about the Air India inquiry. First of all, I want to say very clearly, Mr. Speaker, we commend the Government of Canada for having commissioned this inquiry. We commend we commend the Commissioner for his extraordinary work and his great diligence. And I'm sure all Canadians stand in solidarity, Mr. Speaker, with the Air India families. Mais la question reste toujours, c'est une question...
But the question remains, and this is a difficult one for the Prime Minister. In its report, Mr. Major criticized the complacent attitude of the agencies even before the Commission concerning problems that still have not been solved.
Le très honorable...
The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, I would also like to thank Commissioner Justice Major for his report and for his dedication to this very important initiative for the country. The government set up this inquiry to delve into the truth, and the facts are very troubling, and the government will act in this regard. The honourable member for Toronto Centre. On page 157 of his report, Mr. Speaker, the Commissioner is very clear. There remain problems, even with the testimony of the agencies before the Commission. He discovered an optimism that is not based on facts or reality. He stated clearly the Commission does not accept this viewpoint, this optimistic viewpoint. What does the Prime Minister intend to do to ensure that there is a change in the attitude of these agencies? The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Just repeat my earlier answer. We all thank Justice Major for his report and for his incredible devotion over the past 3 years, I think it is, in getting to the bottom and getting to the truth in this matter. I know it has been very difficult for everyone involved, Mr. Speaker. There is absolutely no doubt, in my own experience, there was a lot of resistance to this inquiry. I think Justice Major makes some reference to that fact and also to my interventions in that regard. And Mr. Speaker, the government will take those recommendations into consideration and make sure we drive forward with real change.
The honourable member for Toronto Centre.
Mr. Speaker, I appreciate the Prime Minister's answer. But I think it has to be said that the Commissioner takes the unusual step in his report of saying that even up to the point of the evidence presented by the government before the Commission, even during the last 2 or 3 years, he did not detect a change of attitude on the part of those agencies, not only with respect to what had happened in 1985 and the years before and immediately after, but even up until today. There is a culture of complacency which is dangerous for the country, Mr. Speaker. I wonder if the Prime Minister can tell us what specific steps he tends to ensure.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, Mr. Speaker, I did have a good discussion with the families on that very subject today. I think it is very clear that this government intends there to be change. That's why we appointed the inquiry. Obviously, today, Mr. Speaker, while we commit to moving forward on the recommendations, today is a day to think about the families, to think about the loved ones who have been living with the deaths of these over 300 Canadians for a quarter of a century now. Mr. Speaker, I'm glad we're getting to the bottom of this and going to be able to move forward, but it is a reminder that we should never treat security lightly in this country.
The honourable member for Ajax Pickering.
When next week's G8 summit starts, world leaders won't visit 50 million in unfinished mud parks, bridges, gazebos, and a sunken boat paid for in their name. While world leaders can't visit unfinished pork, tourists won't be going to Toronto. The U.S. just issued a travel advisory not to visit Toronto during the G8. At the height of the tourist season, Conservatives are shutting down Toronto. The Economist magazine is now calling the billion in waste a loony boondoggle. How much more of an international embarrassment can this get?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Once again, Canada is very proud to be hosting the G8 and the G20 meeting. We have indicated a large part of the costs that are associated with this deal with security concerns, and I think that, Mr. Speaker, these concerns are legitimate. They're in line with what most consultants have indicated to us, and Mr. Speaker, we're looking forward to welcome here in Canada the leaders from these countries as well as all of their delegations.
The Honourable Member for Ajax Pickering.
Tell it to the 78% of Canadians who think the spending's out of control. Here's the problem. Conservatives approved $50 million in projects under the banner of the G8 that have nothing, zero, to do with the summit. This isn't a gazebo and ice rink sales convention. It's a world leader meeting on international debt. Now, I'm not talking about the $500,000 they spent on the Bunny Hop Trail or the $50 million in other pork shoved into the minister's riding. I'm talking about this G8 Legacy Fund, a bonus $50 million for the minister in the name of the summit that has nothing to do with the summit at all. How do they justify this?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
The government has done some 12,000 infrastructure projects in every corner of the country. We have two major goals as part of our economic action plan. One is to create badly needed jobs in the short term, and two is to improve public infrastructure in the long term. We're accomplishing both of those objectives. We've seen since July, Mr. Speaker, the creation of more than 300,000 new jobs. Our plan is working.
The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Mr. Speaker, 20 years after the failure of the Meech Lake Accord, the Conservative government has proven to us during this parliamentary session that recognition of the Quebec nation will never be accompanied by concrete measures. One of the best illustrations of that is the bill the government has introduced seeking to reduce Quebec's political weight in the House of Commons. Will the Prime Minister admit that his recognition of the Quebec nation is nothing more than symbolic and that what he actually wants is to marginalize it? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Mr. Speaker, that's not true. On this side of the House, we recognize the Quebec nation within a united Canada. Mr. Speaker, the only party in this House that believes in these proposals is the Bloc. Mr. Speaker, with regard to representation by population, that is a fundamental principle of the Constitution since 1867. The Honourable Member for Laurier-Sainte-Marie. Yes, it's very generously applied for Prince Edward Island, Mr. Speaker. The Quebec nation is poorly served by federalism, not only politically but economically. The government refuses to pay Quebec the $2.2 billion it is owed for sales tax harmonization, even though it has done so for the Atlantic provinces, Ontario, and BC. Isn't this further proof that the Prime Minister doesn't care about Quebec or its priorities, Mr. Speaker? The Right Honourable Prime Minister. Once again, on the contrary, Mr. Speaker, this government has a policy of offering all provinces the opportunity to harmonize their sales tax with the GST. Mr. Speaker, there are 5 provinces that have decided to do so, but Quebec has chosen another option. It has decided to keep its tax separate. Mr. Speaker, we are seeking true harmonization of the tax. We want to negotiate with Quebec, and I hope that Quebec will decide to harmonize its sales tax with the GST. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Mr. Speaker, conflicts with the government have multiplied instead of being resolved. We've gone from open federalism to predatory federalism. A good example is the securities regulation, where the Conservatives want to deprive Quebec to the benefit of Ontario. We would like the minister to be able to say clearly whether his plan includes the dismantling of the passport system. Should such a commission be created, can the Minister of Finance tell us whether the passports issued by regulators including the AMF, will they be unconditional acknowledged by his planned commission? Be clear, please. The Honourable Minister of Finance. As I have always said, this is a voluntary system. Yes, you listened very well. It's a voluntary system. That's right. Voluntary means voluntary. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord, order. Mr. Speaker, order. The Honourable Member for Chicoutimi-Le-Fjord has the floor now. Order. This government has turned its back on Quebec's forestry sector and given priority to the automobile sector, which is concentrated in Ontario. It injected $10 billion for the automobile industry, but only $170 million for the forestry sector as a whole. Given this imbalance, how can the members of this government still claim to defend Quebec's interests, given that they have helped Ontario but not Quebec? The Honourable Minister. How, Mr. Speaker, can this person say so many false things in one question? We have helped the Quebec forestry sector as we have throughout the country. I would like to remind my colleague that the loans that were granted to the auto sector were almost all repaid. The companies continue to repay it. In Quebec, we will continue to support the forestry sector, while other people only talk. Mr. Speaker, there was bad news today. The prices have gone down with regard to timber, so we're going to continue to support the industry. That's what we've always done. The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Thank you to the families who called for the inquiry into the Air India tragedy so that no other Canadian families would have to suffer what they suffered through. A thank you to the government for calling the inquiry, and a thank you to Justice Major for his very important report. My question, Mr. Speaker, is I am hopeful, and perhaps the Prime Minister can give us an indication here, that he will be grabbing hold of the initiative offered by Justice Major to provide some coordination to our national security services, to pull things together, because there has been this attitude of complacency that he noted, and I think it's an urgent matter that needs to be taken care of quickly, and I would simply encourage the Prime Minister to do so.
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
Well, first of all, Mr. Speaker, I thank the Leader of the NDP for his kind words and also for his support for this inquiry dating back to when we were in opposition. Mr. Speaker, I, of course, have noted Justice Major's recommendations and his critique. I think I've been very clear on the nature of that critique earlier today. Steps have been taken through the creation of the position of the National Security Advisor to provide greater coordination to our security apparatus. We've seen that pay off to some extent in cases like the Toronto 18. Clearly more needs to be done, and we'll be acting on that.
The Honourable Member for Toronto Danforth.
Mr. Speaker, on another topic, the organization of the G8 Summit is a fiasco. The Americans don't even want their citizens to visit Toronto during the G8, and that will undermine the businesses in our community more and more, whereas we need federal government assistance for small businesses that will suffer. And we are questioning the management of this initiative when small businesses will suffer from it. The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs. Mr. Speaker, thank you. The Government of Canada, as I said, is not legally obliged to pay any compensation for losses incurred during international meetings in Canada. However, under the policy in force, it is fair, and in fact, it is the same policy that was enforced during the Summit of the Americas in Quebec City and the summit in Kananaskis. So the applications will be made. They will be evaluated in close collaboration with the Canadian Audit Services. The Honourable Member for Toronto, Danforth.
We're piling on this Conservative government now when it comes to keeping the environment off the G20 agenda. The National Health Initiative turned sour because the government reopened the debate on abortion, and most recently we have the UN Special Advisor on named Jeffrey Sachs, who's slamming our Prime Minister, saying that Canada is failing to live up to the tradition of Lester Pearson by falling far short of his target for international aid. And I guess I'm just simply going to ask the Prime Minister, how can he explain such a blow to Canada's reputation?
The Right Honourable Prime Minister.
First of all, Mr. Speaker, Canada's initiative on maternal and child health has been widely welcomed by all of our G8 partners and indeed the wider international community. Mr. Speaker, as I've indicated before, it is traditional to have some discussion of climate change at these conferences, but obviously not in a way that interferes with the role of the United Nations process. As for development assistance, Mr. Speaker, Canada, in fact, is the first country in the world to have met all its international aid commitments, to reach all of the goals set by the G8, the first one to do that across the entire world.
The Honourable Member for Winnipeg South Centre.
Mr. Speaker, the Conservative government's refusal to fund access to safe abortion where legal is not just unethical and paternalistic, it also flies in the face of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, including government members who yesterday recommended that access to safe abortion be funded by Canada at the G8. Will the Conservative government adopt the committee's recommendations and end shameful denial of legal rights of mothers abroad?
The Honourable Minister for the Status of Women.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I know the opposition wants to reopen this debate, but Canadians want us to focus on saving the lives of women and children. And I'm proud that the members on the Status of Women Committee from the Conservative Party are supporting a minority report that clearly states that witnesses urge the members of the committee to focus on helping women and children and to stop playing political games. I think those witnesses are right. I think the members on this side of the House are correct, and I'll be happy to table their report after question period.
The Honourable Member,
The Honourable Member for La Salle-et-Mar. Mr. Speaker, the Conservatives purport to help women and children, but they are ignoring the advice of experts. The Special Advisor to the United Nations Secretary General, Jeffrey Sachs, stated that the Conservatives' moratorium on funding safe abortions is disappointing and far from responsible. They have finally backed down and put the environment on the summit agenda. Will they now listen to the international community and the majority of Canadians and also reconsider their backward-looking maternal health plan? The Honourable Minister of Status of Women.
Women and children. In fact, Secretary of State Hillary Clinton gave praise to Canada. She said, "We commend the Canadian government for focusing attention on this issue by offering a flagship initiative on maternal and child health at the upcoming G8 meeting." Mr. Speaker, the international community supports us, international aid agencies support us, the G8 supports us, Hillary Clinton supports us. I wish the opposition would support us.
The Honourable Member for Wascana.
Mr. Speaker, prairie farmers are facing their worst spring seeding situation in history. It's too wet and too cold. 30% of the crop is not yet in the ground, and what is in is being flooded out. Provincial governments say they're willing to cost share a disaster program, but they need specific information from the federal government by the first week in July. Exactly how much new funding is the Agriculture Minister asking from the Treasury Board to top up existing programs, and will farmers have clear answers by the first week in July?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food.
I'm happy to report, Mr. Speaker, that I've been working in close contact with industry in Saskatchewan, as well as the Minister of Agriculture in Saskatchewan, Bob Benrud. We've been putting our numbers together. We've been doing our assessments. We've extended the time frame on crop insurance, and I know that the crop reports that come in on June the 25th will be very helpful in moving forward.
The Honourable Member for Malpeque.
Just like the Minister of Agriculture fails farmers, the Minister of Transport fails them even worse, for he allows the railways to gouge farmers with excessive freight rates. A study released yesterday shows farmers are overcharged by the railways on an average $200 million per year. That's $17,000 to $32,000 per firm, ripped off by the railways, condoned by that minister. Why no costing review? And why does this Minister of Transport allow the railways to gouge farmers?
The Honourable Minister of Agriculture and Agri-Food. Order.
The only thing more hypocritical than the member from Malpeque standing up on this issue is the Wheat Board buying into this crazy logic. Certainly farmers are involved when it comes to transportation. They rely on the Wheat Board to set the best price for them. The Wheat Board constantly brags they're doing that. Now they're crying that they're not able to do it. Somebody's got their figures wrong here, Mr. Speaker. We're not hearing any concerns from canola and pulse growers. We're hearing concerns from Wheat Board growers because they cannot value add. They're forced to do buybacks, which cost them far more than this supposed increase in freight. Mr. Speaker, I know the member from Alberta, the minister in charge of the transport, is doing a great job on this review, and it will be good news for farmers.
The honourable member for Rosemont-La Petite Patrie. Mr. Speaker, the climate change file clearly illustrates the Conservative support for Canadian oil companies to the detriment of Quebec's green economy. By refusing to implement an effective plan to reduce greenhouse gas emissions, the federal government is protecting the tar sands while undermining Quebec's economy, which would benefit from a carbon exchange in Montreal. When will the Conservative government realize that it is harming Quebec and its economy by refusing to tackle climate change? The Honourable Minister of the Environment. Mr. Speaker, the opposition is attacking the government, whereas international organizations, respected international organizations, are applauding our efforts. For example, Canada has been ranked 6th in terms of investment in green energy. Also in April 2010, the World Energy Agency hailed Canada's commitment to clean energies, and yesterday the same agency hailed Canada's effort for carbon capture and storage. The Honourable Member for Trois-Rivières. Mr. Speaker, the federal government has reached an agreement with Newfoundland and Nova Scotia on the Gulf of St. Lawrence seabed. The Quebec government has been calling for a similar agreement for 12 years, but the government's refusal to hear reason is preventing Quebec from making decisions under its own environmental assistance system, which is one of the most stringent in the world. Why is the government refusing to grant Quebec the same benefits as those granted to Newfoundland and to Nova Scotia? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Continuing its evaluation of the opportunity presented by the hydrocarbon potential in the Gulf of St. Lawrence and adjacent onshore. And the federal government, of course, is ready to work with the province of Quebec, as we all are ready to work with provinces all across this country, to ensure the responsible and sustainable development of our natural resources across Canada.
The Honourable Member for Joliette. Mr. Speaker, this House has recognized the Quebec nation, but obstinately refuses to take concrete action. In order to strengthen its identity and protect its national culture, Quebec needs that Bill 101 apply to businesses under federal jurisdiction, that it have its own CRTC, and that it not be subject to the Multiculturalism Act. Is the fact that the government won't adopt these bills, is this not proof that nation building is to the detriment of Quebec? The Honourable Minister of Heritage. Mr. Speaker, we understand the policies of the Bloc Québécois. They're in the interest of Quebec, not Canada. Our investments and our legislation has to do with protecting Quebec identity. The Honourable Member for Saint-Bruno-Saint-Hubert. Mr. Speaker, groups of artists and creators, publishers, and even consumers in Quebec are opposed to Bill C-32 on copyright, because this bill ignores the consensus of Quebec cultural milieu, especially with respect to artist remuneration through levies on digital recorders. Will the Minister of Heritage admit that all Quebec is opposed to his vision on copyright, which benefits neither creators nor consumers? The Honourable Minister of Canadian Heritage. Mr. Speaker, what we want to bring in, if we brought in a new tax, it would hurt artists as well as consumers. This is what the president of the Canadian music industry said. I don't think this is a solution. I don't think creators would benefit from it.
Lorena McKenna, who's a Juno Award-winning songwriter, she said, quote, "I too would oppose the I-tax. I would rather have strict and predictable business model in which I can conduct my business as an artist." That is what they need. They don't need an I-tax from the Bloc Québécois.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Hier en chambre, le ministre Lac-Picard.
The minister has attacked the credibility of the minister of a minister for New Brunswick Southwest. Nevertheless, the member went one better yesterday evening, saying things that were very hurtful to the minister and Prime Minister. When will this government stop involving itself in provincial politics, and when will the Prime Minister reprimand the minister responsible for HoC? The Honourable Minister.
Fairness and equity, not politics, are the basis for all funding announcements as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan in New Brunswick and in all of Canada. Now, the member opposite talks about funding, and his riding alone, Mr. Speaker, and his riding alone under RINC and CAF, recreational infrastructure, and the Community Adjustment Fund, received $7 million worth of federal funding in projects. Guess what, Mr. Speaker? With no input from him.
The honourable member for Moncton, Riverview, Dieppe.
Mayor Moncton was here yesterday. He's asking for a lot more. There were allegations of the Transport Minister meddling in the Ottawa mayor's race. We had the Conservatives breaking election rules in the In-N-Out scandal. Now the Prime Minister is withholding Building Canada funding in New Brunswick Southwest until his former Director of Communications, John Williamson, has that riding nomination and can take credit on his own. What's wrong with the member from New Brunswick Southwest? Will the Prime Minister stand? Will the Prime Minister of Prorogation admit and confirm that funding for the St. George Civic Project, which the member from New Brunswick Southwest wanted, will be confirmed and will be paid?
The Honourable Minister of Transport.
We had a great relationship with this New Brunswick government, with the previous New Brunswick government. We've concluded literally dozens and dozens and dozens of projects, creating a lot of jobs in every corner of New Brunswick. We've been incredibly fair. We've been incredibly decent. In fact, the project that he speaks of, Mr. Speaker, was one of the ones we considered last year when the member for New Brunswick Southwest was the political minister, and regrettably we chose to find other projects.
The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria.
Mr. Speaker, today an all-party delegation from Cape Breton has come to the Hill to push for the dredging of Sydney Harbour. The government has known about this project for years. The Cape Breton Regional Municipality, the province and the private sector are on side. The only seat empty, Mr. Speaker, is the federal government. Mr. Speaker.
Keep going, keep going. Keep going, keep going.
Mr. Speaker, time is of the essence. Federal government continues to delay.
You got to keep.
Order. We have to have some order. The honourable member for Sydney, Victoria has the floor. We'll want to hear the question.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Time is of the essence. If the federal government continues to delay, the contractor is going to pull anchor and move on. So I'm asking the minister once again, when will this government commit to dredging?
Can you dredge a fake lake?
Order. The Honourable Minister of National Revenue. Order.
Very darn interesting. I'd like the member opposite to tell me what he did for 13 years. What did their party do? Nothing. Nothing, Mr. Speaker. As a matter of fact, I am pleased to meet with the committee this afternoon. I'm very pleased to meet with the committee this afternoon, Mr. Speaker. And after a request, 2 weeks, we're having him here this afternoon. But the more important thing, Mr. Speaker, in the last year, in Cape Breton alone, $43 million worth of federal funding. That's what's important.
The honourable member for Cape Breton Canso.
I'll tell you what this member here did, Mr. Speaker. I'll tell you what he did. He put $400 million together
clean up the Sydney tar ponds that a Tory hack is trying to steal now. You've been nowhere on this file, Minister. There's been no voice on this. Where's it tied up? Either the Prime Minister's not listening or you're not speaking. One or the other. He did his job, you do yours.
I assure the honourable member that I will. The honourable Minister of National Revenue, I believe, is rising to answer this question that may have been directed at me. Order. The Minister of National Revenue has the floor. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I can recommend some real good blood pressure medicine for the member. Mr. Speaker, who announced the cleanup of the Sydney tar ponds? This government did, Mr. Speaker, and we're proud of it. Thank you.
The honourable member for Lady Bellechasse. Order, please.
The brother, Mr. Speaker, the brother and father of 16 years old Aksa Parvez pled guilty yesterday to murdering her. Pourquoi a-t-elle été tuée? Parce qu'elle refusait de porter le hijab et que son père y aurait vu un acte de défiance et d'autonomie des femmes, attirant ainsi la honte sur lui. C'est inacceptable. Will the Minister of Citizenship and Immigration tell the House our Conservative government's position on honor killings like this one? Est-ce que le multiculturalisme est une excuse pour les crimes d'honneur?
L'honorable ministre de la Citoyenneté.
The Honourable Minister, thank you for the question, Mr. Speaker. No, it's not an excuse. Multiculturalism never justifies these kinds of crimes, and this is why we have included in the new citizenship guide the following. In Canada, women are equals before the law, and we exclude barbaric cultural practices and conjugal violence, which includes sexual mutilation of women and other practices which we condemn, Mr. Speaker.
Thousands of Canadians who opened tax-free savings accounts have now found out that these accounts are anything but tax-free. In fact, they've become tax-grab savings accounts. People are facing huge penalties for over-contributing because the rules are neither clear nor sensible. People who are simply replacing money they had withdrawn are now having their contributions double counted, and they are hit with massive penalties. Will the government admit that it screwed up, waive the penalties for people who contributed in good faith, and rewrite the rules to prevent this from happening in the future?
The Honourable Minister of National Revenue.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and it's nice to hear a reasonable question for a change. Our government is built on our aggressive tax relief by reducing taxes on savings with a landmark tax-free savings account, the most important personal savings vehicle since our RSPs, Mr. Speaker. The vast majority of the 4.6 million Canadians who have opened their TFSA understood the rules and acted accordingly. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, about 70,000 Canadians who may have accidentally over-contributed to their TFSA are now looking, to their TFSA. We're not looking to unfairly punish those people, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Sault Ste. Marie. Order.
Mr. Speaker, there are currently at least 3.5 million Canadians living in poverty. This figure is totally unacceptable. Poverty costs this country $90 billion a year, an amount that one Conservative senator has called wasteful. This is loss of potential and loss of tax revenue. Yesterday, we introduced a bold plan to end poverty in Canada. Will the Prime Minister admit to Canadians that we can't afford poverty anymore? Will he finally show some leadership and commit to a comprehensive
national poverty elimination
strategy. The Honourable Minister of Human Resources and Skills Development.
And Mr. Speaker, the honourable member would have a lot more credibility if he and his party would actually do something to help instead of talk about it. Mr. Speaker, the facts are that since the previous government, we've seen poverty rates in this country decline. In fact, poverty rates among seniors are at record low of 4.8%. Among children, they're among the lowest in the world. Mr. Speaker, our government has taken numerous measures to improve the financial situation of Canadians. Sadly, every single time they've talked about it, voted against it.
The Honourable Member for Arnseek. Mr. Speaker, a broad Quebec coalition is calling for the maintenance of the gun registry. The National Assembly, specialists in public health, police officers, families of crime victims, everyone wants that we continue to control guns, especially long guns, and yet the Conservatives and a part of the NDP caucus want to dismantle the registry. Further, we don't even have a guarantee that the Liberals will vote for this registry. Why will this government not eliminate a long gun registry, whereas this is what whereas Quebecers want it?
I know what commitments 20 of those members made, and they will have to answer to that to their constituents. But let me make clear one issue. While we support the licensing of people and the registration of prohibited and restricted weapons, we do not support the wasteful long gun registry. There are many effective ways that we can prevent crime, and I look forward to working with the member in that respect.
The Honourable Member for Marc-Aurèle-Fortin. Mr. Speaker, the National Assembly of Quebec, the Human Rights Commission, an association for victims, the Quebec Bar, youth centres, groups of justice organizations, alternative justice, all have condemned the bill on the part of the Conservative government concerning young offenders. Will the government amend its bill in order to respect the Quebec rehabilitation model, an approach which has proved its worth over 25 years and which has given us the lowest youth crime rate in Canada and perhaps in North America? The Honourable Minister of Justice.
There's nothing in the bill, Mr. Speaker, that in any way interferes with provincial discretion or the programming by the province of Quebec. So all I say to this honourable member, he should have a look at the bill, and he will recognize that this is a reasonable, balanced approach, Mr. Speaker, that has the support of the Quebec Police Association, Mr. Speaker, and more importantly, Mr. Speaker, victims groups right across the province of Quebec. It should have his complete support.
The honourable member for St. John South Mount Pearl.
Cape Spear Lighthouse is a symbol of the province of Newfoundland Labrador and an iconic marker of the most easterly point in North America. This government has announced plans to sell off or scrap this Cape Spear Lighthouse, along with over 1,000 more lighthouses. At the same time, this government is building a fake lake, a fake landlocked lighthouse for the G8, a loony boondoggle. I asked the Minister of the Environment, responsible for Parks Canada and National Historic Sites, how could you put a for sale sign on Cape Spear Lighthouse?
The Honourable Minister of the Environment.
Mr. Speaker, I'm delighted to have a question from the Liberal Party about the environment. I was puzzled why they rose today, but upon reflection, it's because this is, in fact, Mr. Speaker, the anniversary of the expansion of the Nahanni Park sixfold by this Conservative government, Mr. Speaker. But perhaps that's not the real reason. I think the member rises because this is also the day that the Order in Council creating the Galapagos of the North, the Guayhanas Marine Reserve, Canada's first marine national park, was finalized 2 hours ago, Mr. Speaker.
The honourable member the honourable member for Random Buren St. George's. Order.
Mr. Speaker, the government is using the new Heritage Lighthouse Protection Act to offload historical buildings. The wholesale dumping of lighthouses shows a complete disregard for these iconic structures. Instead of protecting lighthouses, the government is identifying those they consider surplus and expecting others to take responsibility for them. The Conservatives have a bottomless pit of money for a fake lighthouse in Ontario, yet they turn their back on heritage structures in the maritime provinces. How much money has the government budgeted to help those who will be forced to take over a lighthouse rather than see it fall into a state of disrepair?
The Honourable Minister of Fisheries and Oceans. Order.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I can assure the honourable member that prior to the new Lighthouse Protection Act, there was no plan in place to protect heritage lighthouses. And, Mr. Speaker, this was a piece of legislation that was supported by all parties. What happened to the Liberal Party? They supported the legislation when it came in.
The Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Well, at the height of the tourist season, the U.S. just asked the citizens to avoid Toronto. So Toronto Blue Jays, galleries, theatres, and even Ria Rail has been caged up and shut down. All the major Toronto mayoralty candidates have written to the Prime Minister to ask for help. Yet thousands of small businesses worried about damages are being told to jump in that fake lake. The government would not compensate Torontonians for property damages caused by the G20 summit. Why won't they do that?
The Honourable Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, the Government of Canada, as I mentioned before, is not legally bound to pay compensation for losses suffered as a result of international meetings. Nonetheless, there are precedents, Mr. Speaker, where compensation has been provided to those impacted by extraordinary security measures, and the assessment of all claims will be made in close cooperation with Audit Services Canada.
The Honourable Member for Windsor West.
Mr. Speaker, there's no money for Canadians in need, but the ShamWow minister is apparently flushed with cash. Highway travellers from Windsor to Toronto have faced shut-down rest stops for more than a year. Meanwhile, money is being dumped into outhouses and bathrooms in remote parts of the minister's riding, nowhere near the summit site. The government's G8, G20 boondoggle is a skid mark on our country's reputation. How much higher must the pile of shenanigans get before we do anything about it?
The Honourable Minister for Transport.
Mr. Speaker, as part of Canada's Economic Action Plan, we are making investments in infrastructure in every corner of the country. And I want to inform the House where we're going to be making the biggest investment in infrastructure in Canada. Does he want to know which it is? It's the members' riding. We're building a bridge to Detroit because the member for Essex has worked hard. We're going to create jobs, we're going to create opportunity, and a lot of those are going to be in Windsor and Essex region.
The Honourable Member for Kelowna Lake Country.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. We're quickly approaching the summer season, which is the most heavily traveled quarter of the year. My constituents in Kelowna Lake Country are very concerned that they will not be able to fly to their holiday destinations because of a potential work stoppage with Jazz Airline. I know that our government has played an active role in bringing both sides to the table. Can the Minister of Labour please update the House on the progress of this labour dispute?
The Honourable Minister of Labour.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Despite my active engagement, Mr. Speaker, I am disappointed to report that Jazz Air and pilot negotiations have not resulted in a new agreement. Although no formal strike or lockout notice has been given, our government is taking action to prevent travellers from being stranded. So yesterday I gave notice of intent to table legislation in the House. Our economy remains fragile, and our priority is to protect Canadians who would be negatively affected by a work stoppage. People like business travellers, communities that rely on tourism, rural Canadians, and families planning summer travel will be all affected. We encourage the parties, Mr. Speaker, to return to the table and settle this matter expeditiously.
The Honourable Member for Pickering, Scarborough East.
Mr. Speaker, for 3 years, Mohammed Kohail has been incarcerated in Saudi Arabia for a crime that he did not commit. At his initial trial, he was found guilty and sentenced to death, but the Supreme Council overruled that verdict and ordered a new trial on the basis of irregularities that denied Mohammed a fair and impartial hearing. Nonetheless, Mohammed could yet again face the death penalty. Will the Prime Minister use the occasion of the G20 summit to ask King Abdullah if Saudi officials will indeed closely monitor the proceedings of the new trial, and if Mohammed could at least be released on bail while the second trial is conducted, and do the very same for our friend Pavel Kulisek, who is facing the same situation in Mexico.
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Foreign Affairs.
Mr. Speaker, Canada has said and will continue to pursue all avenues to assist Mohammed and Sultan Koher. Our government has continuously raised this case with Saudi officials, as well as the case of Mr. Kulisek, Mr. Speaker. We are constantly engaged with the Mexican government on that file. We take all these cases very, very seriously. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
The Honourable Member for La Pointe de Lille. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, Quebecers expect the government to at least save existing jobs, but the Minister of Natural Resources has refused to urge Shell to negotiate seriously with potential buyers. As for Davies, the Conservative member for Lévis-Bellechasse has made creditors insecure rather than guaranteeing that the shipyard will have access to government contracts. How can this government claim that it's dealing with creating jobs in Quebec when the Shell and Davies issues prove that they're dragging their feet? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary. Mr. Speaker, I sympathize with the Shell refinery workers. There will be a committee formed to help the refinery.
I'm on this, and he's been working with both sides of the party. We expect them to come to some resolution on this issue. Thank you.
Order. That will bring to a conclusion today's question period, but it being Thursday, I believe... yes, but there's a question from the Honourable Member for Wascana first.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. This being Thursday, I would like to ask the Government House Leader about his plans for the period immediately ahead, tonight, tomorrow, and until at least Wednesday of next week. And I wonder, in answering the question, Mr. Speaker, if he could indicate exactly how he proposes to dispose of the issue around pardons, which was previously known as Bill C-23. I think all of the House would be anxious to know the plan for bringing that matter to a conclusion, where I believe there is agreement. And finally, Mr. Speaker, could he be a little more precise on the matters pertaining to the industrial dispute in the air travel industry in Canada? The Minister of Labour answered a question during question period, and it would be helpful to know if the Government House Leader has anything further to say.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I thank the House Leader for the official opposition for his questions. Mr. Speaker, first of all, perhaps to deal with the issue that was raised by one of my colleagues, the member for Kelowna Lake Country, Mr. Speaker, about Jazz Airlines. I think the Minister for Labour, who's been working diligently on this file for weeks now, and certainly at an intensified rate over the last 48 to 72 hours, has addressed that issue. Mr. Speaker, as she noted, the government filed a notice that appeared on the order paper this morning indicating that were there to be a work stoppage that would threaten our communities serviced by Jazz Airlines, threaten the livelihood of many Canadians, indeed, Mr. Speaker, inconvenience business, threaten the fragile economic recovery that we're seeing in all parts of Canada, but obviously would severely threaten the economic recovery in those parts serviced by that airline, that the government is prepared to act expeditiously to ensure that work stoppage would be of the shortest possible duration. Now, Mr. Speaker, as for the business of the House, as is the Thursday question, Mr. Speaker, today we'll continue to debate the opposition motion, and then later this evening, business of supply. in a few minutes to address the other question that the official opposition House Leader asked, I hope to create and complete at all its remaining stages Bill C-23A, an act to amend the Criminal Records Act. We'll also be adopting at all stages C-40, celebrating Canada's seniors. When the House meets again, we will continue to debate on S2, sex offender registry, and S9, tackling auto theft. Mr. Speaker, as we near the end of this sitting, I want to thank my colleagues for their cooperation, particularly in these last few weeks. We've had many challenges, and I think we've met most of them. Most notably, Mr. Speaker, was the challenge of these 2 5-week sitting blocks. I would point out, however, Mr. Speaker, that anyone who just watched question period would have to draw the conclusion that it truly is silly season here in the House of Commons, given the level of the debate. However, the challenge being that we had to be absent from our constituents and families. The upside, of course, was that we as members had the opportunity to spend so much quality time together. And just like any good family visit, Mr. Speaker, unfortunately all good things must come to an end. I would also like to speak briefly, Mr. Speaker, to express my appreciation to the House staff who serve us so well. As what happens every year, truly, Mr. Speaker, good feelings across the aisle here this afternoon. Mr. Speaker, in recognizing yourself, your staff, Madam Clerk, and all the staff that serve us so well, I would draw note that sometimes towards the end of these sessions, what we see is an accelerated rate of activity in trying to complete a lot of government business, and I certainly have appreciated that, and the staff, as always, have stepped up to the mark and even surpassed it as usual in getting the job done for Canadians. Mr. Speaker, in conclusion, I have 2 motions. The first one, Mr. Speaker, is rather a lengthy one, and it does deal with the new Bill C-23A. I'll just start it, Mr. Speaker, and then I will make a request to the House. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, it be an instruction to the Standing Committee on Public Safety and National Security that it divide Bill C-23, an act to amend the Criminal Records Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts, into 2 bills, namely Bill C-23A, an act to amend the Criminal Records Act, and Bill C-23B, an act to amend the Criminal Records Act and to make consequential amendments to other acts. Now, Mr. Speaker, my counterparts in all the parties have copies of the proposed motion because it is quite lengthy, which I will now table, and I would ask consent for them to have it printed in Hansard as if it had been read to the House. So, Mr. Speaker, I would therefore move the said motion. I hope you will find unanimous consent for its adoption.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion that we haven't heard? Agreed? The Chair has grave reservations about this practice. However, given the unanimity, I'll let it go ahead, but in my view, there are other ways of doing this that might be easier. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Agreed? Then I'll declare the motion carried. I believe that's the long one that we haven't seen. Now, the Honourable the Government House Leader has the second motion, as I recall.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, a bit of confusion there. Mr. Speaker, I do have a second motion, as I referred to, dealing with Bill C-40, that notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, Bill C-40, an act to establish National Seniors' Day, shall be deemed to have been read a second time, referred to a committee of the whole, deemed considered in committee of the whole, deemed reported without amendment, deemed concurred in at the report stage, and deemed read a third time and be passed. And, Mr. Speaker, I believe my colleague, the Minister of Public Works, also has a point of order and a motion.
Well, we'll better deal with this one first. Does the Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion in relation to Bill C-40? Agreed. Agreed? La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard it. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
Declare the motion carried.
Reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
Now, the Honourable Minister of Public Works is also requesting consent.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. I made reference during question period to a document which I would like to table in both official languages. It's a summary report of the hearings on maternal and child health sent to my colleague, the Minister of International Development, from the Conservative members of the Status of Women Committee.
The Honourable Member, well, both the same point of order here. The Honourable Member for Vancouver East is rising on a point of order.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, thank you. Mr. Speaker, the Minister refers to a minority report of the Standing Committee on Status of Women as Chair of the Standing Committee on the Status of Women, who tabled the report on maternal and infant health yesterday in this very House. There is no such thing as a minority report from that committee on that issue, because when I tabled it, there was no minority report. Mr. Speaker, you ruled it out of order when the parliamentary secretary tried to do that earlier on. So I don't know what the minister wishes to table, if it's a shopping list or a new list of books she intends to read over the summer, but there is no such thing as a minority report of this committee.
The Honourable Minister of Public Works is rising on this point of order.
Mr. Speaker, as I said, I made reference to the report during question period, and I have tabled it with you in both official languages. It is the summary report of the hearings on maternal and child health that was sent to my colleague and I, the Minister of International Development, from the Conservative members of the Status of Women Committee.
Order. I have to advise the House that ministers can table any documents they want in the House. What the minister has tabled is a copy of a letter addressed to another minister, which has attached to it some material which I haven't had a chance to read, but ministers can table what they want. It was not tabled, as I heard it from the minister, as a kind of report from a committee. It's a document. I don't know the full contents, but I believe ministers can table what they want. Now, the honourable member for Don Valley East is rising on a point of order.
Don Valley West.
Sorry, Don Valley West. I misread.
Mr. Speaker, I rise on a point of order. This morning, the chair of the Standing Committee on Veterans Affairs tabled a report following a study of the new Veterans Charter, and I think that the report was actually a fine work that was collaborative among the parties and done by consensus. However, the tabling of the report included a title page which was not considered by the committee, and we on this side of the House, at least the Liberal Party, would like to register a concern about the title of the report that seems to trivialize the work that we did and seems to trivialize some of the concerns that we have about the new Veterans Charter. The title of the report is A Timely Tune-Up for the Living New Veterans Charter. And we think a timely tune-up could be construed by some veterans as not having taken their concerns seriously. We would just like to register this concern that was not an agreed-to title. It was caught us members by surprise today. I'm not laying blame on who did it, but it recorded that we do have concern. We would like a neutral title that simply says a review of the new Veterans Charter. Thank you.
The honourable member can raise that issue with the committee with delight and have it dealt with there. The Honourable Chief Opposition Whip is rising on a point of order also.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I rise on a point of order, and now that the blood pressure is back down to 120/80, Mr. Speaker, when you hear such egregious dreams coming from the other side, I have to rise on this point of order that following a reply to a question, the minister responsible for HoC stated that it was his government that cleaned up the Sydney tar ponds, that this government did nothing. Okay, so just if I might clarify that in the 2003 budget, $340 million were appropriated, Mr. Speaker. The whole range, full panel, it was announced in 2004, Mr. Speaker, by a Liberal government. The member from Saint Laurent Cartierville did a full panel review, Mr. Speaker. So really, the minister's statement, I'll give him an opportunity to withdraw his statement. What he said today was the equivalent of my paper boy taking credit for the editorial in the Cape Breton Post. All they did was come up and make the announcement. We did the work on it. And the member from Sydney, Victoria...
The honourable member knows that dispute as to facts are not points of order, interesting as it might be to argue about them, but I know he can put his question down as a late show and have a debate with the minister or his parliamentary secretary on the matter another day, and I'm sure enjoy the debate very much. Now, was there another point of order? Yes, the honourable member for Lancaster, Dundas, Flamborough, Westdale.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As the chairman of the Veterans Affairs Committee, I just wanted to assure you that over a period of almost a year, the work for the review of the new Veterans Charter was done, and we passed that in order to make sure it was tabled in the House prior to us rising because of the importance of the work for veterans. All routine motions were done at the end, and the title was left in those routine motions to be covered by the clerk.
Okay. Order. The chair is now prepared to make a statement regarding the question of privilege pertaining to documents on the treatment of Afghan detainees in response to the interventions by the Honourable Member for St. John's East, the Honourable Government House Leader, the Honourable Member for Wascana, the Honourable Member for Joliette, and the Honourable Member for Vancouver East. Les honorables députés.
As honourable members will recall, on April 27, 2010, the Chair provided the House with a detailed ruling on the questions of privilege raised concerning the Order of the House of December 10, 2009, pertaining to documents on the treatment of Afghan detainees. Having carefully considered all sides of this complex issue, I made the determination that there was, in fact, a prima facie question of privilege related to the failure of the government to produce the documents as required by the House order.
Immediately proceeding to the next step for dealing with question of privilege, as is normally the case, that is allowing a member to move a motion related to the matter, I opted to defer such action in favour of giving all parties 2 weeks to work together to reach a compromise. On Tuesday, May 11th, following a request from all parties, an extension to Friday, May 14th was granted. Le 14 mai, le ministre de la Justice...
On May 14th, the Minister of Justice announced that an agreement in principle had been reached between the parties and proceeded to table the agreement. In doing so, he stated, all parties agree that the details of this proposal will be further outlined in a memorandum of understanding signed by all party leaders. Mr. Speaker, I am prepared to table that in both official languages and indicate to you that it is the agreement between the members that the Memorandum of Understanding would be in place by May 31st, 2010. This is in debates, page 2848.
The Minister of Justice again rose in the House, this time to indicate that more time was required to finalise the Memorandum of Understanding. No date was given for the completion of discussions or for the tabling of a signed final document. On June 15th, the Government House Leader made a statement indicating that the Government, together with the official opposition and the Bloc Québécois, had arrived at an agreement. Yesterday, that agreement, duly signed by the Prime Minister, the Leader of the Opposition and the Leader of the Bloc Québécois, was tabled in the House by the Government House Leader. Le 27 avril dernier.
When, on April 27, 2010, the Chair enjoined the parties to find a solution to the impasse in which the House found itself at that time, I stated, quote, the Chair believes that the House ought to make one further effort to arrive at an interest-based solution. End of quote.
Same ruling, I expressed my hope for a compromise which prompted me to grant members additional time in which to find a resolution to the imbroglio. The Memorandum of Understanding tabled by the Government House Leader makes it apparent to the Chair that a resolution has indeed been found. A consensus has been reached between the Government and two of the opposition parties. The Chair notes in particular, and most significantly, that the party whose motion gave rise to the House Order of December the 10th, 2009, is a signatory to the agreement. In considering this matter, the Chair has taken great care to assess whether the existence of this consensus satisfies the broad conditions that were imposed on the parties in the ruling of April 27th. I must stress that it is not for the Chair to examine the details of the agreement or to compare it to the agreement in principle tabled on May 14th. I am responding to the interventions that have been made on behalf of an overwhelming majority of members who have stated that they are satisfied with the consensus agreement that has been tabled. The Chair can only conclude, therefore, that the requirements of the ruling of April 27, 2010 have indeed been met, and accordingly I will not call on the Honourable Member for St. John's East to move a motion at this time. La Présidence laissera plutôt le...
Instead, the Chair will allow time for the processes and mechanisms described in the agreement to be implemented. Should circumstances change, members will no doubt ensure that the Chair will again be seized of the matter, but for now, I will consider the matter closed.
The time required to arrive at this understanding, which is in keeping with the best traditions of this place, and I thank the House for its attention. I have another ruling. J'ai une deuxième décision à rendre.
I have a second ruling to hand down.
Raised on June 10, 2010 by the Honourable Member for Mississauga South concerning the admissibility of the third report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates, which was presented to the House earlier that day. Je remercie l'honorable député.
I would like to thank the member for Mississauga South for bringing this matter to the attention of the House, and the member for Eglinton Lawrence for his comments.
The member for Mississauga South explained that the subject matter of the third report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates was based on a study of claims that the member from Scarborough Rouge River was actively lobbying the Government of Canada while sitting as a Member of Parliament. He argued that the authority to look into any claims related to the Conflict of Interest Code or the conduct of members of Parliament lay with the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs pursuant to Standing Order 108-3A8 and not the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates. He claimed that the committee had strayed beyond its mandate and that the report was therefore out of order. The member also complained that the dissenting opinion to the report, which he understood had been submitted by the member for Scarborough Rouge River, had not been appended to the report and so rendered the report incomplete. Let me deal with this matter immediately. Pursuant to Standing Order 108-1A, such appendices to reports must be proposed by committee members only. As the member for Scarborough Rouge River is not a member of the committee, his dissenting opinion could not be appended to the report. This in no way invalidates the report, nor does it render it incomplete. Examinons maintenant ce que...
Now let us turn to what I see as the central question the Chair faces: whether the report in question is procedurally invalid by virtue of the committee having undertaken to study and report on a matter that is beyond its mandate as prescribed by the House. That committees are empowered to deal with issues delegated to it by the House is indisputable. As House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition states at page 985, and I quote, "Like all other powers of standing committees, the power to report is limited to issues that fall within their mandate or that have been specifically assigned to them by the House. Every report must identify the authority under which it is presented." End of quote.
Lawrence was correct when he stated that even though committees are masters of their own agenda and they can do what they wish, they have been created by the House and must reflect the intent of the House in carrying out their work. Limitations on committees are again spelled out in House of Commons Procedure and Practice, second edition, which states at page 1048, And I quote, "These freedoms are not, however, total or absolute. First, it is useful to bear in mind that committees are creatures of the House. This means that they have no independent existence and are not permitted to take action unless they have been authorized and empowered by the House to do so by the House." And it continues, "Committees are free to organize their proceedings as they see fit, provided that their studies and the motions and reports they adopt comply with the orders of reference and instructions issued by the House." End of quote. The text further emphasizes that orders of reference, instructions, the standing orders, and rulings by the Speaker take precedence over any rules a committee may adopt. In other words, while the actual decision to proceed with a study may be taken according to established committee procedures, the fact remains that no committee can simply usurp the powers of another. Rather, a committee must seek the authority from the House to widen an order of reference. Beauchesne's 6th edition on page 233, citation 831.3 states, when it has been thought desirable to do so, the House has enlarged the order of reference of a committee by means of an instruction." End of quote.
Objections to committees acting beyond their mandate are nothing new. For example, on May 15th, 2008, during the 39th Parliament, see debates at page 5924, the Chair determined that the 7th report of the Standing Committee on Access to Information, Privacy and Ethics went beyond the committee's mandate and thus was out of order. An identical conclusion was reached in relation to the 2nd report of the Standing Committee on Finance, when I ruled that report out of order on April 2nd, 2009. See debates, pages 2301, 2302. In that ruling, I acknowledged that the House has taken great care to define and differentiate the responsibilities of its committees, particularly where there might at first glance appear to be overlapping jurisdictions. In the case before us, I have carefully reviewed Standing Order 108.3c, which delineates the powers of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates.
The House did not grant that committee the authority to study issues related to lobbying. The member for Mississauga South is right in his assertion that the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, pursuant to Standing Order 108.3a8, has been given the necessary authority to look into any claims related to the Conflict of Interest Code or the conduct of members of Parliament. Authority for considering other issues related to lobbying have been conferred upon the Standing Committee on Information, Privacy and Ethics, including examination of reports from the Commissioner of Lobbying. Therefore, for these reasons, I must conclude that the 3rd report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates is out of order. Accordingly, I rule that the report be deemed withdrawn. Furthermore, with regard to the motion on the order paper standing in the name of the Honourable Member for Winnipeg Centre, I am ordering that this motion for concurrence in the 3rd report be deemed withdrawn and that no further proceedings may take place in relation to this report. In conjunction with this, I will reiterate an important message contained in my ruling on April 2nd, 2009, when I stated, while it is true that the House has given its committees broad mandates and significant powers, with such power and authority comes the responsibility of committees to respect their mandates and not exceed the limits of their authority. Je remercie les honorables.
I thank honourable members for their attention.
L'honorable député de Montmorency, Charles.
The honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord on a point of order. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm sorry that I almost interrupted you earlier when you'd begun giving your 2nd ruling. I'm requesting unanimous consent in order to give the chair of the Standing Committee on Government Operations. I'd like to, in his name, I'd like to ask for leave to table the committee's report. Does the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord have the unanimous consent of the House to table the report?
D'accord.
Agreed?
Agreed. The Honourable Member for Don Valley East.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I have the honour to present in both official languages the fourth report of the Standing Committee on Government Operations and Estimates in relation to its study of the financing of renewable energy projects by the government. By this report, the committee wants to draw attention of the House on a potential breach of its privilege and/or a possible case of contempt of Parliament, and recommend it takes the necessary measure. Takes the measure it deems appropriate. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Orders of the day. Ordre du jour.
Ordre émanant du gouvernement, travaux des...
Government orders, supply, resuming debate on the opposition motion concerning prorogation and the motion attached to it.
House, the Honourable Member for York West had the floor, and there are 3 minutes remaining in the time allotted for her remarks, and I therefore call upon the Honourable Member for York West.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm glad to get back to orders of the day and get on with the work of the day. When the Minister emerged from his caucus meeting yesterday, brow furrowed and his fist clenched, his language indicated a need for a crisis. My approach, and which I think is the Liberal approach, would have been one of thoughtful consideration rather than a crisis triage. Well, it seems as though this government enjoys a crisis. I fear that passing legislation without thinking about the real consequences is irresponsible, dangerous, and ill-advised. The worst part is that it's totally unnecessary. If we could have used those extra 63 days that the government stripped away, we could have looked at the bill and there would have been no need to split anything. We could have passed a comprehensive bill dealing with the issue once and for all. Instead, we are solving problems piecemeal, one at a time, one piece at a time. That is the result of a government that practices short-term politics without considering the larger issues and consequences of their action, as clearly we have seen in regards to the G8 and G20 summit. That is the difference between the Conservative government and their Liberal predecessors. Mr. Speaker, I will stand today and vote in favour of the motion because I have no alternative. Every time a new scandal befalls the government, we face the threat of another period of prorogation. Most recently, the current Minister of Veterans was accused by the former Minister of Veterans Affairs of political interference and of using the public purse for partisan gains in New Brunswick. As this issue continues to develop, can we expect that the Prime Minister will pull the plug and hide the truth? Or I'll bet you he's very glad that today the House is adjourning. Prime Minister's abuses of power must be curtailed. The government cannot be permitted to continue to disregard the long-term consequences of their action. The Liberal motion would do just that, while still permitting the Leader of the government to use certain traditional management measures. In essence, the Prime Minister has shown by his actions that he is not capable of acting in a responsible manner. The House, not unlike the parent of a difficult child, now must take corrective action to ensure that the inappropriate behaviour stops once and for all. I will be voting to support this motion, and I would encourage all responsible parliamentarians to do the very same thing. Thank you very much.
Questions et commentaires, questions and comments. The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. My colleague says that she supports this motion, which calls for the formation of another special committee to study prorogation. What? Well, in fact, Mr. Speaker, I'm sure, Madam Speaker, rather, she should be aware that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has been studying this issue for the last number of months. In fact, we've already heard from many, many witnesses, expert constitutional scholars, who have warned us to be cautious in making any changes. In fact, they're urging us not to make changes. Many of them have spoken out against this, about imposing new rules. But, Madam Speaker, the real question for me is, why would my colleague not trust the work of her colleagues who serve on this Procedure and House Affairs Committee? The Deputy Whip, the Whip, Deputy House Leader, all serve on this Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Is she indicating that she doesn't trust the work of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, which is already studying it, and particularly the 3 members from her own caucus that serve on that committee? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for York West.
Well, I'm certainly not second-guessing my honourable member and his intent or the work that's being done on that important committee. The idea is that, we need to look at it in the broader sense. We're functioning under the rules that have been in place for a very long time. Up until now, they have worked quite well. And I think broadening that debate on other issues, shutting down some of our committees, the issue to do with who appears before the committee, whether it's a minister or whether or not denying opportunities for staff to come before a committee. Maybe it's time we looked at a few of those rules, because people are all accountable no matter who it is, whether they're minister staff or PMO staff. And denying them, where they have to run around and try to avoid getting served a summons and so on, doesn't do well for Parliament as a whole.
Questions and comment. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, I'll just go further than my colleague did a minute ago. We just had an answer here that now again attempts to amend the motion today. Early this morning they had to scramble around and amend their motion so that it might fit something they're trying to do, because how it was originally written didn't work. Now the member wants to expand it further to an examination of how committees can call witnesses. I might ask her, as my colleague has already said, we've had up to 16 witnesses at Procedure and House Affairs, many of them scholars from around the country on the issue of constitutional law and on prorogation. Could she tell us how she disagrees with Professor Russell or Professor Pelche or Professor Mendez or Professor Franks or any of those, and all the information that they've shared with the Procedure and House Affairs Committee on how to deal with prorogation, and how she disagrees with her own whip, deputy House leader, and the actual hard work they've been doing on that committee?
Honourable member for York West.
What I disagree with is the abuse of prorogation. Prorogation was supposed to be there when a government's agenda had run out. Clearly, this Prime Minister has used prorogation as an opportunity to run away from the difficult issues that he was facing.
Questions and comments? Resuming debate. Reprise débat, l'honorable député.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Montmorency, Charlevoix-Haute-Côte-Nord. Thank you, Madam Speaker. First of all, I would like to commend the Liberal Party for the topic of the motion, the subject of the motion before us today on this Opposition Day. However, that's my compliment, and now, for the less complimentary part, I would refer to the comments made by my colleague from London Middlesex, who is the chair of the Committee on Procedure, and I, as deputy chair of this committee, when I read this motion, I have to ask, what good would there be in having a new committee to deal with the terms of reference or how we are going to find criteria and parameters? The Procedure Committee is something that has, at the suggestion of the Liberals, been studying this issue. For weeks, we've been listening to all kinds of witnesses, academics, recognized experts, and others. And when it comes time, and we're at the end of this parliamentary session, and if it's the will of the committee, because they are masters of their fate, I hope that there will be a report drafted by the Standing Committee on this very question. So the subject is an interesting one, that's certain, but the vehicle they're using to deal with this subject, and that is the suggestion of a special committee, that's a bit of a problem for me. But the Liberal members can do as they wish. They have to be responsible for their own decisions. Now, with respect to prorogation, Madam Speaker, I would point out that the Conservatives have abused this approach, this technique, this parliamentary technique, and they've done this on 2 occasions over the past 2 years. either at the end of 2007 or 2008, and at the end of 2009. And Madam Speaker, it's becoming obvious that this Conservative government, as soon as it feels the heat, as soon as it feels that things might get a little complicated and tumultuous, as soon as it feels its minority is threatened with defeat, the government uses prorogation. And, Madam Speaker, one is only to think of two events. At the end of 2008, let's remember the context. There was the coalition, a coalition between the Liberal Party and the New Democrats, supported by the Bloc, but I'd like to say in parentheses, the Bloc was not part of the coalition. The Bloc supported the coalition between the Liberals and New Democrats. And how did the Prime Minister react? Instead of facing the music and dealing with a confidence vote and being a leader, he decided to simply use prorogation. That's the first event. 1 year later, almost to the day, when this government felt that it was in a kind of trap that was closing in on it, this government did not want to face the music and to have to deal with the fact that there might have been torture of prisoners in Afghanistan. This in violation of various international conventions, including the Geneva Convention. The government refused to make the documents available and refused once again to face the music. And December 30th, 2009, the government decided once again to use the tactic of prorogation. And the person who announced prorogation was on all television channels, on all radio stations, and in all newspapers on December 30th, because the 30th of December in Quebec and in Canada is like the day before New Year's Day celebrations. So just look at how this Conservative government acted. December 30th, while citizens were preparing for New Year, for preparing things, for doing their shopping, for getting their families together around the table for New Year's Eve. That 30th of December, like the hypocrites they are, they went forward with another prorogation. And who was their spokesman? Dimitri Soudis, who was then the Prime Minister's press attaché. Dimitri Soudis, that same Dimitri Soudis, who is literally hiding, who could have come and accounted for certain decisions before the Ethics Committee, where my colleague, the member for Châteauguay, does extraordinary work on behalf of the Bloc Québécois, and all members of the committee, except for the Conservatives. Well, Dimitri Soudis is hiding, refuses to face the public, and this flying in the face of a subpoena to appear before the Ethics Committee. No one can find him. He's somewhere in the Langevin block, just across the street. The bailiff, he's so well hidden. We know he's there. We're calling to see if he's there, and he's there, but he refuses to come and take possession of the subpoena because according to Ontario rules, subpoenas have to be delivered into someone's hands. It's not the same thing in Quebec where a person can sign for the receipt of a subpoena. So this very same Dimitri Soudis, on December 30th, 2009, he wasn't hidden then. He was very proud to speak on behalf of the Prime Minister and announce a prorogation. And Madam Speaker, this prorogation was in order not to have to face the facts and face the music with respect to allegations concerning Afghan detainees. It took a ruling by the Speaker to force parties to negotiate an agreement, and we came to an agreement. It took 7 weeks of negotiating. It wasn't easy, but the 3 parties agreed. The NDP has not decided to be part of the agreement. Too bad for them. They'll get 0 documents. They'll see 0, nothing. This Conservative government, as soon as it feels threatened, as soon as it feels that it runs the risk of losing power, as soon as it feels that the opposition is standing together in solidarity with respect to certain principles, because we have our differences in the opposition. This is the beauty of democracy. We have our differences, but we are able to agree on certain principles, and democracy and openness and transparency are principles that we have on the opposition side. We share them. And I'm not asking the Liberals to like me as a parliamentarian, but I'm asking that they respect me, and that's the difference, Madam Speaker. And these are matters of principle that we agreed on, but this Conservative government, which was patting itself on the back when it was in opposition, when Paul Martin was Prime Minister or when Jean Chrétien was Prime Minister. I've been a member here since 1993. We saw the Reform, then the Alliance, and now the Conservatives. We've heard them champion transparency. But once it comes to hiding and secret squirrelery and being hypocritical, this Conservative government excels at these things. And this is why we consider that this is a very good subject, a very good topic presented through a rather poor vehicle. We think that the rules for prorogation should be better regulated and not be able to be used any old how. And the only means of doing this is to provide for mechanisms where the Prime Minister would not have the entire freedom, entire liberty to move forward. There have to be parameters. That's what I have to say for the time being. Thank you very much. Questions and comments?
Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you again, Madam Speaker. I listened with interest to my colleague, and I just couldn't help but observe his energy, his passion, and his enthusiasm. And I just wish that he would show that same kind of passion and energy and enthusiasm for this great country of Canada. And, Madam Speaker, it would have been good if he could have focused at least for 10% of his speech on the actual motion. He started off talking about prorogation. He used the word once or twice during his speech. But I would like to ask this member, does he agree with this motion that's before us? This motion is asking a special committee of this House be established to study the issue of prorogation. Procedure in House Affairs has studied this motion for months, heard from 16 witnesses. Does he agree with the motion that we need another committee, possibly chaired by a Liberal if they get their way, to study this issue again? Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Well, my colleague has just talked about my passion and that I should develop that same passion and love for Canada. I'm sorry I'll have to disappoint him, but my first loyalty is to Quebec, to Quebecers, and to the regions of Quebec. And I'd like to say to my colleagues in this House that whatever the party, whatever the region, we have all been democratically elected. We have to respect the democratic results of an election, and every colleague here, whatever his party, is legitimate, is legitimately elected. I know that my colleague is not contesting, not challenging my legitimacy as a member, but he would like to see me develop a greater passion and enthusiasm for Canada. But I'm a sovereignist, and I want Quebec to get out of Canada. And when Quebecers will say yes to themselves, we will form a country. But we have nothing against the rest of Canada. We have nothing against the rest of Canada. We will always be neighbors, always neighbors. And I'd like to say to my colleague that we're not acting against Canada when we are sovereignist. And that's, we'll answer his question in part. So I'd like to say to my colleague that yes, indeed, I consider that the Liberal motion is not drafted as I would have hoped, and that it may give rise to the creation of another special committee. And perhaps if this motion is carried and implemented by the government, we might be able to compare what we did in the procedure committee, and I'll have no choice but to say that we had a great many witnesses at the committee, the Standing Committee on Procedure. So we'll have to transfer to this new committee, if it comes to be, documents and all our information. But the motion, we will vote for this motion, the motion tabled by Liberal colleagues.
The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to congratulate my colleague on his speech, and I just wanted him to comment on two things. First of all, let's take a look at the prorogation in this particular sense and what they've complained about in the past, and I'd like for him to reiterate what he talked about, and that is very simply, it seems somewhat opportunistic on the surface to delay the functionings of Parliament for the sake of getting itself out of a tight squeeze. However, in doing so, 37 pieces of legislations were dropped from the order paper, legislations that they felt were sacrosanct to their philosophy, their ideology, to proceed within this House of Commons. So now, it's a catch-22 that they seem to wrap themselves up in. So as they wrap themselves in this particular political pretzel, I'd like for the honourable member to comment on that, plus the element of this separate committee certainly does raise the bar by which that we can deal with the situation of prorogation, which many of us feel, I feel the majority in this House feel, that has been abused by the government in question. Thank you.
The Honourable Member for Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Well, I'd like to thank my colleague from Newfoundland to have brought this to my memory again. With the last prorogation, the House was to resume its work on the 25th of January, but we only began again March 5th. And we were right in the middle of an economic crisis. People were losing jobs, and I think my colleague comes from Grand Falls. I worked for Abitibi Price. There was a plant in Grand Falls, which I visited many times. That plant closed its doors. There were losses of jobs, and in Quebec in particular, there were incredible cuts. But the House was not sitting. Parliament was not sitting. We were to come back the 25th of January. We were ready to work to carry out our duties, but the Prime Minister decided to impose a lockout. The boss closed shop on December 30th, and we could have come back in January, and we could have worked and brought in bills to help people. And these were job losses that hit people, individuals, families, women and children who are still suffering from the crisis because this government did not keep its responsibilities. The Honourable Member for Repentigny. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. And in the same vein, I'd like to say that my colleague, as usual, made an extraordinary speech, and we know that he always does make it clear, but I'd like to once again underscore his great faith in sovereignty. And in the same vein, with respect to the economy, the government said it had to prorogue in order to recalibrate and refine its approach. But this delayed the budget, and all bills which could have helped workers in businesses and things that could have helped the unemployed died on the order paper, so we had to start all over again, start the legislative process all over again. So I'd like to know what my colleague thinks of the government's rationale, which was that prorogation, which was for the good of the economy, to help the economy recover. The Honourable Member. Well, thank you, and I'd like to commend the serious approach and the credibility of my young colleague, the member for Repentigny, who I believe is the youngest member in this House, and who carries out his duties in an admirable way. And he's completely right on one point, because a government is something that acts through legislation and motions, just as a town council works through resolutions and regulations. Parliament, its vehicles are bills and laws. And this is the legislative institution par excellence, and we worked very hard. Even given the smoke screen that we had to deal with, I got this whole this huge amount of documents during the prorogation period to make us believe that we weren't in Parliament, that they had worked so hard with announcements, etc., and with patronage appointments and gifts. But
they're afraid of seeing us, and I would encourage all colleagues in the House, when Conservatives make announcements in your ridings, go there, go, and you'll ruin their party because they're not even able democratically to invite us. I have been here since '93, and the Liberal ministers would invite us. And when there were announcements at the Quebec airport, yes, but if you take power back, I hope this will continue. But I've made announcements at the Quebec City airport with David Collinet, who invited me to Laval to go and speak. And that is what democracy is all about. But the Conservatives, well, we knew there were problems, but we had proof that they had problems with democracy.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm dividing my time with the member from Vancouver Centre. Madam Speaker, prorogation can be mostly for benign reasons. In this case, it was not. Done arbitrarily and out of this government's own convenience, it was done to shut down voices that the government did not want to hear. While that may be very human, for a democratic society, for Canada, it is a big problem. The Prime Minister does not like a lot of different voices. Not in his caucus, not in his cabinet, not in committees, not in the bureaucracy, not in media, not anywhere. During his now more than 4 years in office, think of any big public discussion his government has generated on the transforming issues of today and of the future, on the changing national and international economy, on global security, on climate change, on energy, on anything. Nothing, Madam Speaker. The Prime Minister does not like other voices. Other voices might be critical or embarrassing or inconvenient. They may simply be different from his own. He knows where he wants to go. He thinks he is right. So why do these voices matter? Prorogation was just part of it. In his more than 4 years as Prime Minister, he has used and misused the power of his position, its rewards and punishments, to entice and intimidate, to play on human weakness, to prop up voices he wants to hear, and to shut down those he doesn't want to hear. All this may be very human, but for a democratic society, for Canada, it is a big problem. This past Monday, we brought together about 20 community groups from across the country, some national and international, some small and local, who after years, sometimes decades of receiving federal government money to do important community services and to give voice to those who are less advantaged, to help them to live the way all Canadians should live, they had their funding cut. Aboriginal groups, health groups, women's groups, learning, child care, international aid groups, and others. Yet this roundtable was not really about their funding cuts. It was about what the loss of the services and the voice they provided means to their communities, means to Canada. These cuts, this different understanding of the importance of public voice, represents a great change from previous governments. From the Liberal governments of the 1970s and early 80s, from the Progressive Conservative governments of the late 80s and early 90s, from the Liberal governments again until 2006. When I was Minister of Social Development, my responsibilities included those for seniors, people with disabilities, the volunteer sector as a whole, childcare. People who worked for advocacy groups on these issues did so because they believed in these issues and knew that so much more needed to be done. These groups pushed hard. We got to know each other, maybe even trust each other a little, but these groups were intensely politically nonpartisan and intensely issue partisan. They had to deal with whoever was the government. At times, they drove me crazy. Sometimes they were too right, uncomfortably right, when it wasn't sure that I could deliver that right. Sometimes I thought they were completely wrong, that to meet their own goals and mine, they wanted to go down the wrong path. But I knew what every party for decades had known, that these voices are part of the essential mix of voices necessary for a properly functioning, healthy society. Then, in 2006, the Conservatives won. During the first 3 or 4 months, for these groups, there were signs of trouble, but to them, they hoped it was just a matter of getting used to a new government and a new government getting used to them. They had seen it before, whether a Liberal or Progressive Conservative government, and eventually they knew they would get through to that government and everything would end up roughly as it was. But not this time. The Court Challenges program, cuts to women's groups, literacy, childcare, Aboriginal groups. At first, groups in these areas thought that they were the only ones affected. I'd say to them, you keep waiting for the train to arrive at the station. This train is not coming. This Conservative government thinks differently. It says to itself, why should we give money to these groups? We're the government. It's our job to reflect the different voices in the country. Besides, if these issues had any real public support, people would give to these groups themselves. Besides, if any money does go to these groups, it should go directly to the people in need, to feet on the ground, not to mouths in corner offices. And besides, why would anybody in their right mind support someone who just criticizes them anyway? All this might be very human, but for a democratic country, for Canada, it is a big problem. And we all knew, and the government knew, what would happen next. For these groups, their effectiveness, their voice, their existence threatened, they would go nuts. Instead, most have gone quiet. I think this even surprised the government at first. Then it realized the power it had. Essentially, it said to these groups, you thought you were wrong. You thought you were strong. You are not. You need our money, and now you have a choice. You can go quiet and maybe get some money, but not likely, and certainly a lot less. And by going quiet, you become powerless. Or you can go loud and certainly not get any money and become powerless. So what do you want? To be powerless or powerless. For the government, it meant they could keep their money and keep these groups quiet. Life doesn't get much better. On Monday, together, some of these groups told their story. Many others are still not willing to. There was also someone who took part who decided to do so only by phone because a government contract is pending for a group she'd like to work for, and she didn't feel she could put herself or this group at risk by being identified. This is a person who has a reputation for fighting every fight, loudly, publicly, never taking a backward step. But it's all about shutting down voices. Another group whose funding has not been cut had intended to be there to show solidarity with the other groups because this group knows that there, but for the grace of one cabinet minister who has a personal interest in the issue that is its focus, this group might be cut too. But in the end, the group decided it couldn't risk being there, in one way or another, again, shutting down voices. That's what the roundtable was about. Not about groups losing their funding, but about what the loss of funding means, what the loss of services and the voices they provide means to local communities and the national community, what it means to all of us. Here's what some of them said. One said, "I'm acutely aware that today there may be consequences associated with speaking publicly about social and political issues of importance to Canadians." That person went on, "Few would deny that the chill is real and that this is a new development in Canadian democracy." Another said, "Organizations are now afraid to be visible in a press conference." And about groups which historically have too few resources to act alone, this person continued, "We are divided by fear, divided by a race to survive financially. And the result, distrust, fear, and a lack of cohesiveness." And another said, "We are witnessing some of the most prominent organizations in this country being silenced, reduced, ensuring that the government will have little or no opposition to their actions and policy. It seems that NGOs have been given two choices: stay quiet and don't represent the challenges facing vulnerable Canadians, or voice those issues and quietly disappear." These words do not convey their full stories, nor the tone of their voices. Their tone was one of sadness, anger, disappointment in themselves for being so weak in the face of their organization's survival, for turning against other groups, for turning selfish and greedy, for being so unlike what they ever thought they were. More than that, their tone was one of disbelief and denial. This cannot be happening. It is not possible that I stop myself before I say what needs to be said. This is not Canada. These groups knew their own story and knew the stories of those in their own sector, but they were stunned by the other voices they heard and how broad and how deep the problem goes. I think it took so long for these groups to speak out because of this disbelief, because of a feeling that surely they were the only ones and no one else would understand, and also because to say something about losing their funding would sound to others like sour grapes and would sound self-serving, as if they really didn't have the right to say something. It's the same story for all the opposition political parties and for the media. We are losing our voice, but what right do we have to say something? Sour grapes, self-serving. But this isn't, first of all, most of all, about us. This is about the public, about Canadians, about how this country works. That gives us a right, Madam Speaker. That gives us an obligation.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I'd like to thank the member for his very passionate speech. He went on at length and was very passionate about his subject matter. Unfortunately, it had nothing to do with the motion that we're here debating today. I don't know if prorogation was mentioned in the beginning of it, but he really did go on, and certainly as an opposition member will criticize the government for things we stand for and things we have done. I will even forgive him that, and that is his prerogative to not speak to his own party's motion, because that certainly proves to us how important it truly is to them. But I will ask him about the importance of the hard work of members of this House and hard work of members of the Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and why he believes that a further and different study than the months-long study that committee has undertaken, has worked quite hard at. Members of his own party, his own whip, his own deputy whip, his own deputy House leader sit on that committee. I happen to chair it and know that we've worked reasonably hard towards an answer there. And in a very collegial way, at any time, any place, members can certainly bring forward changes to our direction, changes to the rules we're following, what we're looking at. We're very free on the time allotment, whether it's opposition or government members. I do try to make friends rather than enemies. I'd much rather hug rather than present a fist. And so I'd like to ask him why he thinks the work of those members, including the members from his party, has so little value.
The Honourable Member for York Centre.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I thank the Honourable Member for his question and comments. As I said in my initial remarks, that the prorogation was a shutting down of voices. That's what it fundamentally was. I mean, prorogation can be used for lots of different purposes, but one of its purposes surely is not to just, for the convenience of the government, decide to shut down voices. And it is too much of a central theme and a central attitude and a central way of doing things of this government to shut down voices that they don't want to hear. Whenever they don't want to hear them, they just shut them down. And that's why what I was talking about, I mean, prorogation is just part of the same thing. And in terms of his question about the work of the committee, and I'm sure the committee has worked hard, the fact is that prorogation as it now exists allows for the possibility of the shutting down of Parliament, the shutting down of voices at absolutely inappropriate and unworthy times. And unless and until we get the prorogation right, we open ourselves up to these kinds of abuses in the future. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments. A very, very brief question. There's a minute and a half. The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I want to thank the member for his presentation today on the motion. But the fact of the matter is, trying to be charitable and nice here, the fact of the matter is the Liberals went to bed last night thinking that their Opposition Day motion was going to be about MS, which they did a very good job on 2 or 3 days ago in this House in the Take Note debate. And sometime this morning, at 8:30, somebody in their management changed the agenda and brought in this prorogation motion, which they had to amend. So it's put them on a defensive. I can appreciate the difficulties they have in trying to defend this actual motion that they don't really even want to talk about. So they talk around the issue, and it's caused them a lot of problems. But I agree with his points about how this government has acted and how it should not be proceeding. It should not be bringing in prorogation every time it needs a way out.
The Honourable Member for York Centre has about 30 seconds to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Again, I think that it's the essential question. I mean, is that however the process worked or didn't work to the satisfaction of the member in terms of how we got to present this motion, the question is in terms of the essence of the point, and that is the functioning of this government, how it functions, and how prorogation can be misused to shut down voices. And I wouldn't be so distracted as that member is. I think that is an absolutely central question for all of us, the shutting down of voices. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Vancouver Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I wanted to speak very, very strongly in support of this motion, which in essence speaks to establishing a committee with the powers of a standing committee so that it could look at all of the issues pertaining to prorogation. It further goes on to elaborate on those issues and expand what this committee would do. Now, I support it because currently, as many of the honourable members rightly said, there is a special committee of the Procedure and House Affairs Committee that is doing this. But what is this of the Standing Committee of Procedure and House Affairs? But what I'm suggesting here is that this is a tool, in effect. It's asking for, as one of my honourable members said earlier on, it's kind of raising the bar. It's asking for a committee on its own right, with all the powers of a standing committee, to study this issue in its entirety. Now, the powers of a standing committee gives to the committee a very special ability to report directly to this House and to be able to do certain things that special committees and subcommittees cannot do. So I just wanted to say that what it really is doing is to try to strengthen the teeth on a committee to be able to do the work. And so the question is really, at the end of the day, the study on prorogation. And Madam Speaker, I just wanted to say a lot of people seem to think that moving in a logical thread, picking up a thread and moving it logically through from prorogation to silencing of voices is reaching. It isn't, actually. It's a very logical progression, because this is really all about the abuse of power, the abuse of a particular tradition and power called prorogation. And of course, Madam Speaker, this was used by the monarchy historically to shut down and to shut up Parliament. Historically, Parliament sat only at the whim and the behest of the sovereign. And if the sovereign thought that Parliament was getting in his way, and in those days it was his, the only time Queen Elizabeth first ever prorogued Parliament was when there was a plague, and that was a valid reason. But this was a way of shutting up all those little niggling voices around that tended to get in the way of the monarch and his absolute power. And when a prime minister abuses this power of shutting down Parliament and of shutting up the voices of duly elected parliamentarians, there is a sense that it is because, like the old monarchs of the day, you didn't like what they had to say, they were getting in your way, they were really becoming a nuisance, and you just wanted to keep them out of your way. And that in itself is an arrogance, as if this country is now ruled by a single monarch. I might tell you, Madam Speaker, that the Tudors used to make frequent use of prorogation as a means of controlling Parliament. Does that sound familiar? Henry V considered Parliament to be little more than a necessary rubber stamp, and he used his powers of summons and prorogation to call elected officials together just long enough to get what he wanted out of them and then send them off again if he didn't like what they had to say. In the times of Oliver Cromwell, prorogation continued to be a favoured tool as a means of trying to keep Parliament subservient to the Crown. Well, the Prime Minister and the government of this country is not the Crown. And so to try and keep Parliament subservient to the Crown and shut it up is not an appropriate use of the power of prorogation. Now, today, prorogation has actually evolved and is now traditionally used in these times to allow a government, as has been done in the past, to when it's done all of its work, to recast its plans and agenda and set a new course for the future. But that means that all of the bills would have been passed. All of the committees would have finished their work. The use of prorogation in both instances by this Prime Minister actually stopped important work of committees, stopped important work that was bills that were in the House, took them off, and they had to be resurrected again and again, twice in a row. So that in itself seems to me to be again, this sense that I am a monarch and I don't like what you're saying and you're getting in my way and you're raising things that I don't wish to discuss. And so that is one of the things that that was one of the reasons that my last honourable member spoke about silencing. It is a method and is now being reused by our Prime Minister as a means of shutting down and shutting up parliamentarians who have been duly elected. So if you recognize that this government has a tendency to shut up anything it doesn't like, then we can take that and move it a little further to one of the actual arms of Parliament, which are the standing committees of Parliament, and so you can extrapolate and move on to say, and if I don't like what standing committees are doing, I'm going to shut them down as well, because actually they're in my way. I don't like their recommendations, I don't like their witnesses, I don't like their processes. And therefore, by saying those things, the Prime Minister, by saying I don't like those things, is basically shutting down and shutting up, filibustering, and creating problems for committees to do their work. And, Madam Speaker, I just want to draw for your attention something that happened in this House today, which is another way of showing of disrespect to the House. That you know, Madam Speaker, very clearly the rules for a committee tabling its reports. If there is a dissenting report, the committee actually presents it under the clear motion of rules as to how many pages, the font, and what is the timeline. When that does not happen and the committee actually tables its report, then it will not have that dissenting report there. If it is done according to the rules, the dissenting report would have been tabled in the House. Today we saw 2 attempts. One successful, because the minister made it, to actually go over those rules and find a way to get that dissenting report by hook or by crook onto the table. And that, of course, occurred because the minister was able to do it. But it shows a fundamental disrespect, Madam Speaker, for the rules of the House, of the standing committees of Parliament. So, in fact, I may wonder why we want a standing committee to look at prorogation, because it's obviously going to be equally disrespected, and anything that it tries to do will be equally silenced. So I just say that. Now, when we talk about taking that logical thread and moving from silencing the House and silencing parliamentary committees of the House, we can only take one further step to see how ministers of the Crown use their powers to support through programs and policies and to assist ordinary Canadians and civil society in the things that they need to be assisted in by tying onto it that same silencing. If you don't like what I say, if you dare to criticize me, I'll shut you up because I will disband you. And I know, Madam Speaker, that there are many groups and NGOs currently who not only do they not dare open their mouths, but they no longer have a little office or a phone or a computer to send out emails to say what it is they felt was wrong about the whole issue. Madam Speaker, last year I asked a question in this House of the Minister of Heritage about the fact that most of the arts communities in Vancouver, it was coming up to the summer, and they should have had their money for putting on their festivals, and they hadn't even heard from the minister. Madam Speaker, when those committees asked me to bring this question, those NGOs, this question in the House, Madam Speaker, they actually were so frightened that I would use their names that they said, please just say a group of, please do not use our names because we will not be able to get the funding at all. We see that with women's organizations, Madam Speaker. The shutting down of a lot of women's organizations, refusing to fund them, as we've seen happening, because they dare to criticize, because they dare to speak out, is again the same thread that moves from shutting up Parliament, shutting up things you don't like to say, shutting up committees, and then using your powers as a minister or as a government to shut up people that you don't think will vote for you, don't like you, and dare to criticize you. Madam Speaker, there was a meeting here of a lot of women not too long ago in January in this place, and it was interesting because the women all said how they were so pleased to be able to come together in this place and speak as they had been accustomed to do under the Liberal government, under the Progressive Conservative governments, and meet with ministers and speak and say the things that they hadn't. And they laughingly said, you know, the problem is we at least knew in those days we could criticize government. And no one can criticize government anymore. No one is able to speak out against anything that this government does because they are afraid. So this is, again, a method of shutting down, shutting up, and silencing, which is what prorogation was originally set out to do. So I guess one can suggest that this government and this Prime Minister is trying to prorogue Canada and the citizens of Canada. Unfortunately, they are unable to do that, and unfortunately, the Prime Minister is not yet a monarch. So we see that there is pushback. This motion is about pushback. This motion is about putting teeth into a process, into a committee structure that will find a way to take away from this Prime Minister the power that he has shown himself to abuse so readily. Thank you.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker. It's becoming increasingly obvious that the opposition members are really embarrassed about this motion that their committee has put forward. In fact, they've been droning on now for hours. In fact, it reminds me, Madam Speaker, a little of the vuvuzela, that great instrument that South African soccer fans are using. They're just droning on and on and on. They wander off into other topics. We have heard, Madam Speaker, at Procedure and House Affairs from a number of scholars, 16 witnesses, but Professor Weinstock said, I think we ought to be wary of quick fixes, of magic bullets that will solve this problem once and for all, and certainly we should not implement ones that might make the situation worse. And on we heard that kind of thing. So, Madam Speaker, I really trust the work of my colleagues on the Procedure and House Affairs Committee. Our chair is doing a fantastic job on that committee. Our members are working hard. Madam Speaker, why doesn't she trust her deputy whip, and her deputy House leader, who also serve on that committee?
The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
Madam Speaker, I tried very hard to show the logical thread. I guess it was lost on some people in this House who don't understand logic and don't see what I was really talking about. I was not avoiding anything to do with this motion. I referred to the motion at least 5 times and my support for it, and that what it is giving a tool. And as for quick fixes, Madam Speaker, the point of this motion is that it sets out a series of things that must be studied in order to find not a quick tool, but a long-term solution to this problem. Everyone knows that there's no such thing as a quick fix. So it is a standing committee that we're asking for that will have the ability to study and prepare all the right tools. And it also, Madam Speaker, as was said earlier on today by the mover of the amendment in this House, that in fact it would take all of the work already done, and so excellently done, as the member said, by the current special committee, and bring it into the standing committee so it could be used. Madam Speaker, there is nothing that says that the same members on this current committee need not be on that committee. All their own whips have to do is to support them. That's it. All the whips have to do is support them.
Order, please. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Medicine Hat.
Listening to the honourable member across the way and her very well-spoken words about prorogation and how terrible the government has been. I would like to ask the honourable member about some prorogation of the Liberal Party. In fact, as I understand it, Madam Speaker, that the former Prime Minister John Chrétien prorogued Parliament for some 4 months, and it was during the Gomery inquiry, I believe, and that was related to some $40 million stolen by the Liberal Party. And I'm just wondering if the member could comment on the prorogation by the former Prime Minister and the Liberal Party as to shut up Parliament. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Order, please. Order. I would like to ask honourable members to give the opportunity of the person who has the floor to speak without being interrupted. The honourable member for Vancouver Centre.
I think I'm going to reread what I read earlier on. It was obviously, maybe the person wasn't listening or someone was talking to him at the time. But, Madam Speaker, the common use of prorogation today, in current times, either this century and the last century, is to allow the government to recast its plans and agenda once it feels it has accomplished enough of its goals from the current sessions. When all those bills have been passed and all of the parliamentary committees have done their work, then you regroup to decide what are your next steps, because you've done all the work you said you were going to do. That was the times when this Liberal government under Mr. Chrétien shut down Parliament. Yeah. There were no outstanding issues on the table, and all the committees had done their work. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Resuming debate, the honourable member. Order. The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, thank you. Speaker, I thank you for the opportunity to add some sanity to a motion that just seems to have been put together really poorly today. The motion before the House today suggests that a special committee of the House be appointed to study proposals for restricting the royal power of prorogation. Speaker, I oppose this motion for many reasons. And first of which is the fact that there is a committee of the House that has already been studying this issue for some months now. I believe I chair that committee. So the study's been well underway. Some 16 witnesses, some hundreds of thousands of words of testimony, some 10 meetings, and I will at some point to you read some of the learned scholars that have been there to actually help us look into the study on prorogation. I'll even compliment the opposition members of that committee and my colleagues from this side for the hard work that they have done. It has been at times boring. It has been at times very, very exciting. I'll speak to you in a minute about Professor Russell and the lecture he gave us, including the chair, on how we should listen and learn, because I hadn't been in a lecture hall for a while. But I'm going to start off with the member from Wascana this morning in the motion, and I believe it said, with respect to the study that is underway at the Procedure Committee, it's unfortunately a rather invisible process, and this is not a criticism of the committee. Well, Madam Speaker, I'd like to point out that I have fairly broad shoulders and I'm able to take those types of insults. I don't need to. I think that if the member from Wascana at the time had simply turned around and spoke to his whip, spoke to his deputy whip, spoke to his deputy House leader, people who I think he probably meets on a daily basis, although by the way this motion was written, the clown show that went on, perhaps not, that this work has already all been done. We have, I'm not saying we're complete, this study's still ongoing. We've had some hard work and some very good witnesses and some great questions from all of the members, including those that I've already mentioned. So I'm not certain what the point is, except for, I mean, I guess the one is that this would create a special committee now chaired by a Liberal member. Somebody needs an extra paycheck over there, I suppose. That may be the answer for this. I don't get it other than that, because the work is being done. I will compliment the member from Hamilton Centre, who's been on that committee with us from his party, and has done an excellent job of asking some of the tough questions, some of the appropriate questions, some really hard digging questions to some of the scholars we've brought forward. Does the member from Hamilton Centre and I agree on everything? Absolutely not. As a matter of fact, we have great conversations about the philosophical differences between our two parties. But as the chair, I try to be as collegial as I can. I certainly try to give everybody all the time needed at every meeting that is possible to discuss these issues. I do my best, and that's what we do. Now, what did he say this morning? I'm going to quote the member from Hamilton Centre. I'll paraphrase because I don't think it's a direct quote, and I'm sure he won't mind, and if he does, I'll hear about it at the next meeting. When this was brought to my attention yesterday, I was bemused. I understand prorogation is a hot issue with the Liberals, and it is with us too, him speaking on behalf of his party. But the motion calls for a special committee. We already have a committee that's been holding meetings for months. I would like to know why this motion is even in front of us, since it does not make an awful lot of sense to me. I will explain that right now, the member from Hamilton Centre, that last sentence is one of the ones we can agree on. It does not make a lot of sense to me either. Some of my own colleagues, the member from Regina Lumsden Lake Centre, spoke on this issue already today too. Been a great part of the committee, adds great levity to it, but also asked some very good questions of all of the witnesses that have come forward on prorogation, including most of the scholars and some of the citizens that we have forward. But he said, yet what do we have here? We have an opposition day motion that basically says that the Liberals do not care about the work that we have done for the last 2.5 to 3 months. Now, the previous speaker from that party said, well, and she talked about shutting down things and shutting out what people have said. Well, I'm sorry, but this motion does exactly the same thing. This motion talks about shutting down the hard work of a committee and saying, thanks for your work, but we don't care about it. I can't believe that people that one party in this House expects that that's appropriate, that the hard work of committee, including members from all parties, that that's appropriate. I'll carry on. The member from Notre Dame de Grâce Le Chien also serves on the committee. She's become a special friend on the committee. She's worked very hard on the committee, but today she says, our motion is not outdated. Our motion goes beyond the scope of what the Procedure and House Affairs Committee is dealing with. In fact, the study is being conducted as we speak at that committee as a motion that I brought to that committee, and I know very well what is happening. Well, if she knows that, then she knows the nature of our committee, she knows the nature of the chair, she knows certainly the nature of the other members on that committee, that there's been no time when a request from a member has not been honored, a request from any member of any party about a witness coming forward has not been honored, whether it's the terms of reference of the committee study, changing them and moving them in other directions, been honored each and every time it's asked. As often as not, we will ask the members, what do you think? Should we go that way? We work in a very collegial way there. I know I sometimes can sound large and gruff, but as a chair I tend to have a fairly good time doing it, and I've tried to move that committee forward. Let's talk a little bit about the work the committee has done. We've discussed at length expert witnesses, at least 10 meetings, 16 witnesses. Majority suggested by opposition members. We've been extremely hard-working as a committee, but in every case, asking each of the members, who do we need to see? Is there anybody left out that we haven't seen yet? We've even mentioned a couple of learned scholars that are still out there that we'd like to see, and we've been trying to organize our time so that they can come. But let's talk about some of the ones that we have talked about. First of all, our own law clerk, Mr. Walsh, was our first witness, and he gave us a great set of parameters for the committee to use. Thomas Hall, a retired clerk here from the House of Commons, who meets with some of his other clerk friends at the local Tim Hortons and other coffee shops and discuss procedures and House affairs, came to our committee to give us his views on prorogation. Professor Mendez, Constitution and International Law from University of Ottawa. Professor Peter Russell, I talked about Peter Russell before, and I'd like to tell you what a great Professor Peter Russell was, even at the committee. He shared with us his thoughts on this issue, lectured us, certainly set us straight on 2 or 3 issues, and I think we all went home that day with a new admiration for a professor, Professor Russell from Toronto, Professor of Political Science. Bernard Pelche, I've got some notes here from him. I will share them with you later in my speech, University of Ottawa. Professor Ned Franks, Professor of Political Studies from Queen's University. Again, learned scholar, has appeared at many committees around this House, not just ours. Christopher White, what a great story he was. He alone had set up a Facebook group about prorogation during the time of prorogation. We thought that was was admirable. I think he was referred by the opposition parties to have him come speak to us, but he came and he spoke to us. And he shared with us his thoughts and his views. But one of the thoughts and views he shared with us is, you know, it's not the same sitting here at your committee. It's not like watching it at question period where you're attacking and yelling at each other. He says, it's amazing to see you people sitting here and collegially working together towards a common end and working together as a committee. I took that with great pride as the chair. I took it as a huge compliment, and so did the other members. Also, Professor Weinstock, Professor of Philosophy from the University of Montreal. Professor Weinstock had written a letter about prorogation during the time of prorogation and had many scholars sign it. So we asked him to come forward and talk to us about that. Professor Adams, Eric Adams, Faculty of Law, University of Alberta. Professor Nelson Wiseman, the Department of Political Science at the University of Toronto. Hugo Cyr, Public Law and Political Science and Law at University of Quebec at Montreal. Brian Topp, a former NDP National Campaign Director, came and spoke to us because we thought he had some views we could share with us and did. Donald Spruill from the ex-Nortel employees came and spoke to us about how the prorogation and Parliament and what we needed to know from their group. Professor Andrew Hurd from the Political Sciences from Simon Fraser, Professor Monahan from York University, And just this last week, Professor Bradley Miller, a constitutional law expert from the University of Western Ontario from London, part of my riding. We've had a lot. We've learned a lot. Are we done? No. Have we written our report? No, but apparently we want to be thrown out with the trash. That's not what I want to see happen, and this motion would do that. I don't want it to happen. Enough about the committee and where the committee's been. Let me, if I can, with the time I have left, share some of the other reasons why I think prorogation, why this study, why this motion, to move it, to change it, is not correct. Madam Speaker, secondly, the motion begins on the false premise that there's been some misuse of prorogation power that somehow needs fixing. I will share and have shared somewhat in my speech already some expert opinions of the use of gotcha solutions to constitutional issues, and that's what many of the learned professors have said to us. Watch that you're not using kind of gotcha solutions to some of these constitutional issues, and we've been careful to watch that. The third reason, and the one that I'm going to try and make some more remarks on as I go forward here, is that the motion is seeking to use the false premise to undermine a long-standing constitutional principle and convention that form the basis of our parliamentary system of government. Some of the speakers before me talked about the 1500s and the 1600s and what has happened in previous parliaments going back that far. Yes, we've studied them all too, and from time to time it wasn't as exciting as you might think, but we've got through it because we need to understand how our system works. To put this discussion in context, I believe we need to go back to the first principles. Now, bear with me here because it might get a little bit boring, and I hope to come back to some excitement before I finish. But as you know, under our Constitution, there's a separation of power between the executive, the legislative, and the judicial branches of government. Section 9 of the Constitution Act of 1867 affirms that the executive authority is vested in the Queen. Section 17 establishes that the legislative branch, the Parliament of Canada, is comprised of the Queen, the Senate, and the House of Commons. And of course, the judicial branch is comprised of the courts. While it might be trite to state this fundamental tenet of our constitutional democracy in the context of today's debate, I think it serves as a useful reminder that members, under the separation of powers, there are some functions that are vested exclusively in the executive authority, and in which the House of Commons, as one component of the legislative branch, simply plays no part. As the Supreme Court of Canada stated in the 1997 Judges Reference, the separation of powers requires, at the very least, that some functions must be exclusively reserved to particular bodies. The prerogative to prorogue Parliament is exclusively vested in the Crown. The authorities are unequivocal on this point. And in the 23rd edition of Erskine May, on page 274, and I quote, "The prorogation of Parliament is a prerogative act of the Crown. Just as Parliament can commence its deliberations only at the time appointed by the Queen, so it cannot continue them any longer than she pleases. But each House exercises its right to adjourn itself independently of the Crown and of the other House." In the introduction to the procedure of the House of Commons, and it is observed at page 103, and I quote, "It is the ancient right of the Crown to call both Houses of Parliament together when it needs their assistance, and to put a temporary period to their labours when it pleases. Joint action of ending the old and providing for the new session is the prorogation of Parliament. In Canada, the royal prerogative to summon, prorogue, and dissolve Parliament are given to the Governor-General to exercise in the Letters Patent of 1947. Under Article 6 of the Letters Patent, the Sovereign authorized the Governor-General to exercise all powers lawfully belonging to us in respect of summoning, proroguing, dissolving the Parliament of Canada. Consistent with our constitutional conventions, the prerogative is exercised on the advice of the Prime Minister alone. As O'Brien and Bosk simply state at page 382, prorogation of Parliament, a prerogative act of the Crown taken on the advice of the Prime Minister, results in the termination of the session. Consistent with our democratic values, the government must hold the confidence of the House and ultimately must answer to the people for its use of those prerogative powers. But the House itself does not and cannot exercise the royal prerogative. The House can adjourn its proceedings at its discretion, but it cannot prorogue or dissolve Parliament. That is within the discretion of the Crown alone. Another important feature of our system, Madam Speaker, is that the certain matters relating to our Constitution are entrenched and cannot be changed but through special amending procedures. Many of our constitutional scholars that have visited our committee so far have suggested that the only way to change the prorogation, the prerogative of the Crown, would be through constitutional changes. Tough thing to get to, but that is the only way to be able to change them. And one such matter is changes to the office of the Queen or the Governor-General. Under Section 41 of the Constitution Act, 1982, any such changes must be effected by a royal proclamation having the unanimous approval of the House of Commons, the Senate, and every provincial legislative assembly. As you know, Madam Speaker, the Procedure and House Affairs Committee, as I've stated, is already doing a comprehensive study on prorogation, and we've heard from many experts on the topic. Many of these experts are of the view that the changes to limit the royal prerogative of prorogation would affect the office of the Governor-General in such a way as to require a unanimous constitutional amendment. What's more, Professor Benoit Pelletier, a constitutional expert at the University of Ottawa, concluded that prorogation in itself is a constitutional power intertwined with the separation of powers. And he stated, and I quote, "In my opinion, prorogation can be seen as the component, the separation of powers in government. The separation of powers is obviously a pillar of the Canadian state, and there is every reason to believe that the Supreme Court of Canada would recognize that even the principle of separation of powers is based in the Constitution. In other words, the separation of powers enjoys tacit constitutional protection, and because the power to prorogue is a critical component of the separation of powers, it too enjoys that same constitutional protection. I have concluded that the prorogation power is tied to the separation of powers because it provides for these checks and balances between the legislative branch and the executive branch. It contributes to those checks and balances. Therefore, I do not see how the prorogation power could be disassociated from the very principle of the separation of powers." Whew. Madam Speaker, it got about that dry at committee too, but we chose to study it, we chose to look at it. These checks and balances are at the heart of the principle of the separation of powers and what makes the Westminster parliamentary system function. While it is often more art than science, it has served us well thus far in our country's history. Madam Speaker, I stated at the outset in my remarks I oppose this supply day motion and the debate underway today. At the very least, it would be duplicative of the work already nearing completion by the Procedure and House Affairs Committee and the hard work that it has done. At the very worst, it would start us down the path of undermining the long and basic tenets of our parliamentary system and of constitutional government. Prorogation, as I've stated, is at the core of the separation of powers. It provides the Crown with a mechanism for responding to changing circumstances, such as the serious global economic crisis of last year. It allows for a new session of Parliament to be launched with the new priorities of government set out in a throne speech presented to parliamentarians and to the people of Canada. And it provides the House with an opportunity to respond to the government's recalibrated legislative policy program through votes of confidence on important matters, such as the recent budget bill here in the House. Wrapping up, Madam Speaker, in my opinion, this goes too far. This motion, it goes too far and would encourage all members, all honourable members, all hard-working committee members in this House to please join me in opposing this motion.
Before moving to questions and comments, it is my duty pursuant to Standing Order 38 to inform the House that the questions to be raised tonight at the time of adjournment are as follows.
The Honourable Member for Hull-Aylmer on Government Accountability. The Honourable Member for Nanaimo-Cowichan on Aboriginal Affairs.
Comments? The Honourable Member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I have a question for my colleague who went into great detail about the machinations, technically, of how we separation of powers, the Constitution, and all things pertaining to this Parliament and to this country. But I want to bring up an issue about prorogation itself, and from some of the very same people that he quoted in his speech. Some of them, the majority of them, talk about the very spirit of prorogation in the sense that what you need to do is you need to refresh the legislature because it has the agenda has been exhausted. So therefore, your grand master plan, pardon the vernacular, but your grand master plan that was established by them in order to get that mandate has exhausted itself to the point where now they must renew. They had over 35 pieces of legislation, most of which was promised by them under elements of crime fighting and the like, that were never enacted. And yet when they were delayed before, they blamed the Liberal-dominated Senate, which I believe has reversed itself, if I'm not mistaken. It's the Conservative-dominated Senate, yes. So in that particular sense, I don't understand why they felt that prorogation was so necessary. That's the first question. Second part is, if this committee is so busy, as he explains, wouldn't an offshoot, another committee being set up, would ease the pressure of the work involved and get to the crux of the matter, simply to raise the bar?
Member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
I thank my friend for his comments. I always enjoy being in the House with him because it's always a great time to listen to his thought process. To answer his second question first, I don't think at any time I said we were too busy. I said we were seized with the opportunity to study what we're already working on. Under the guise of three members of his party, his whip, I'm sure he knows them, occasionally they must talk, the deputy House leader and the deputy whip, who sit on that committee and at no time during any of the committee functions have ever asked us or said, we're not moving, we've got too much work, or geez, we'd like to study this someplace else so that we could have a Liberal chair of that committee somehow run it a different way. The answer to him is, we have moved forward and studied each of the issues on prorogation. And yes, I did get technical in the end of there, because that's truly what we've been learning. We have to study the process of prorogation along with what happens when it is used. And the committee has been seized with that at all party level. All four parties in this House have participated at that committee at length with great questioning, getting great answers from the scholars around our country. And we'd like the opportunity to not waste that. He talks about wasting opportunities in the House. Well, here's the chance to not waste 3 months of work by a hard-working committee that is maybe it's different in some other committees in this House, but that works together, respects each other, talks openly and honestly to itself and to its witnesses, gathers facts, and is ready to report back to this House on an issue that we thought was important too.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Hamilton Centre.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I appreciate the opportunity. And let me just say to the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, that I heard two parts to his remarks. So the parts where he gave his opinion on prorogation and what it ought to be and what it ought not to be, I disagree with just about every word of that, which he would expect, and it's part of the dynamics of this place. The other half, however, I want to affirm that, that as the chair of the committee, I believe that the honourable member has done an excellent job, and he does indeed. He bends over backwards to be fair. He brings humour to the role to deal with tensions, and so it really is a good committee doing good work. The tough stuff's going to come when we get in camera and start battling out the report, but we're not there yet. But the whole point is that the committee is alive and well and doing the work that it was charged to do by this place. My question to the member is, given the time frames that the Liberals have put forward, both the ridiculous one in their original motion of June 23rd, which would mean this committee has to be up and running, do their work, finished, deliver the report in 6 days. Now they've amended that to be November 2nd, but some of us on the committee have said, look, the odds of us being done in time that a November 2nd deadline could be met is just ridiculous. And I'm wondering, recognizing we're having a partisan debate, but nonetheless, would the chair give his opinion, Madam Speaker, on whether or not that November 2nd, the newly amended date, actually solves the problem, and is that a workable date as opposed to the June 23rd that they had in there, which clearly isn't?
The honourable member for Elgin Middlesex London.
Well, Madam Speaker, first of all, my congratulations to the member from Hamilton Centre and the hard work that I know he does on that committee, rushing usually from another committee to get to it because he's a hard-working member of this House, and often asking an extra round of questions of some of the more technical witnesses we have and getting the answers that this committee is needed. The real answer to his question is, first of all, the phony date of next Wednesday that was originally in this motion. I'm not certain what happened to the clown show over there this morning and trying to figure out that they could do the work by that time. We've spent 2.5, 3 months just getting to this point. I would suggest if we carried on and they allowed us to finish our work, we'd certainly have a report back to this House by that November 2nd date. I think it's possible if that's the case, but if you're asking me, could we start a new committee, certainly a committee chaired by the opposition party, the Liberals, and get it done by that time, I would suggest after what we've seen today and just getting the motion moved, I don't think it's likely the organization is there.
Questions and comments? The honourable member from Lambton, Kent, Middlesex.
Thank you, Madam Speaker, and certainly to the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, on not only on his being the strong working member that he is, but obviously the appreciation of all members on the committee for his leadership as chair. And so I think all of us really appreciate and show our appreciation for that. I'm just trying to, quite honestly, try to figure out what's happening here today. It would seem to me that the Leader of the Opposition has become so insecure in the position and the leadership that he doesn't trust his Deputy House Leader, his Whip or his Deputy Whip, on their ability to have fruitful input into a committee that has spent, as we have heard, 3 months getting to a point of trying to bring together some of the detailed and the in-depth discussion around the prorogation. And so with that, I have my own thoughts of what this motion is about. But I would like to ask the chair, the member from Elgin, Middlesex, London, what do you think the reasons are for this motion coming forward, this unprepared motion at this time?
The honourable member for Elgin, Middlesex, London.
Well, far be it from me to try and think of what evil lurks in the hearts of men. The true answer is the committee collectively has worked together, collectively done its work. You mentioned that the whip of the Liberal Party sits on the committee, as does the deputy whip and the deputy House Leader. We've been pretty proud of the work we've been doing, and collectively we've been proud of it. I'm not sure. I may be in trouble for breaking confidence from a in-camera meeting, but I'm going to give it a shot anyway. The whip of the Liberal Party has made me chair of the month for every month that we've sat during this process, because we've done, I think, a fairly good job and have moved the issue forward, but in a way where Canadians can understand what we're doing. And it is fairly dry material, and I do try to keep my humour about me and keep the committee not partisan, not talking at each other, but talking to witnesses and talking through the chair so that we can actually accomplish what we set out to accomplish. But if you're asking me to understand how Liberals arrive at motions, I haven't got there yet.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Malpeque.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Speaker, and I will be splitting my time with the member for Papineau. Madam Speaker, I am certainly pleased to speak on this motion. I think it's a very good one, and I would hope that all members in this House support it. I hear some laughing on the other side, Madam Speaker, but you know, I would say to those Conservative backbenchers sitting over there you know, not to allow their whip to whip them into line as he always does. Because this is not about simple issues, Madam Speaker. This is not about...
I regret to interrupt the Honourable. Order, please. Order. I will recognize for questions and comments only those members that are not heckling.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I know they don't want to hear that, but this is about a very serious issue. This is about the rights of Canadians, through their elected representatives. And, you know, I know on that side of the House, we've seen how the government has operated with many international... Previous speakers have spoke about this, about how organizations that question the government have their funding cut, how farm organizations that challenge the government have the doors slammed in their face, never to see the minister again. And so I know for Conservative backbenchers over there, there's certainly a lot of fear and intimidation of the PMO. But for heaven's sakes, you were elected to represent Canadians, to represent your constituents. And it's time, Madam Speaker, that they stood up to their leader, who was attempting to run roughshod over this place. You know, and his actions in so doing are undermining democracy. You know, after Canadians exercised their democratic right and prevented the Prime Minister from gaining a majority, and you know, and he did that. He basically prorogued Parliament. He first broke his election promise of fixed elections. Then he prorogued Parliament and basically tried to put a padlock on democracy. As you remember at the time, Madam Speaker, he said it was to recalculate their legislation, I guess, but we haven't seen much recalculation, because when Parliament opened, a considerable time later, what we have seen is what's really come forward from the government is the weakest and shallowest legislation agenda in Canadian history. In fact, in a Canadian press story, it had this to say: parliamentary expert Ned Franks says he can't recall another legislative sitting that has accomplished so little. He went on to say, this Parliament isn't functioning like a normal Parliament, and I quote, he blames a government that views Parliament, listen to this now, views Parliament as the enemy. That's a fairly serious comment from a well-known expert on parliaments and democracies and how they work. Backbench members over there should be very concerned. Let me simply say, Madam Speaker, to sum this up on this end, that this Prime Minister sees Parliament as the enemy. He doesn't want debates. He doesn't want discussions. This motion lays down some rules around how any prorogation would work. However, Madam Speaker, I think part of the problem here is that the Prime Minister has failed to understand that respect for this place is not a matter of convenience. This is a government that, when confronted on an issue of the rights of Parliament, in this case, the right of Parliament now confirmed by the Speaker to have access to the documents related to the detainee issue, that the Speaker had a rule on and challenged the government, and we did get into negotiations and got, we think, well, we'll see, a reasonable settlement for the moment. The consequences of all that was clearly a failed legislative agenda. Only really 2 substantive bills have passed this place. That's probably the worst record in history. But, Madam Speaker, it goes further than that. It's not just the Prime Minister and how he tries to shut this place down. It's how he tries to challenge the rights of committees. That is a very serious issue. The Prime Minister has instructed his ministers to follow his example and deny to committees the witnesses that committees have asked for. You know, I'm on one of those committees, Madam Speaker, and I want to background this so that people understand how serious this matter is. You know, at committees, we need to be able to do our job. If we're going to represent the Canadians that sent us here, to hold the government to account, we have to be able to see and question the witnesses that we believe have answers. And so at the committee, when we started our hearings on access to information, we had Mr. Togneri, who was coming as a witness. He'd named some others that maybe we should investigate as well. We also wanted to hear from Mr. Sudas, the Prime Minister's chief spokesman. But all of a sudden, the House Leader stands up in the House and there's new rules around this town. And that is, certain witnesses will not be able to appear. In fact, I have the letter here, Madam Speaker, from the Prime Minister, directed to the clerk of the committee, and it says this, and I quote, "The purpose of this letter is to inform the committee of my instruction to Mr. Sudas that he will not appear before the committee," end of quote. Now, the Prime Minister did go on a little further to say, and I quote, "Next week I'll be present in question period on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday. Questions about these matters can be directed to me there." However, when our member got up to ask a question on June 10th about Mr. Sudas, the Prime Minister didn't answer. And so, is the Prime Minister's word worth the paper it's written on? He said he'd answer and he didn't. But he won't allow Mr. Sudas to come before committee. You know, and that's a very, very serious matter, Madam Speaker. As well, we had before committee, we had the legislative law clerk, Mr. Rob Walsh. And so we were questioning him this week on the authority that the Prime Minister may or may not have. And this is what he had to say in response to that. We're talking about the authority of committees to call witnesses. Mr. Walsh had this to say, and I quote, "The Prime Minister and any minister has no authority to prevent someone from appearing in front of a committee," end of quote. He went on to say, "But everyone has a duty, apart from members of Parliament, senators, and the Governor-General, to show up when summoned before a committee," end of quote. Well, Mr. Walsh clearly believes, and he's the expert in this town, he clearly believes we as committees have the right to call witnesses. Madam Speaker, this is a very serious issue, and so what we're seeing here, I think, from the government is, I don't know what they're trying to cover up. I don't know what they're thinking in terms of their action in not allowing Parliament to work by proroguing it, then not recalibrating and bringing in legislation. As was said, it's the weakest legislative performance that we've ever seen in government. Now monkeying around with committees and preventing them for doing their work. And so I see, Madam Speaker, I see this proposal, this motion, as extremely important to put some rules around what the Prime Minister can and cannot do. This Parliament is the people's Parliament. It's here so that we as elected representatives can do our jobs on behalf of Canadians. We live in a democracy, not a dictatorship. And in a democracy, parliamentarians have to be able to do their job. And we can't do our job if this place is closed down on a whim by the Prime Minister, or our ministers and the Prime Minister order others not to come before committee. That's unacceptable. I encourage everyone, and the backbenchers in the Conservative Party, develop some backbone. Stand up for Canadians for a change. Stand up for them, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? The Honourable Member for Glengarry Prescott Russell.
Thank you very much, Madam Speaker. I just heard my colleague on the other side of the floor talking about this as a a democracy. It's not a dictatorship. He is talking about prorogation. But the question I want to put to him, Madam Speaker, of course, concerns the long gun registry. And what I want to know is he going to exercise his democratic right to vote to end the long gun registry, or is he going to bow down to the dictatorship of his leader, the leader of the opposition, who will force him to vote against the wishes of his people? Now, Madam Speaker, this is important because his people want him to vote against the long gun registry. He said he would vote against the long gun registry. Will he do it, Madam Speaker?
Member for Malpec.
Madam Speaker, of course I'm going to exercise my democratic right. Maybe that member knows something I don't, because he claims, Madam Speaker, that my constituents oppose the long gun registry. My constituents in a majority position do not. But in terms of my original motion, Madam Speaker, in terms of my original motion, I wanted the government to show some leadership in terms of finding a compromise that would work. And the government has failed. The Prime Minister has failed to bring in a bill, a government bill. It's a backbencher's bill. But when I turned to the leader of the Liberal Party, the leader of the opposition, he worked with rural Canadians, he worked with urban Canadians, and he found a compromise that works. That's leadership that's coming from this side of the House, where we see none over there. And I'll vote.
Questions and comments? The honourable member for Elmwood Transcona.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I think trying to bait the member on the long gun registry is totally out of order and irrelevant to the debate at hand here. Madam Speaker, this government's already taken its lumps on prorogation. I mean, it was hitting 40% in the polls the end of December, and after it prorogued the House, I mean, its numbers plummeted, and it's not recovered since. So they've taken their lumps on this issue. They know not to do it again. I'd be surprised if they would try it a third time. The question is, I guess, that the Conservatives really are not sure whether they want minority government to work. I think they feel, a lot of them, that if they make minority government work, the voters won't give them the majority they want. And I think they could make it work if they wanted to. They studied other cases like Gary Filmon in Manitoba, Bill Davis in Ontario. They could see situations where minority governments did work. Look at the Liberal minority governments in the 60s and all the great things that the Pearson government brought in to prove that minority governments can work. But I don't think they've resolved that within their own caucus. But I mean, the Liberal Party has made a misstep here in bringing forward this resolution. They had a resolution on MS, which was a very smart move on their part, and they killed it sometime last night and ended up coming in with what is essentially a redundant motion and giving them, the Conservatives, the opportunity to make fun of them.
I would like to give the honourable member for Malpec the opportunity to respond.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. I'm glad to respond to the question, because I really think what it comes back to is really about leadership. It's the minority parliament is a place. The government does not have a majority. It's a place of compromise, debate and compromise, and looking at the issues. And as I said on the gun issue, Madam Speaker, our leader showed leadership. Their side hasn't. We haven't even seen a bill from the government on that issue. And on many of the committees, we see leadership coming from the opposition side. On the Immigration, Citizenship and Immigration Committee, it was my seatmate who provided the leadership on that issue to find the compromises to make the bill work. And that's what you see coming forward from the opposition. You know, the member talked about previous governments, the Pearson government, that brought in so much of what is the foundation of social policy in this country. That was during a minority government time. And because Liberal leaders are willing to develop the compromises and show the leadership to do what's best for Canadians, the problem is the Prime Minister's on a one-track agenda. It's his way or the highway, and that's not the way democracy is supposed to work.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Papineau. Thank you, Madam Speaker. On this final day of our spring session, this is an opportunity for us to reflect on the lessons learned during this session and to look at how we're going to ensure that we don't repeat those mistakes the next time.
It gives us an opportunity to look back at prorogation and of all that it is a symptom of, and ask ourselves some serious questions about what we are doing here in this room. This chamber holds 308 people who come from every corner of this country, every conceivable background and identity, because we represent, individually and collectively, all the extraordinary diversity, the different voices, the different viewpoints, the different faiths, beliefs, creeds of this country. And our job, Madam Speaker, is to come together and to figure out what the best path forward is. And whether we sit on this side of the House or that side of the House, we are all Canadian, and we all share a core set of beliefs that together we can have a fairer, more prosperous, better country to leave to our children and our grandchildren. This is the spirit that imbibes public service. This is why we spend so many days of the year away from our families, away from our homes, away from our communities, to come and build a sense of compromise, a sense of moving forward in ways that we can all agree with. And that's, Madam Speaker, why it's so troubling to have seen over the past 4 years a culture of division, of cynicism, of secrecy, of lack of accountability permeate this House in its entirety. And the 2 prorogations in 2 years, the first to avoid a vote of non-confidence that would have surely brought this government down. The second to avoid difficult questions on how much this government allowed to happen around the torture of Afghan citizens is not the kind of presentation we need to be putting to Canadians. And when we have a House in which the winner of question period is the one who can shout loudest, where the points are made to disrupt and distract people, où ça devient un jeu,
where it becomes a game, a matter of scoring points, or to come up with the right word, to embarrass someone else, to try to come up with a strategy to please supporters, and to show that you don't give a hoot about people who won't vote for you anyway. We are weakening this House, the principles that we're here for.
Good. When they got elected, a few seats shy of a majority, by just 5.2 million Canadians. Of the 33 million citizens of this country, 2/3 of them who are voters, roughly, little over 5 million votes could almost give them a majority. And they realized, Madam Speaker, that a climate in which they could promote cynicism, disengagement, suppress vote turnout, suppress people's feelings that government can be a force for good, can be a place that gets things done. Instead, pushing this idea of dysfunctional parliaments by demonstrating how dysfunctional it can be under a government that doesn't believe in government. that doesn't believe that we have a duty to work together, to build a better country, a better future. Madame la Présidente.
Madam Speaker, we are wandering at a time when the world is presenting us with significant challenges, environmental challenges, challenges regarding human rights, issues such as poverty, here at home on our Aboriginal reserves, or elsewhere in the world, where we have an obligation as Canadians to be up to the task, to be up to the job, to take on our responsibilities, and to acknowledge that we live in an extraordinary country, one that is prosperous, where we're all entitled to express our opinions and to hold them.
Speaker, this desire to shut down debate, to quash democratic instincts, to marginalize voices who come forward with differing points of views, whether they be Richard Colvin's or Linda Keen's, or anyone or any women's group who speaks out against them, is told, no, you need to be quiet, or else you're going to get your funding cut. Anyone who disagrees with this government gets pushed aside. And that, unfortunately, applies as well to the opposition when they think they can get away with it. Because that's what this past prorogation was about. It was about making sure that Parliament, that government, that Stephen Harper could use, I apologize, Madam Speaker, that the Honourable Prime Minister could use all the right Honourable Prime Minister, although I wonder whether he's really earned that title from time to time. But the right part, yes, perhaps very far right. Anyway, we'll leave that there. The challenge becomes that he gets to use every tribune he can use, all the media, all the voices, all the attention, and gets to further marginalize people who disagree with him. That's why we're talking about prorogation today. That's why we want Canadians to go into this summer remembering that this is not a government who values their voices, not a government who accepts easily the legitimacy that exists in every member sitting in this House who is duly elected by the people they strive to represent. Et pour mes amis du Bloc québécois.
And for my friends at the Bloc Québécois, I completely disagree with their ideas on the future of Quebec and Canada. And the NDP socialists, as our government likes to call them. I don't agree with a number of their ideas. However, they are legitimate. They represent their constituents. They share their voice and their concerns, which is at the basis of our democracy. And impeding this legitimacy, reducing this possibility is very concerning to me.
As the official critic for multiculturalism and youth for the Liberal Party, and as such, I got...
Order, the Honourable Member from Selkirk Interlake.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I just wanted to point out that my honourable colleague spoke ill of the Prime Minister. First of all, he mentioned his name, and secondly, made a disrespectful comment. And I want to quote Standing Order 18, where no member shall speak disrespectful of the Sovereign or any member of the Royal Family, nor the Governor-General or the person administrating the Government of Canada, nor use offensive words against either House or against any member thereof. No member may reflect on the vote, etc. And then I want to turn to page 99 of O'Brien Boskin, Chapter 3, and just note Speaker Milliken's ruling in 2003, which says speakers discourage members of Parliament from using names in speeches if they are speaking ill of some other person because with parliamentary privilege applied to what they say, anything that is damaging to the reputation or to the individual is then liable to be published with the coverage of parliamentary privilege, and the person is unable to bring any action in respect to those claims. So, Speaker, Madam Speaker, it has been ruled in the past that these are definitely out of order and that these are a contempt, and I'd ask that you rope in the member for making these types of scandalous and scurrilous comments.
On the same point of order, the honourable member for Bonavista, Gander Grand Falls.
Yeah, I appreciate the input, and on the same point of order, yes, what my honourable colleague mentioned was that the quotation was worthy of the title. I mean, in this House, we all say that we are not worthy of the title by which we have. We do it in campaigns. We do it here in this House. It's a function of their job. And in this particular case, it's the function of the job as Prime Minister that we feel he doesn't measure up to. I don't take the point of order.
Order, please. Order. I would ask the honourable member to withdraw that statement.
I apologize both to Madam Speaker and to my members of the House for having gotten a little carried away, and I withdraw those remarks. I was raised better than that to appreciate and respect the office, so thank you.
We will now move to, I believe that settles the question. We will move to questions and comments for a few minutes. The honourable member for Markham Oak Ridges.
Thank you, Madam Speaker.
Brief
question. Sorry, Madam Speaker. I did listen to that, and I found it somewhat troubling because, you know, we've been in this House in government since 2006, and in that time period, there's been one motion of non-confidence which was defeated. We've passed a number of budgets which was supported by one of the opposition parties. We've passed an economic action plan. The real reason that this motion is being brought forward right now by the Liberals is because they actually have no policies that Canadians care to listen to. They don't care about national defense. They care more about terrorists than they do about our soldiers. They have no economic action plan. Their policies on taxes are to increase taxes on families and businesses. They want to implement a carbon tax on Canadians and kill business and kill jobs. In the last election, he talks about prorogation. They were not elected by the people. They were devastated. They got one of the worst results in Canadian history, yet they wanted to foist on Canadians a Prime Minister, their leader, who was massively rejected by people, who Canadians said they did not want, policies they did not want. They wanted to seize government because that's all they care about. They don't care about Canadians. They have no policies, so they bring embarrassing motions.
I must interrupt the honourable member and give an opportunity to the honourable member from Papineau to respond briefly as well.
I will just take 2 seconds because I couldn't hear a question in there to respond with the end of my speech that I got to meet with a group of group of community activists who were interested in getting their young members of this ethnic community more involved in politics. And they said one of the problems is our young people, you know, coming from the home country, are worried that if they help out with an opposition party, they'll end up on a list and be banned and have more difficulty finding work. I wanted to respond and say, this is Canada, that doesn't happen. I'm not so sure anymore, and I couldn't say anything. Thank you very much, Madam Speaker.
Questions and comments? Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. And according to the ruling from Madam Speaker, I too would like to apologize to the House for the comments that were made and misjudged the comments. Nonetheless, I want to ask my colleague, who, as the critic for youth, and he's well aware of the aspect of social networking and how it encompasses young people in this country today as they communicate in ways that are beyond, we couldn't even imagine when we were that age. What happened here in the prorogation period was that they tried to silence the voices that my other colleagues spoke about, but the people who protested through social networking to start with, and the youth of this country, became engaged, and they circumvented that silencing. Through their own initiatives, through volunteer work, they decided that the supremacy of Parliament was just that, supreme, and it was circumvented and runs against their core for the way democracies are run. So I'd like for my colleague to comment on that aspect and how engaged people were and how upset they were that they felt that this government was circumventing the rituals that we cherish so much in this Parliament.
The honourable member for Papineau.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. I appreciate my colleague's question, and he's absolutely right when he says that young people who often get a bad rap for being disengaged and not caring about politics demonstrated their outrage in huge numbers through the tools that they know so well, through social media, to explain that no, they did not want a government that suspended work when the going got tough. They wanted to make sure that we were all working hard together, which is why during the prorogation period that this government imposed upon us, the Liberal Party held over 30 sessions consulting with Canadians, bringing in young Canadians, bringing in people who were using the empty rooms of this Parliament to talk about the issues that they wanted us to be addressing as parliamentarians. So bringing forward opportunities for young people to be heard, particularly when we consider that in the last election, for the ages of 18 to 25, the voting turnout was at about 20%. 4 out of 5 young people did not vote in the last election, and for me, that is something that we need to turn around, and we will only do it by engaging with them openly, responsibly, and by not promoting this culture of cynicism and deceit that this government is far too known for. Thank you.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker, and I'm very pleased to be speaking to this Liberal Opposition Day motion, Mr. Speaker, and Madam Mr. Speaker, and it's been a very interesting debate for most of the day, primarily with the Liberal opposition getting beaten up in unprecedented fashion here. But I do want to say at the beginning that a couple of days ago I read some quotes in the House about the minority government of Lester Pearson from the 1960s and how successful it was. And one of the accounts was prefaced by the word that it was a chaotic government, and another one I think was confused. But both counts, at the end of the day, and this is historical record that I'm referring to, both accounts indicated that this was an extremely productive period of time. It may not have seemed like it at the time, but the fact of the matter is that the government over that period brought in a new Canadian flag, brought in a Medicare system, amalgamated the armed forces, and several other serious pieces of legislation were enacted at that time. And there have been other periods too of minority governments that have worked very well. And I've mentioned those before: Filmon in Manitoba, and Davis in Ontario, and there are probably a lot of other good examples. But the public has been trained to believe that somehow a majority government is the ideal.
Did Medicare come under?
And the fact of the matter, the facts are not borne out by that, because, you know, after the Pearson government, we had a majority government under Pierre Trudeau, and you know, it didn't accomplish an awful lot in the 4 years. In matter of fact, the public were so unimpressed with the first 4 years that they returned the government in a minority situation, with David Lewis and the NDP being in a minority situation and supporting that government for 2 years, in which we did get a number of very good pieces of legislation passed. So my colleague points out Petro-Canada was one of the examples of what was accomplished during that minority government. So we have all sorts of examples. Actually, we have more examples of where minority government has actually produced results than we actually do of majority government. Majority governments tend to be overconfident and be actually not that productive at the end of the day. So this government, which I believe was an accidental government in the first place, it was not guaranteed that they were going to become a government in the beginning in 2006. They formed the government, and I believe they were still following their Republican advisors in how to deal with opposition by being obstructionists in committees and taking the attitude that if they could somehow just manage to make things not work, that they could get themselves defeated in 2 years and then present themselves to the public as innocent victims of minority government situation, unable to get legislation passed, and somehow they were going to be rewarded with a majority government. Well, and they set, not only that, but they set up a fixed election date, and then they proceeded to ignore their own fixed election date and call their own election in September of 2008. Well, look what happened. They ended up with a minority government again because, once again, for the second time in a row, the public didn't really trust them. The public is not totally enamored with them or their leader or the results that they've been able to show so far. So there is a general lack of direction over there. There's confusion over there. They can't decide whether they want to make minority government work to their advantage or whether they want to mess up minority government so they can go out and argue for a majority situation. And we see that on a daily basis here. We saw them in government in the election of 2008 with the Prime Minister traveling the country, wearing his sweater, saying the land is strong, everything's going fine. And meanwhile, the stock market was melting down around us. And what did he say? He said it was a buying opportunity. Go out and buy stocks, he said, as the markets were plunging. So they're totally out of sync with what's happening in the economy. They're totally out of sync with what's happening in the country. And the results show it. So within days of coming into power, they bring in their economic update. And then they wondered why the opposition were not happy with the results of their economic update introduction. So what do? They prorogue the House. Well, that got them through crisis number 1. So you'd think they would have learned by that close call. And I think they were somewhat chased. They came back in Parliament, and we proceeded for another year. And I think it was purely accidental. I really believe that the Prime Minister, prorogued the House, not really thinking that his numbers would drop like a dozen points overnight, and he didn't anticipate the reaction of the public to what he had done. And he created a lot of damage. Not only did he ruin his chances for a quick election after the Olympics, and put his numbers down in the basement, but he created a reaction against Conservatives and the government across the country, which is still not healed. Not only that, but he wiped out his agenda, his legislative agenda. Of the 36 bills before the House, I believe, I have the figures here somewhere, I think 36 bills were wiped out by that measure. And it'd be humorous if it wasn't so sad. And 19 of them were his justice bills, his tough on crime bills. So, we don't have to worry about, beating up on the government and knocking the government down. They seem to be doing a very good job of destroying themselves and suffering from self-inflicted wounds at the end of the day. They don't need the opposition to take them down. They can do that by themselves. And they've proven that over and over again. So what we did, my leader did, was when we came back in, he decided to, as a party, decided to bring in a motion in this House which passed to deal with this whole issue of prorogation of Parliament. Not that I believe that the Prime Minister will do it again, but we just feel that it's time to take a look at this issue and make sure that we examine it a little more and set up some guidelines. Because we know that when the Liberals were in power, they prorogued the House all governments prorogue the House, but you do so when your agenda is finished. That's what you do. You don't prorogue the House when you're in trouble. Today, several speakers have talked about in the 1800s with John A. Macdonald was the last time a prime minister prorogued the House when he was in trouble because he was trying to stop an investigation into scandals of the building of the railway. Well, that's the type of thing that we're trying to avoid. And so the government points to all those times that other governments prorogue, and they say, well, look, other governments done it, we should be able to do it too. But the reality is that the conditions were different. The conditions were totally different. This government prorogued the House because it was doing it to save its own skin. So our leader brought in a motion which was passed by the House, which, and I'm going to read it, in the opinion of the House, the Prime Minister shall not advise the Governor-General to prorogue any session of any Parliament for longer than 7 calendar days without a specific resolution to this House of Commons to support such a prorogation. And that was passed by this House, by the opposition parties in this House. And we've had the chairman of the committee has spoke today, 20 minutes, and he's described as the member for Hamilton Centre, our speaker, our representative on the committee. These members have described how they and the Liberal members on the committee, the deputy House leader, the Liberal deputy House leader, the whip, and the deputy whip are all on this committee happily dealing with the issue for the last 3 months. And they expect that, and the Liberals have to know this, that the report is going to be due in due course. It will arrive maybe October, November, whatever it arrives. And everybody seems to be getting along. And so you can imagine our shock when we find that the Liberals use their last opposition day of the House to showcase, not unemployment or other, serious issues. MS. I mean, I went back to my hotel last night with a file on MS because I thought that's what they were going to be discussing today. I was told that's what was coming up, and they did a great job. The other night we were in a take-note debate here, and the Liberal member, who's very strong on the MS issue, did an excellent job. And I've had, just on the strength of my, 3 little questions that I asked in that 4-hour period, I've had a dozen emails already from across the country on the issue of MS. People are very interested in that debate. So I thought, that's really smart. For once, the Liberals have really made a smart decision. They're going to go with MS. And so I come here this morning and I find out that no, it's on prorogation. That's what they're going to do. And we already have a committee, and they have members on the committee. So I find out, well, what went wrong here? What went wrong? So I guess somewhere, during their garden party last night, they decided to make a change, or they decided to make it, I was either at the garden party or it was 8:30 this morning. Well, let me give the Liberals some advice. It's not a good idea to be making crucial decisions at 8:30 in the morning. Most of us are not fully awake at that time, and our judgments can be somewhat impaired. Obviously, theirs were. And so what do? They introduced the motion, and, I could read it. And somewhere, I think maybe about 9 o'clock this morning, somebody actually read this thing. And they realized that, we're going to have to produce a report and have it done in 6 days. And we have representatives on a committee that's working for 3 months, has brought in the most eminent professors, the most eminent constitutional experts in the country have been brought before this committee, have testified before the committee. The Liberal members are there at the committee, and they've decided that that's not good enough. They're going to set up their own committee, and they're going to report in 6 days. Now, that would be a miracle in the making if they could do something like that. So they realized, well, 6 days is unreasonable. So I just not sure, Mr. Speaker, how much time I actually have. 6 minutes? Thank you, Mr. Speaker. So then what they did was they decided to amend on the fly, on the floor, their motion. So what they decided to do, and maybe people, I don't think anybody in this country has been watching this debate all day. I thought I was hearing the clicking of channels an hour or so ago when the chairman was making his speech. So I don't think anybody's been following this all day in the country. But for those who haven't, I want to say that the motion reads that a special committee of the House, bear in mind we already have such a committee, of the House to be hereby established to undertake an immediate study of all relevant issues pertaining to prorogation, including the circumstances in which a request that Parliament be prorogued would be appropriate or inappropriate, and the nature of any rule changes either by way of the standing orders or legislation or both that may be necessary to avoid any future misuse of prorogation. And we've already established, by virtue of the chair and other members of the committee, virtually every member of this committee, except the 3 Liberal members on the committee, have actually spoken today. And they've all said the limits to the committee are broad enough to cover all eventualities. Every possible area of this subject can be dealt with by the committee's own rules right now, and in fact they can change the rules if they want to add in new elements. So all these Liberal members have to do is simply go to the next committee meeting and bring the ideas that the authors of this resolution motion today want, and they can be added into the process. So that as part of the study, the committee takes into account the specific proposals for new rules pertaining to prorogation offered by the Leader of the Opposition, well, those ought to be pretty good, including a requirement that the Prime Minister give Parliament written notice in advance of any request to prorogue. It's reasonable. Together with his or her reasons, therefore, a requirement that there be a debate in the House of Commons after any such notice is given, but before any request for prorogation is made, a requirement that the express consent of the House of Commons be obtained at the conclusion of any such debate if fewer than 12 months has passed since the last speech from the throne, and the requested prorogation for a period of more than 30 days or an issue of confidence is outstanding before the House, and a provision that allows the Committee of Parliament to continue to function during any prorogation. And then, Mr. Speaker, they came in with their amendment. And their amendment, they amended it that any special committee also take into account any report on prorogation that may be forthcoming from the Standing Committee on Procedure and House Affairs, and provide an analysis of the consequences of the use of prorogation as a device to avoid accountability or to silence voices that may wish to express disagreement with the government. All things that are already covered by this committee for the last 3 months. And then they go on, Mr. Speaker, to talk about the content of the committee, how it's going to be comprised of 11 members, 5 members from the government party, 3 members from the opposition, 2 from the Bloc, 1 from the NDP, and provides that the chair be from the official opposition. So as the chairman pointed out, what we're going to have here is we're going to have the existing chair and his committee, and we're going to appoint a new committee now with the chair being appointed from the Liberals. So we're going to have a Liberal chair, and we're going to have to pay that chairperson $11,165 plus the cost of bringing all those same witnesses that we've just heard from back again for another go-around. This is absolutely insane, and no wonder the government is having its chuckles today at the Liberal expense. I know they've been having a great day, and they shouldn't be having a great day. They don't deserve to have a great day, but, you know, they're having one at the Liberals' expense. And that the committee will have all of the powers of a standing committee as provided by the well, that's exactly what we have already. So once again, more duplication. And that the members to serve on the said committee be appointed by the whip of each party, and by the way, the whip's already on, right? So this whip is going to appoint members to the second committee as well. each party depositing with the clerk of the House a list of her party members to the committee no later than June 23rd, 2010. And then they talk about membership substitutions, and they delete the words. Though I guess the most important part of this is they're deleting June 22nd and they're putting November the 2nd as the date, which of course gives the government lots of time to have an election in the meantime, or maybe even prorogue the House again for all we know. So, I mean, this is the sad state of affairs that we find ourselves in on this last day of the sitting of this House, and I only wish that the Liberal caucus members would take a little stronger stand here. I don't blame the Liberal caucus members because I don't think any of them really had a clue what was coming down today, and I'm sure they're going to be taking back to their next caucus meeting and trying to find out just what went wrong. Why did we give up on a perfectly good opposition motion on MS? Why would we give up on a perfectly good opposition motion which had traction, which was a great idea? They did a great job on it a few days ago. And why did we mess up and end up bringing in a motion like this that in fact it will not make it through the House of Commons? And it shouldn't, because it's simply a duplication of what we have right now. And with that, Mr. Speaker, I believe my time is up. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The Honourable Minister of State for Democratic Reform.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'd like to address some of the issues the member raised. First of all, the government is having a great day, as is everyone who is a Canadian. Being a Canadian implies and means you're having a great day. So we're having a great day. Secondly, I think the member talked about republicanism at the beginning of his comments. I take offense to that because I'm a monarchist, and that is about as far away from republicanism as you can get. So I hope the member reflects on that. Secondly, I want to just point out the great initiatives on democratic reform that the government is undertaking, from term limits for senators to expanded voting opportunities, representation by population, getting tough on political loans. These are the things that Canadians are asking for and want passed, and that is exactly what the government's doing, including bringing forward legislation on Senate elections, which is a long-time demand of the people of Canada. Now, my question for the member deals with the Liberal Party. He was quite critical of the Liberal Party, and it seems that the Liberal Party is in great disarray. You look at what happened with the immigration bill that the NDP bloc and this government came together to work on, and with great success, and yet the Liberals were all over the map. They were either left or they're right, they're back and forward. They didn't know which direction they were going. Would the member agree that the Liberal Party is in complete disarray?
The Honourable Member for Elmwood Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I guess it's just a question of relativity here as to which one of the two coalition partners in this House are the most disorganized. I mean, I've seen this government, trying to recover from the prorogation debacle of a few months ago, and where it's torched its 36 bills, 19 tough on crime bills, and does it, bring them all back in at the beginning of the session like it should have, so allow the opposition to pick and choose which ones it wants to pass? No, it waits. They wait on the pardon legislation. They actually call it like 2 days before the end of the session. If that's not either just plain stupidity or brinksmanship, I'm not sure which one, but it has to be one of the two. So I don't, I wouldn't take the view that somehow that the Liberals are the bunch of incompetents here. You guys are the government. You're supposed to be organized. You're supposed to have the Conservatives are the government, and they're supposed to have their legislative agenda in order, and they're the ones that are responsible for getting things through. And I really want to compliment them and the minister for his refugee bill, because he did a great job on that, and the Parliament did a great job on that, and we need more of that. I'm asking the government to live up to what Pearson did when he was in a minority situation. Set yourself some goals and try to attain them rather than trying to torch the committees and short-circuit the process and cause all kinds of problems. Why don't you set a goal to get some real legislation through here?
I'm just going to stop the member there to allow a couple more questions and comments. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Industry.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and thank the honourable member for his rant. I have a couple of questions. I'm tempted to ask the question. I'm reading How They Vote here, the How They Vote website, and I noticed that the honourable member has more words spoken in the House than the next 3 members combined. So I'm tempted to ask him if he knows that we don't get paid by the word here in the House of Commons, but I'm not going to ask him that question. Instead, I'm going to ask him about a couple of interesting quotes that I've read recently. One quote comes from the Liberal leader. He said, he actually wrote this in the New York Times Magazine. He wrote, "Politics is theater. It is part of the job to pretend to have emotions you do not actually feel." So he wrote that, and I think we're seeing that with this Opposition Day motion and some of the speeches from the Liberal side today. But another quote from the member from Papineau, the son of a former Prime Minister, former Liberal Prime Minister, the Liberal member from Papineau, who talked about his leader saying, quote, "He's a little all over the place sometimes. He says this, he says that, he contradicts himself. For me, he's not someone with, maybe he has the intelligence, but maybe not the wisdom required." And I'm just wondering from the honourable member if maybe this Opposition Day motion is an example of that.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to take this opportunity because it will be, I think, my last chance to make a speech or comments in this session of the House, because we are planning to finish today. And I've been here for 20 months now, and I'm had a very great time after spending 23 years in the provincial legislature, and I'm very aware that I didn't get a chance to say proper goodbyes when I was a provincial member because the election came about so suddenly. I'm also aware that we're in a minority government, and there's a possibility we may not be back in the fall. So if that eventuality were to happen, I just want to say now that I have had a terrific 20 months. I've been thrilled to work with everybody here, and I hope to be back after the next election. Don't get me wrong. But I want to say it's been a terrific, a once-in-a-lifetime experience, and I would recommend being a member of Parliament to anybody in the country. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
Very briefly, I'd like to thank the member for his speech, his passion, and on the note of what he just went out on, I would just like to say congratulations to him. Yes, he is number 1 on How They Vote, and yes, he is quite well out there. As a matter of fact, I'm number 2, and I'm closing in. Well, not really. Let's face it. But, no, he doesn't get paid by the word, but he certainly does invest a great amount of time in his work. I have yet to see this man stand in this House and, off the cuff, try to talk about something that he knows nothing about. That's not true. He's always well prepared, and I hope he has a wonderful summer. And look out, I'm number 2. I'm going for number 1. I don't know if there's enough time in existence of this session to do that, but nonetheless, I want to wish him a great summer, and I look forward to hearing him again when we come back in the fall.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you very much, and I really appreciate my time too with the member, and I expect that we'll be talking to one another many more times in this House. Thank you very much.
Questions and comments. The honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Heritage.
Well, thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. You know, on this motion today, and I do note that this member is upstanding quite a bit. I wonder how much dead air we'd have in this place if he wasn't here. But there's certainly lots of hot air. But that said, Mr. Speaker, I listened to the speech. I didn't get an opportunity to ask a question of the member from Papineau when he made his intervention. But I was in a little bit of a conversation with this honourable member from Elmwood-Transcona. And what I heard and what I see in this motion today are nothing but platitudes. But to me, voters demand substance. And I may not agree with this member, but I would agree with the previous member that said that he comes in well-researched, with substance, and argues his points. Now, I often disagree with him, but I was absolutely astounded with a speech that went on for 10 minutes and dealt with zero substance at all. Voters want substance, not platitudes. I just asked the honourable member if he thinks this motion today is really about platitudes. It has absolutely nothing to do with the substance that voters want to see from this House.
The honourable member for Elmwood-Transcona.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. And I just think that the Liberals made an error. I mean, all parties can do that. And it's not up to us to tell them what they should choose for their opposition motions, where the parties have the right to pick and choose their own battlegrounds. And this was probably not the place or not the proper subject for them to be battling today. There are probably a lot of other areas that they could have picked. I mentioned MS as an example, unemployment. There's a lot of different issues that could be discussed, and I just think it was the wrong choice.
Resuming debate, the honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker. I'm happy to speak to this motion today. And before I begin my speech, I would like to indicate that I'm sharing my time with the member from Stormont, Dundas, Glengarry. Mr. Speaker, I rise today to speak on this motion of prorogation that has been proposed by the honourable member. This motion calls for a study of the issues related to prorogation, including the examination of the nature and any rule changes that may be necessary to avoid a future misuse of prorogation. Many of my colleagues have already pointed out today that the Procedure and House Affairs Committee has been studying this issue for the past 3 months. And Mr. Speaker, we've heard from 16 witnesses, experts, constitutional experts, and others who overwhelmingly have recommended that we not do anything to change the rules regarding prorogation, because inadvertently we could actually make the situation worse. I would note that prorogation is a legitimate tool for resetting Parliament, and it allows the opportunity to consult with Canadians. From that perspective, the use of prorogation has been extremely useful to our government to deal with the economic circumstances of the past year. And while the opposition members were here during that time, talking among themselves, talking to each other, many of my colleagues on this side of the House were out talking to Canadians about the real issues that they were facing, economic issues, other issues that they were concerned about. So, Mr. Speaker, I thought rather than revisit many of the points that have already been made so well by my colleagues on this side of the House, I would just like to illustrate some of the activities that I was involved in during those last weeks of January and into February while Parliament was prorogued. First of all, I had the opportunity to meet with a number of grade 5-6 classes in my riding, a number of grade 5-6 students, and it's interesting how engaged they are and interested in hearing about what happens here in Parliament. And then a very sad time, Mr. Speaker, I attended the funeral of Yvonne Martin. Yvonne Martin was one of the members of a work team that traveled to Haiti to do nursing there. She was a nurse, and she was the first Canadian that was, her body was recovered from the rubble. And I can tell you that my community rallied around in support of the Martin family at that time, and an overwhelmingly large number of people turned out for that funeral to pay their respects and to thank Yvonne for her efforts in helping the people of Haiti. And I can tell you that from her example, many others are continuing to travel to Haiti with short-term mission teams to help rebuild that devastated country. Then on another day, I had breakfast with the Mennonite Economic Development Agency. This is an agency that does microcredit work in many of our developing countries. They provide very small loans to entrepreneurs in Afghanistan and other countries where, for example, a mother might get a loan of $100 or $200, and with that money, she may purchase a sewing machine. And then she's able to sew garments for her family, and then garments for sale. And before long, she has enough money not only to repay her loan so that it can be sent off to another person who will need a loan, but also she can now hire some of her own family members, some of her community members, and the cycle continues. And another job is created, another opportunity for economic development, so people in developing countries have the opportunity not just for a handout, that will help them for a short time, but to actually change their lives for good. And then that same day, Mr. Speaker, I had lunch with the Community Futures Development Corporation Board in my riding. So here in the morning, I've attended a microcredit agency that does international development work. And that same day, I had the opportunity to meet with the Community Futures Development Corporation, who does microcredit here at home, providing loans to entrepreneurs, capital, to allow them to expand their business, and in the process, create jobs. And the number of jobs that have been created through the Community Futures Development Corporation in the rural areas of Canada is simply amazing. This is one of the best stories that we should be telling, Mr. Speaker, because the opportunities, again, that they're creating for entrepreneurs to expand and then also to go on and actually create more jobs. Later that week, I spoke at a church in my riding, and then I participated in Family Literacy Day. And it's great to see, Mr. Speaker, the opportunities that are being given to young people to developing their literacy skills. One of the things that I enjoy most about my time in the riding is attending new citizen ceremonies, where people who have lived in Canada for 3 or more years, they've applied for citizenship, and now comes the big day when they come to their ceremony and they're sworn in as new citizens. And there is nothing like standing in front of a group of 50 new citizens as they raise their hand and take the oath of Canadian citizenship, to look into their eyes, to see the joy in their eyes, to listen to them sing "O Canada" after that ceremony. Mr. Speaker, there's very little about my job that I enjoy more than going to those new citizenship ceremonies and welcoming them. And then afterwards, do you have the opportunity to speak not only to their family members, but to many of the community members who helped them in their journey. Maybe they came as refugees. Maybe they came as immigrants with a job. But in every case, they've had someone here who has walked with them through those first weeks, months, and years to get established here in Canada, and it's a great opportunity to thank those people on behalf of the Government of Canada. I also had the opportunity to tour a number of businesses in my riding to listen to their concerns about taxation. I visited a farm in our area that's doing great work. The agriculture community, Mr. Speaker, they are unsung heroes in many ways. The food they provide, the high quality food they provide, the consistent supply of safe food for Canadians. It is amazing to see the work that these people do. And then that afternoon, I visited a company called Intelligent Mechatronic Systems. And this company, they create a little gadget that fits in your car. You put your BlackBerry in it, and it reads your emails as you're traveling. So with the new laws in Ontario, you're not able to use your cell phone as you're driving. This little machine will answer your cell phone. It will read your emails to you. You can actually read an email to the machine, and it will send that email on. The technology is simply astounding. Again, another opportunity I had that week was to tour Elmira Pet Products, and I also met with a number of different constituents for appointments in my riding. And then that evening, I was able to give a speech to the German Canadian Business Association. The next day, I met for breakfast with Nursing on the International Front. It's a group, again, that's doing nursing opportunities in developing countries, great work. And then I had the opportunity that afternoon to work at the Mennonite Central Committee packing relief kits for Haiti, and to see the number of volunteers who are working together to do these relief kits, packing towels and soap and toothpaste, the essentials that people in Haiti needed. And the interesting part about packing these kits was that they weren't packing them in cardboard boxes or something that would be thrown out. They were packing them in 5-gallon pails, plastic pails with a snap lid, so that after these materials were used from within the pail, they were now able to use that pail to get water. And we know, Mr. Speaker, how important it is to have clean water, and these would be put to great use. Then I served 2 days while Parliament was prorogued, doing passport clinics in my riding. This is an opportunity to offer a service to our constituents that may not have access to passport clinics, like right in the middle of a city. And over 200 passport applications were processed during those 2 days. Having people come, getting their photos taken, getting help filling out the applications, because you and I know how intimidating it can be to get all this paperwork, and where do you start? To help them do that, and then at the end of that process, put it in an envelope, seal it, and bring it here to Ottawa for them, and then get the returns back 3 weeks later to see what a great response they had. Mr. Speaker, I could go on. I hosted a number of coffee talks during that time as well. I heard from ordinary Canadians and their concerns, and one of their main concerns was taxation for small businesses. They're concerned that we don't have a tax system that will burden us and actually be a disincentive to creating jobs. So to conclude, Mr. Speaker, I would like to urge members to strongly oppose this motion that's before us today. For one thing, as I said when I started out, Mr. Speaker, this motion is totally redundant. The Committee on Procedure and House Affairs has done their study. We're almost ready to write a report, Mr. Speaker. So to waste all that energy and time that this committee has put in, our chairman, members across the way, and in addition, Mr. Speaker, to think about calling all of those witnesses back to this place, the expense of calling those witnesses back, redoing their report, it's simply a redundant. So I urge members to please, please reject this motion. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions and commentary. The honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I listened to the speech from the honourable member quite clearly, and I'm just wondering if he could give me. I know that we can't pick the motion from the other parties, but I just like the member's opinion on why he thinks that the Liberal Party didn't pick an Opposition Day motion, say on it, for example, on jobs, on CPP, on healthcare, on MS as an example. They had a good motion or a good discussion the other night on MS, and they could have talked about oil sands. That comes up a lot here in the House of Commons. They could have even talked about the blue ribbon panel that they set up after prorogation with the Conservatives. So I'd like the honourable member to tell me what he thinks about the Opposition Day motion, the choice of the Opposition Day motion.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I want to thank my colleague for that question. And it's always dangerous on this side of the House to speculate as to what members on the other side were thinking, or in this case, I would simply say, Mr. Speaker, I don't know if they were thinking. If they were, they certainly weren't communicating with each other. Because as has been pointed out on a number of occasions today, not only is the Liberal Party represented at that committee, but their deputy House leader, their whip, and their deputy whip all are the primary personnel on that committee from the Liberal Party. And I totally agree with my colleague why we're not discussing the economic situation that we know is fragile. We're on a good journey, but we can't take it for granted. And I don't know how many questions we've had on the economy all session from the Liberal Party, but it's very, very few. So it does concern me that we're not really facing the issues that are important to Canadians, and especially the Canadians that I'm hearing from in my riding of Kitchener-Conestoga.
Good answer.
Thank you.
Questions and comments. The honourable member from Mississauga South.
Well, Mr. Speaker, just to respond to the member, he says we haven't talked about the economy. Well, the economy speaks for itself. The government took a surplus when they were elected in 2007, destroyed it. Now we have a $50 billion plus surplus already, the biggest in our history, Mr. Speaker. So, the member should know. I mean, when you have to borrow over $1 billion to finance the fake lake and the G8 and G20 summit, when you have to borrow all the money to give corporate tax cuts to companies who already have some of the lowest corporate tax rates in the world, is this fiscal management, proper fiscal management? No, Mr. Speaker, it's not. So, the member is somehow suggesting that it's not an issue in this place. It doesn't have to be stated in this House each and every day because it speaks for itself.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, I thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I thank my colleague. I was going to say I thank you for the question, but to be honest, I really didn't hear a question there. But it really puzzles me that every time the Liberal Party talks about the economic situation in a negative way, they forget to mention the $37 billion that this government paid down on our national debt. They also, Mr. Speaker, conveniently forget to come up with answers as to where that $39 million that went missing somehow. And as far as we know, it's still in the pockets of Liberals across this country. Those are economic questions that people of Canada really care about, and I haven't heard any reasonable explanation. We've been calling for it for many, many months, Mr. Speaker, and I think it's time this member would provide an answer to Canadians. Thank you.
There's enough time for a very brief question or comment. The honourable member for Wetaskiwin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I would like to thank my colleague for his excellent speech. I listened with great intent. I remember in the 2006 election campaign, the then Prime Minister Paul Martin was campaigning on the notion of removing the notwithstanding clause from the Constitution, which we think was pure folly. I mean, the whole reason it's there is because in Alberta Premier Peter Law, he thought it was a good idea that in case there was tyranny of the majority of provinces, a province would be able to opt out of any federal statute. Again, we see the notion here discussed today about prorogation. Prorogation is a tool used by the Prime Minister. It's been used throughout the history of our constitutional monarchy to help with to relieve the situation of tyranny of the majority, which we have in the opposition parties. And I just wonder if the member for Kitchener-Conestoga could elaborate on why it would be such a foolish idea to mess with these tools.
The honourable member for Kitchener-Conestoga.
Well, thank you, Mr. Speaker, and I want to thank my colleague for the question. It's interesting that not only would it be foolish to mess with the tools, and I'm going to read a couple of comments from our experts on that, but what's really foolish is to create a duplicate committee tasked with the very same things that the Procedure and House Affairs has been studying for 3 months, heard from 16 witnesses, spent all that energy and time. All parties are represented. We've been working very well. Our chair has been applauded many times today for his good work on that committee. The NDP member has...
Order. I have to stop the member there. His time has expired. I know. I'm as disappointed as he is. Resuming debate, the honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Here, here. Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Don't steal my money and don't waste my money. That was the instructive advice that I was sent to Ottawa with when I was elected on June 28, 2004, Mr. Speaker. And that is actually, probably the reason I was elected, is because the previous government had stolen some money and had wasted lots of money.
40 million.
How much? You know, Mr. Speaker, I don't want to talk seriously, I don't want to talk about stolen money because Mr. Justice Gomery looked after that. We know that there was some money misappropriated.
We just need it back. Still missing.
It's gone. Gomery has decided that, and that's over. I don't want to talk about that. Now, wasted money. We talk about wasting money. And you know, my constituents said to me, we'll elect you, Guy, but you better not steal our money or waste our money, because we don't want another billion-dollar HRDC boondoggle.
That's right.
They told me if they ever caught me involved in anything like that, I would be de-elected real quick. They talked about a $2 billion gun registry. Waste of money. Total waste of money. And they said, if you get into that kind of government, there's no way that you will ever be re-elected. So, Mr. Speaker, that's what I was sent to Ottawa with. So I get here, and what do we have here now? We've got a motion here that we've been discussing for I don't know how long, all day, hours and hours. 308 members are seized with this here today. This has been what the opposition has suggested, that we should talk about prorogation for what, 6 hours? We've been discussing that for 3 months. Where have you people been? You know, it's incredible. My constituents and your constituents said, don't waste the money. You're wasting money, folks. Like, what is it about this that you don't understand? You know, Mr. Speaker, I thought... Mr. Speaker,
I know members may be anxious about what might happen later on this evening, but I think the member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry would appreciate a little bit of quiet so he could finish his remarks. And I promise members there will be an opportunity to ask questions or make comments when he's finished his speech.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. And seriously, I wanted to try to understand why we should be discussing prorogation today. And I thought about that. When I found out that that was the motion that was put before the House as the official opposition's day, I thought, wow, why would they do that? Then it occurred to me. It really occurred to me. Let's say that if we were in opposition, if I was in opposition and I was over there, Mr. Speaker, and I was looking at a government that had created 300,000 jobs, had been recognized around the world as being the leader in the economics, one of our best the best, not one,
Absolutely, the
best economy in the world is right here. If I was sitting over there looking at a government that accomplished that, you know what? I would try to change the channel. And out of desperation, what would we think of? I would have thought of something better than prorogation, I must admit. But, Mr. Speaker, they don't want to talk about lower taxes.
No, they want to raise them.
They want to raise taxes. They don't want to talk about the fact that now the average family of four pays $3,000 less taxes right now than when we took over 4 years ago. No word about it. If they want to, you know what? If they'd have used the economy as something that they wanted to discuss today, they would have to give us accolades. They would have to say, your government is so darn effective. But so we'll talk about prorogation. But you know what the problem with all this, Mr. Speaker, is what about crime? Why didn't they come up with something on crime? Why didn't they come up with something about the faint hope clause? Something along those lines, Mr. Speaker. That would have made some sense. But prorogation?
Yeah. Can you believe it?
Nobody can believe that. You guys can't
exactly.
Talk about the faint hope clause. You're right. That is real faint hope. But Mr. Speaker, I'm not trying to be funny. This is serious. Mr. Speaker, seriously. 308 members have been sent here not to steal money and to not waste money. Listen, the fact that we have talked about prorogation, you know what, folks? You better be ashamed of yourself because you have wasted a terrible amount of taxpayer money on this day. This has been a total waste of the taxpayers' money. Now, you have to go home. You're leaving home tonight.
Order. I just want to remind the member to address his comments through the chair and not directly out of the members, and maybe that will... Order. And for everyone else, just to hold off on their questions and comments until he's done his speech.
I'm sorry, Mr. Speaker, I got carried away. But the truth of the matter, Mr. Speaker, is each and every one of us 308 members, including yourself, are going to go back to our constituencies this evening or tomorrow. And we're going to have to face our constituents. And when the people that sent me here and said to me, don't steal my money and don't waste my money, I'm going to be able to say, I didn't steal your money and I didn't waste it. And I didn't suggest that we talk about prorogation today on the 20th of June just to have something to do. The 17th of June, I did not talk about prorogation just for something to do so I wouldn't have to give credit to a good functioning government that created 300,000 jobs. Whoa. 300,000 jobs. What do you think of this? This is in a recession. We're in a recession.
Best financial
and this government has created 300,000 jobs. Mr. Speaker, when we, the 308 members, go back to the riding, how are we going to explain that we spent all this time today, June the 17th, talking about prorogation? I don't know how we're going to explain that. You know what? This motion and a 3-month study on prorogation is a terrible, terrible waste of taxpayers' money. This was totally unnecessary. And you know what? I'm going to go back to my riding, and I'm going to tell my constituents that I didn't want to do this. I was forced to do this by an opposition that is totally leaderless, You know, if I was in the opposition and I had the leader I had, I'd want to talk about prorogation. For sure. I want to talk anything about other than leadership. You want prorogation. This is a party bankrupt of ideas, totally bankrupt. The best they can come up with on the last day of this session is prorogation. That's the best topic they can come up with. Mr. Speaker, I'm going to ask each and every one of our 308 members, you go back, we all should go back to our ridings, and we have to say to every one of our constituents, I promise you, I will not waste your money, and I will not steal it, and we will never discuss prorogation again in this House. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Questions and comments. Questions et commentaires. The honourable member for Nickel-Belt.
Thank you, Mr. President, and I'd like to congratulate the member. A couple of things. First of all, he said he didn't want to be funny, but he was pretty funny, especially with his opening statement. Don't waste my time and don't waste a lot of my money. And I'd like the member to comment on the time that was wasted when the government was prorogued. We wasted probably 3 months, 4 months, spending. We could have spent the time passing bills on crime. We could have spent time talking about the unemployed. And then he commented about don't waste my money. So I'd like him to comment at the same time on the money that's being wasted in the writing of the industry minister on a boat that doesn't float, toilets that will never be used, a sidewalk that goes nowhere. What kind of waste is that? Is that not wasting money?
The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South Glengarry.
Mr. Speaker, I find it terribly unfortunate that this member wasted time when the House wasn't sitting. I'm going to leave here tonight, and when I get to my constituency tomorrow, I'm not going to be wasting time. And you know something? When we took time, when the House was prorogued, and we had our ministers going across this office, going across this country, and asking Canadians, how do we get out of this recession? We must have got it right, because we've created 300,000 jobs in the last 8 months. So maybe if you call that wasted time, creating 300,000 jobs for Canadians, I don't.
Here, here. Questions and comments. The honourable member for Bonavista, Gander, Grand Falls, Windsor.
The honourable member reminds me of my old profession, being a TV weatherman. I have no doubt that he would stand in this House on a beautiful sunny day and take credit for that too. I'm sure he would. And by goodness, maybe he should. I got a question for him, though. A quick question. He talks about, and he emphatically says, they sent me here not to waste their money, not to waste their time. Why do you shut down the House for so many months when so many people were against it? Here's a better one. And this is very specific. Oh, this is good. No, because I'm just getting going. Hang on a second. This is good. And when we do this, we can all start a wave in praise of all 308 members of Parliament. Now, here's a question. He doesn't want to waste the money. This is a simple question. This is yes or no. Will you say yes to the Auditor General to go in your office on Monday? Yes or no?
I reminded the government member, I'll remind the opposition member not to direct comments directly at colleagues, but through the chair. The honourable member for Stormont, Dundas, South
Thank you for that reminder, Mr. Speaker. And Mr. Speaker, I want to remind you that when I started my comments, Mr. Speaker, I said, do not steal my money and do not waste it. And Mr. Speaker, I also said that the reason I was sent here is because the former government stole the money and the former government wasted the money, and I give examples. Still missing. And as matters of fact, Mr. Speaker, I gave proof. I gave a Gomery inquiry that was commissioned by a former Liberal Prime Minister who declared that there's $39 million missing and the Liberal Party is responsible for it. Thank you very much.
It being 6:30 p.m., it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forth with every question necessary to dispose of the opposition motion.
Order. The question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Prue, moved that a special committee of the House be hereby established to undertake an immediate study of all relevant issues pertaining to prorogation, including the circumstances in which a request that Parliament be prorogued would be appropriate or inappropriate, and the nature of any rule changes, either by way of the standing orders or legislation, or both, that may be necessary to avoid any future misuse of prorogation. That as part of this study, may I dispense? Dispense? Ms. Jennings, seconded by Ms. Fry, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended. A, by adding after the words, during, may I dispense with the amendment? Dispense? Okay. No? Dispense? Dispense. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the amendment? Que tous ceux qui appuient l'amendement.
All those in favor of the amendment will please say yay.
Que tous ceux qui s'opposent.
All those opposed will please say nay.
À mon avis, les non.
In my opinion, the nays have it.
Pursuant to Standing Order 81-18, the division stands deferred until later this day. It being 6:30 p.m., pursuant to an order made earlier today, Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Clement, moves that the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2011, less the amounts voted in interim supply, be concurred in. Debate. The Honorable President of the Treasury Board.
Well, Mr. Speaker, thank you, and thank you to members on this side of the House and on the other side. This is an important issue that we have to deal with, and it's regarding appropriation of money so that the government can do the things that it has committed to do. Mr. Speaker, as you're aware, we are on track with our budget this year to see our deficit eliminated. We're moving towards a balanced budget in the year 2014. And obviously, to carry out the plans that we have in place right now, these appropriations have to come forward. Mr. Speaker, we're doing a number of things this year. As you know, and we've announced about a third of all departments and agencies each year in the government are going to undergo what's called a strategic review. And in that, we will look for savings of 5% from each and every one of those departments and organizations. That should yield, Mr. Speaker, our estimations that will yield this year about $1.7 billion. We can say that with some confidence. Last year we went through a similar exercise with departments and agencies and actually wound up with savings of about $287 million. This year the group of departments and agencies that's going to go through this exercise is considerably larger. Therefore, we will see a larger return on that 5%. We also, Mr. Speaker, want to continue with our economic action plan, but we've indicated that this being the second year of the plan, this would be the last year of the plan for the stimulus spending. We said at the beginning of the global downturn that the stimulus spending that we would introduce would be to help our economy through this time of global downturn, but we knew we would take on a deficit to do that, but we're also very clear this was going to be temporary. Yep. And that's why you're going to see the $19 billion that are going to go into the spending, the stimulus spending for this year, 2010-11. In fact, that spending ends at the end of this fiscal year in which we now find ourselves. And that will help us. That'll be $19 billion coming out of the deficit right there that will help us move towards a balanced budget. Mr. Speaker, we also announced, though it doesn't often get talked about, that we have gone into now an operational freeze of all government operational spending, not just this year, but for the next 2 years. That's 3 years in a row where there will not be an increase in government spending on the operational side. That also means for members of Parliament here on both sides of the House, we are freezing our own salaries and salaries of cabinet ministers, salary of the Prime Minister. We're taking a number of steps, Mr. Speaker, to move us towards a balanced budget. We also are freezing all hospitality and travel at 2009 levels. So we're taking a number of steps to make sure that, in fact, we hit that target of a balanced budget. Excellent. Mr. Speaker, we need the monies in this appropriation to address, in specifically in terms of dollars. I can tell you under these votes, approximately $1 billion for programs to vulnerable people, and approximately another $1 billion for our knowledge infrastructure program. We want to make sure that that continues. $3 billion to go on with issues related to our infrastructure that's still in need. We're going to continue infrastructure spending in a planned way over the time ahead, even though the $19 billion we're going to eventually eliminate at the end of this year. About $5.4 billion of what we're asking for today in appropriations are going to be for the EI payments. When you really look at it, Mr. Speaker, it's about 45% of what we're going to be doing is related to these programs and spending on social programs, spending on programs for people. Mr. Speaker, one of the very distinct differences between our method of getting to a balanced budget as opposed to the former Liberal government, which achieved a balanced budget in the mid-90s, their main reductions and their cuts per se were in transfers to provinces and virtually overnight slashing healthcare spending by 30%. We're not doing that, Mr. Speaker. We're looking at our own government spending. We think that's a responsible way to do this, and that's why we're taking that particular approach. Mr. Speaker, about $259 billion is the actual expenditure that we're looking at in these appropriations. The full amount is going to be $261.2, but there'll be a decrease of $2.2 billion in non-budgetary expenses that's related to certain loans and investments. And we want to see this achieved. Obviously, Mr. Speaker, we need this money to be able to continue to run the affairs of government and take care of programs for people. The Finance Committee of Senate has also looked at these expenditures. Officials have reported there on that particular part of the program. Mr. Speaker, some people might ask, what's the result? And what's the purpose of bringing in restraint measures, having a balanced budget? We are still on a program to reduce our taxes right through to the year 2012. On the corporate side, we laid out a long-term plan for that back over 2 years ago. So we sent a signal, not just to Canadians, but around the world, Mr. Speaker, that we are reducing debt. We have the lowest debt to GDP ratio of all developed nations. We are reducing deficit. We have the lowest deficit to GDP ratio of all developed nations. We have the lowest and most competitive tax on the business side, small business, medium, and large business, among the G8 countries. And we've sent the message out that we're holding the line on spending. So, Mr. Speaker, what's the result of that? Well, the result is that around the world where there are, we know, large pools of capital twitching, looking to where they should be investing, are looking for places of confidence, places of fiscal predictability, places where the government has things under control. And, Mr. Speaker, we can talk about that here. We know that here. But, of course, when we say it, it gets very little response, especially from across the way, even when it's good news. But, Mr. Speaker, I'll tell you where it gives credibility is when you get the evaluations from agencies, organizations, and individuals outside of the country. The Economist Intelligence Unit says that we are an economic star among other countries. The OECD says that Canada's economy shines among all other countries. The International Monetary Fund says that Canada is best positioned coming out of this particular downturn. We've seen close to just 310,000 jobs, new jobs, since last July. These are new jobs. Now, Mr. Speaker, some of the opposition, even as I say this, they're shaking their head in contempt, I guess, that we're in such good shape. But I want to add a couple of warnings here. This is a fragile global recovery. Canada is doing well, but it is fragile, and we have to continue to take care. And that's why, Mr. Speaker, we're resisting so many of the requests for just wild increases in spending that come from the opposition. That's why we're resisting the Liberals and the NDP when they say, you know what we should do? We should move to a 45-day work year and just allow Canadians to work for 45 days and then get EI benefits for the rest of the year. Mr. Speaker, we have to resist that kind of thinking that got countries like Greece in the difficulties that they're in today. We are proud of the record that we've established. We are attracting the attention. Mr. Speaker, we're seeing investment from other countries come to Canada. Just last year, or last year's investment from China alone, foreign direct investment into Canada, was $8.8 billion. That's almost a 70% increase from the year before. The head of the largest investment fund, bond fund in the world, just recently said that he is advising his institutional investors and clients to look to Canada as the place of stability to invest. It was only a few weeks ago that Russia announced that to shore up their own currency, they're buying Canadian dollars. Mr. Speaker, one after another, the endorsements from outside of our country continue to come in that we are on the right track, that Canadians can have some sense of security about that Canada indeed is the place to be, and that's what these appropriations are all about tonight, Mr. Speaker. Thank you.
Really? Questions? Sorry, no questions or comments. We're resuming debate. The honourable member for St. John's South Mount Pearl.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I certainly appreciate the opportunity to speak to the estimates, but I'd also like to speak to what the minister, when he was giving his speech, what he had to say. First of all, our lowest debt-to-GDP ratio, the fact that we have the lowest debt-to-GDP ratio is thanks to the Liberal government during the very hard work that they did during the 1990s and 2000s. I'd like to remind the minister that the increases that we're seeing now into that debt-to-GDP ratio is actually increasing under his watch. I'd also like to remind him that the best banking system in the world, the most secure, is due to the fact that the Liberal government of his day made sure we had the proper regulations. The minister well realizes and well recognizes, Mr. Speaker, that it was his party that actually wanted us to deregulate the banking system and would have caused havoc, of course, with our banking system, which thankfully the Liberal Party at the time, the Liberal government at the time, did not do so. So I guess I had to remind the minister that he has indeed the highest spending government in the record of our country.
That's right, and the highest deficit
the highest spending government. We have the highest amount of deficit that this country has ever seen in a budget came from this government. Well, Mr. Speaker, let me get back to the estimates. The estimates are a process by which a Parliament approves the overall numbers and the general purpose for the funds. The actual spending of that money is up to cabinet ministers who represent the government of Canada. And for taxpayers, this government has shown time and time again that waste and mismanagement and overspending is their creed. The worst example is the money spent by this government on the G8 and G20 summits. It's simply staggering. Both the Auditor General and the Parliamentary Budget Officer have said they're going to investigate this spending, given that both the large amount of money being spent and how it is being spent. The cost of this 3-day summit, 72 hours, are higher than the cost of security for the entire 2010 Vancouver Olympics. Hundreds upon hundreds of athletes, weeks upon weeks of events, and still, for a 72-hour meeting, they're spending more money. It's almost 6 times the approximately $190 million spent for the 2-day G8 summit in Alberta in 2002. And this summer, Canadians are watching the World Cup in South Africa. FIFA, the organizer of the World Cup, are spending roughly the same amount of money for a month-long tournament that this government is spending, and it provides a significant tourism revenue to South Africa. The same amount of money for a month for 72 hours. It's almost more than the 20 times the total reported cost for the April 2009, not that long ago, the G20 summit in London. Let me repeat that. 20 times the amount of a year ago. It's astounding. And much higher than the securities costs at any previous summit. The Gleneagles G8 summit in Scotland in 2005, for example, was reported to have spent $110 million on security, while the estimate for the 2008 G8 gathering in Japan was $381. That's a long ways away from the $1 billion plus, the loony boondoggle, as The Economist magazine calls it. In particular, when looking at specific expenditures, it seems like the Minister of Industry has led the charge for the Conservative cabinet. This minister and this government spent $250,000 building a toilet 20 kilometers away from the meeting site.
Say it ain't true.
He built a gazebo at a cost of over $100,000, more than an hour's drive away from the meetings.
White House?
spent nearly $400,000 refurbishing a steamboat that world leaders won't see because it won't be ready until weeks after the leaders have left.
Pork barreling.
And it's not just the steamboat that won't be ready. Close to $7 million of G8 projects and counting are not even complete. And what about the spending in the City of Toronto, site of the G20 meetings? $1.9 million fake lake has clearly outraged Canadians, and with good reason. Lake Ontario is a mere 850 meters away, and this government chose to spend money recreating Muskoka in downtown Toronto rather than any number of investments. Another example, Mr. Speaker, and this one really gets my blood boiling, and then there's the money that they spent for a fake wooden lighthouse. It's part of a tree stump, and it's part of the G8, G20 spending. And at the same time, the current government has announced plans to sell off or scrap lighthouses across Canada, close to 1,000 in all. In my riding of St. John South Mount Pearl is the Cape Spear Lighthouse. Cape Spear is a symbol of the province of Newfoundland and Labrador, a marker of the most easterly point in North America, and an iconic welcoming beacon to North America. The people of St. John South Mount Pearl are clearly concerned that this government would threaten the Cape Spear Lighthouse. And instead of focusing on maintaining such important symbols of our country, this government has spent money building a fake version for world leaders some 40 kilometers away from the summit site. And now, I can't go on without mentioning the massive inconvenience to the residents of Toronto because of the summit-related disruptions. By moving the G20 into downtown Toronto, the government not only massively increased the cost to taxpayers of hosting these summits to the tune of $400 million, but also caused many businesses to have to close up shop. Bay Street has been disrupted. Productions in the theatre district has been cancelled. Toronto Blue Jays had to leave town. All of these disruptions will have a significant economic impact on businesses in Toronto and are added cost to the summit. And allow me to go on, Mr. Speaker, and elaborate on this because it's so detrimental to Toronto. Not only from a life perspective, from a tourism perspective. We now learn that the government of the United States has put out a travel advisory for the City of Toronto because of the G8 and G20. Now, Mr. Speaker, with all this money going out the door for questionable items, the government's plan to tame the deficit seems to raise more questions than it does answers. To give you an idea of the magnitude of the task at hand, the Conservatives have increased program spending from $175.2 billion to $237.8 billion in their first four budgets. Now that's a 26% increase. That's a lot of money. It's $62 billion. Imagine if they had spent it on things to help Canadians. Now, the government says they have a plan to fight the deficit they created. They could simply freeze departmental operating budgets and let public servants determine what services should be cut and reduced as inflation and population growth squeezes their bottom lines. Well, Mr. Speaker, allow me to tell you of the Public Works and Government Services who came before the committee, the Operations Committee, on which I'm a member. They came before us and said, well, the freeze will affect will affect $8.7 million. That's a very small amount of the billions upon billions that Public Works and Government Services utilizes. I mean, when you look at the freeze, it's only a freeze on $8.7 million. It's not going to yield the kind of numbers that are required. And now we've learned that there's a very complex process by which public servants can earn up to or gain up to an additional $10,000. And if they get their suggestions reviewed by a complex process and put forward by the public servants to find savings. And as I stated in this House, if the government needs some assistance in eliminating wasteful spending, they could just start with the fake lake. That'll save them a lot of money, and we can go on. They've been spending a heck of a lot of money, for example, on management consultants. If they look at all the money they spent on the wasteful G8 and G20 projects, they'd be well ahead. But I also think it's important to highlight that this government continues to spend huge amounts of money on advertising, self-promoting and on advertising. For example, Mr. Speaker, in supplementary A estimates, the government is asked to spend an additional $30 million. Now, this is in addition to the budget amount. This is another place government could save money and could instead be put to good use for Canadians. Allow me to give you kind of a run-up as to how much money this government has been spending in advertising. In 2004 and 5, the amount was $49.5 million. 05-06, it went down a little bit to 41. 06-07, it skyrocketed to 86.9, and it's continued to rise since then. Last year they spent $89 million, Mr. Speaker. So let me go back and give you that money, give you those numbers again. 06-07, when this government came into power, it was, 05-06, it was 41.3. It's now gone up to 89. Mr. Speaker, all this at a time when Canadians have the highest debt on a per household basis. This is by the Certified General Accountants Association of Canada. The average debt load of Canadians is $41,740 each. That's the worst among the 20 advanced countries in the OECD.
I have to stop the member there. May you please do débat.
Resuming debate. The Honourable Member for Hochelaga. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. As you know, a budget is an important event. It's a strong event in the life of a government. Personally, this was my first federal budget in this chamber. Of course, I had seen some, I had prepared some and defended some in Quebec City. I had commented on various news networks, both federal and Quebec budgets, but never from this seat. So this is my first budget here, my first main estimates. Mr. Speaker, we're disappointed. Why? Because we've just heard a speech by the President of the Treasury Board, a speech by a Liberal member, and not once was the word Quebec mentioned. Not once. We're being ignored. I see the people opposite who seem to be happy with this budget. Well, good for them. It's their budget. It is not ours. So, Mr. Speaker, a budget made up by someone else does not interest us. The Liberals and the NDP might say, yes, this could have been done differently, we could have done this or that, we could have improved this, cut back that. They recognize themselves, even though they may have differences, they recognize themselves in this, but we don't. Immediately after the budget speech by the minister, I made my first intervention that the minister noticed, and that was on the word nothing. He understood the word nothing about in the translation. There was nothing for family caregivers, nothing for the retired, nothing for housing, nothing for the homeless. Volunteers were getting medals with a picture of the Prime Minister. There were crumbs, nothing for the environment. A new structure was created to abolish structures. That's what was done with that budget. Mr. Speaker, I'd concluded by saying we deserve better, and we didn't get it. The President of Treasury Board has just finished his work. He showed us that we did not obtain what we wanted. Mr. Speaker, 105 days after the budget speech, the budget confirmed my sovereigntist beliefs. Quebec would be far better off if it held all the powers it needs.
Où ça?
Canadian economy shines? Where? Not in Hochelaga, anyway. Mr. Speaker, in the early 90s, 20 years ago, there were a couple of people who were trying to have us sign minimal agreements through the Meech Lake Accord. That spread hope, and since it was refused, it was despair. So, for a second time, these middlemen, it's incredible. They failed. In 95, I was there. In 95, during the referendum, had it not been for theft that was heavily documented since then, independence would have happened. And the democracy, we would have achieved sovereignty, but with great democracy, we accepted, without hauling out our rifles, the result of the referendum campaign. Mr. Speaker, nevertheless, we in the Bloc Québécois do not want to be paranoid. We have to look at reality in the face in 2010 and say, an offer from Canada that responds to the aspirations and needs of Quebecers, well, forget about that. You can just forget it. We're told just be doormats. We're going to walk all over you. That's it. That's all. But we say no. Never. 7 months ago, the clerk of this House tabled the brief of my election in this Parliament. And I should say after 5 months, instead of 7, because we were in a kind of lockout for 2, I had to say that, yes, by coming here, I do know Canadians better and their representatives, the members of Parliament. They are nice people. Yes, Canada's no gulag. It's not Outer Mongolia, but it is a country that is not ours. It doesn't belong to us. A survey was conducted recently that was published in the media quite widely. 62% of Canadians say no to any overture to Quebec. No, they just don't want to hear about it. We have to wait for some kind of overture. Well, it'll never happen. Mr. Speaker, reforming Canada is illusory. Special status for Quebec is not something we want. The Canadians don't want to give it to us anyway. New powers, they don't want to give us any. They'll even eat into the powers we do have. Our jurisdiction, such as securities, our jurisdiction is being taken away from us. Canada's building a country. Let them be. Let them be however they see fit, according to their ideals. But we don't want that country. Canada is what it is, and we do not recognize ourselves in that country. It's just like the budget. Quebec, the way we want it, has to be done back home. 20 years after Meech Lake, the only noteworthy change we've seen is let's make Quebec in our own image. Let's not wait for results from their side. Nation building is often done through Quebec bashing, and that's unacceptable to us. Mr. Speaker, there's language, there's culture, communications, citizenship, immigration. That's what we want. But there is no offer forthcoming from the other side. There are no new powers. At the very least, they should respect the ones we already have. I was talking about the Securities Commission. They're going against the National Assembly, against Quebec Inc., against other provinces, against the international recognition of our current system. We're told, no, your massive mobilization in Quebec, no way, we don't want it. So they're being increasingly stubborn and closed-minded. Mr. Speaker, without a new offer, without new powers, we at least could expect they pay the bill, but they don't even pay the bills. We saw that in the budget, they refuse the harmonization of the $2.2 billion in Quebec. They refuse to consider Hydro-Quebec on an equal footing with Hydro-Ontario, $250 million a year. They refuse a ceiling on equalization, $337 billion. Equalization to other provinces, but not to Quebec, $238 million. We won at the Court of Appeal a case worth $137 million. This has been going on since 1991, and they don't pay. Things are quite clear. We have to be masters of our own destiny. We have to come up with a country where French is considered first. We want to control immigration and our own citizenship. Not just defend or support it, but help our culture flourish. Mr. Speaker, meanwhile, the Bloc sees its votes refused. The Conservatives will stand up behind their main estimate votes. Well, we'll stand up against them. That's fine. And the Liberals will not be where they are, so they can't even figure out where they're going.
Mr. Speaker, we had a number of things that were mentioned here, and we will conclude in saying that we will not be doormats. We are not paranoid. Canada is not Mongolia. We won't take out our rifles. And it's time to adjourn. And all this in front of the House of Commons that is adjourning, but tomorrow morning, what will happen in the Quebec headlines? Well, not much.
Resuming debate, the Honourable Member for Trinity Spadina.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. It's my honor to debate C-44, which approved $260 billion of public spending. Mr. Speaker, the G20 summit has yet to begin, and already downtown Torontonians are suffering. People are writing to me about how outraged they are that the government has the gall to waste $1 billion of their hard-earned tax dollars that could have been much better spent. One person wrote, "It makes me feel absolutely nauseous and furious that my tax dollars are being so callously wasted. I'm a senior on a fixed pension who lives on a budget, and when my bank account is in deficit, I would not dream of throwing huge, lavish events to impress foreign friends, acquaintances, and their entourages." Another person wrote to me about the unfairness of the employment insurance system, and I note that employment insurance is in this bill. For this person who used to work for CTV, after 20 years of being employed full-time, he was laid off. And although he diligently paid into his employment insurance, his benefits are being cut off because there's a limit on the amount of time that a person can be on EI, regardless of how much they have paid into the system. He would have been better off stashing his EI dues under his mattress than counting on this government to be fair, Mr. Speaker. In essence, although he paid in for 20 years, he can't get access to his own money because the government needs a fake leg and multiple gazebos. Then there is the issue, and toilets. Then there's the issue of compensation. Thus far, the government is refusing outright to reimburse home and business owners for property damage. They're refusing to reimburse, even though this budget that we are just debating is $260 billion, and on that, $1 billion of it is for the G8 and G20. They are told that payment will not be provided for losses and damages that are insurable under normal insurance coverage. The government is so out of touch with the lives of ordinary Canadians that it doesn't understand that once a claim is submitted, the premiums skyrocket. What the government doesn't seem to get is that ordinary Canadians are still climbing out of the recession and cannot afford any increase in monthly expenses. I asked the minister in question period today why the government refused to commit to providing compensation for damages suffered because of the G20. His response was that the government wasn't, quote, legally bound to pay compensation. Mr. Speaker, the government may not be legally bound to pay compensation, but how can they not believe they are morally bound to provide compensation to small business owners, to the condo owners whose livelihood and their own homes are at stake? And for what? Little more than a glorified photo op, but little action to tackle climate change and little action to make poverty history. Mr. Speaker, right in the peak of Toronto's tourist season, we just saw the United States have issued a travel alert, warning its citizens not to visit Toronto during the G20 summit. Small businesses in the city depends on this tourist dollars every year. But because of the summit, Toronto major tourist attractions are shut down. Gone are the 100,000 baseball fans expected to be downtown that weekend to see Doc Holliday's return to Toronto. Gone are the cultural tourists who wants to visit the Art Gallery of Ontario that weekend. And gone are the visitors who come to Toronto to see a musical in our proud entertainment district. Because of this summit, the show won't go on. Mamma mia, what is wrong with this government? And while we have been told that loss of business will be covered, people are asked to fill out a 6-page application and submit it into a black hole where they won't even be acknowledged for months. Then they will be forced to wait up to 7 years to find out if they're approved. 7 long years. Can you imagine that, Mr. Speaker? Business owners are also expected to provide 3 years proof of revenue. But what about new businesses? There are a lot of new businesses in downtown Toronto in the entertainment district. This government should firstly apologize to working Canadians for running off on a shopping spree with our own money, then apologize to small business owners for sinking $1 million in a fake lake, but not committing a penny to compensate for property damages caused by the G20. But more important than an apology, Mr. Speaker, we need a commitment from this government to take a tiny, tiny portion of the $259 billion that are in this bill that are about to be passed on, to be approved, that a tiny portion of it should be forwarded to help compensate Torontonians in a fair and timely manner. Mr. Speaker, the minister also talked about OECD, how we rank. I want to leave a figure to you, to this House as we adjourn for this summer. We are ranked dead last in all the OECD countries in our investment, in Canadians' investment, government's investment in children, in building affordable childcare. That is the true fact. We are ranked last. Not only is we ranked last according to the OECD, we are in fact ranked last in the UNICEF report. The UNICEF said that we are doing poorly in how we work with our kids, how we invest in our children, in our work in trying to make poverty history for children. And we are, more and more working families are waiting fruitlessly for affordable child care. And for those that are out of touch members of parliament that are heckling me for the last 10 minutes, let me tell them that a child care center in downtown Toronto that is high quality costs a grand total of at least $13,000 to $14,000 a year. Is there one single penny in this bill that actually go to extra dollar for affordable child care? None whatsoever. No extra dollar to create what is desperately needed for working families today. That is why that OECD countries, we are the dead last. Yes, it is easy for my male members of parliament to continue to heckle. They do not understand that 70% of the female in this country, of mothers, work in this. They work and they need affordable childcare. Mr. Speaker, can you imagine?
Order. The member raised a good point. There's a lot of secondary conversations going on. The member for Trinity-Spadina has 1 minute left, so if we could just allow her a little bit of quiet so she can make her points, that would be much appreciated.
Mr. Speaker, thank you. There are members of parliament that are quite out of touch in the daily lives of Canadians. Whether they are the people that are seniors that needs more of their pensions, or they're unemployed, or working parents that needs affordable childcare. That's why we're not supporting this budget bill. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Order. It being 7:10, pursuant to an order made earlier today, it is my duty to interrupt the proceedings and put forthwith every question necessary to dispose of the business of supply. Convoquez les députés.
Call in the members.
Order. The first question is on the amendment of Mrs. Jennings on the motion of Mr. Goodale relating to the business of supply. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Prue, moved that a special committee of the House be hereby established. May I dispense? Mrs. Jennings, seconded by Ms. Fry, moved the following amendment, that the motion be amended A by adding after the words during any may I dispense? Dispense. Thank you. The question is on the amendment. Que tous ceux qui appuient la...
All those in favor of the amendment will please rise.
Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Mina. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Canis. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Martin Esquimalt de Fuca. Mr. Dosange. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Molly. Monsieur Proux. Mr. Cousineau. Madame Jennings. Ms. Scroll. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Dalla. Mr. Holland. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Gisnevsky. Mr. Russell. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Murphy Mountain Riverview Dieppe. Ms. Hall Finley. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Kanya. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Valerius. Madame Zarak. Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga. Monsieur Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Monsieur Bachan. Monsieur Bigra. Monsieur Ménard. Monsieur Bouchard. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Laforêt. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Lemay. Madame Brunel. Madame Gay. Madame Bourgeois. Madame Demers. Monsieur Blais. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Cardin. Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Saint-Cyr. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Nadeau. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Asselin. Monsieur André. Madame Morani. Monsieur Godet. Madame Deschamps. Madame Bonsan. Monsieur Vincent. Madame Tillac. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Ouellet. Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses. Monsieur Paillé-Louis Hébert. Monsieur Dorion. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Roy. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Pomerleau.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mrs. Oblonsky. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Straw. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukat. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightcrest. Mr. Lake. Mr. Keddy, South Shore St. Margaret. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Kent. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Merrifield. Mrs. Yelich. Madame Bernard. Mr. Hill. Mr. O'Connor. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Oda. Monsieur Lebel. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Lunn. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Petit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Madame Boucher. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Monsieur Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reid. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown leads Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Cram Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tobeck McTaquac. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fass. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Shear. Mr. Devolin. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Brave. Ms. Brown, Newmarket Aurora. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Upal. Mr. Richards. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, and Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young. Mr. Armstrong. Monsieur Généreux. Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 98, 98. Nays contre 141, 141.
Je déclare l'amendement rejeté.
I declare the amendment rejected.
In motion, the question is as follows. Mr. Goodale, seconded by Mr. Prue, moved that a special committee of the House be hereby established. May I dispense? All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Mina. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Canis. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Martin Esquimalt Juan de Fuca. Mr. Dosange. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Malley. Mr. Proux. Mr. Kusner. Madame Jennings. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Dalla. Mr. Holland. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Scarpalagia. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Chisnevsky. Mr. Russell. Mr. Dhaliwal. Mr. Murphy, Moncton Riverview, Dieppe. Ms. Hall Finley. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan, Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Kanya. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Valerius. Madame Zarak.
All those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mrs. Oblonsky. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay, Central Nova. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Straw. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny, Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore, Port Moody, Westwood, Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan, Vancouver Island North. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightcrest. Mr. Lake. Mr. Keddy, South Shore, St. Margaret. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Kent. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Merrifield. Mrs. Yelich. Madame Bernard. Mr. Hill. Mr. O'Connor. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Oda. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Moore, Fundy Royal. Mr. Lund. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Camp, Pitt Meadows, Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Harris Caribou, Prince George. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Petit. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Madame Boucher. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Deckert. Mr. Velikot. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajak. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown Leeds Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Cran, Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Brown-Berry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon, Colonial Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fast. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storsett. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Scheer. Mr. DeVolen. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Braid. Ms. Brown, Newmarket, Aurora. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshen. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Upal. Mr. Richards. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver, Sunshine Coast, Sea to Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Généreux. Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Paillé-Hochelaga. Monsieur Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Monsieur Bachin. Monsieur Bigras. Monsieur Ménard. Monsieur Bouchard. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Laforêt. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Haute-Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Lemay. Madame Brunel. Madame Gay. Madame Bourgeois. Madame Demers. Monsieur Blais. Monsieur Balavance. Monsieur Cardin. Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Saint-Cyr. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Nadeau. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Asselin. Monsieur André. Madame Morani. Monsieur Godet. Madame Deschamps. Madame Bonsan. Monsieur Vincent. Madame Tillac. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Ouellet. Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Misquata-les-Basses. Monsieur Paillé-Louis Hébert. Dorion. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Roy. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Pomerleau. Monsieur Arthur.
Yeas pour 50, 50. Nays contre 189, 189.
Je déclare la motion
Declare the motion defeated.
adopt the main estimates. Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moved that the main estimates for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2011, less the amounts voted at interim supply, be concurred in. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? Yes! All those in favor of the motion will please say yea. Yea! All those opposed will please say nay. Yea! In my opinion, the yeas have it. All those in favor of the motion will please rise.
Mr. Harper. Mr. Fletcher. Mrs. Oblonsky. Ms. Raitt. Mr. Van Loan. Mr. Taves. Mr. Day. Mr. Nicholson. Mr. McKay Central Nova. Mr. Prentice. Mr. Cannon Pontiac. Mr. Flaherty. Mr. Clement. Mr. Straw. Mr. Baird. Ms. Finley. Mr. Ritz. Mrs. Shea. Mr. Kenny Calgary Southeast. Mr. Moore Port Moody Westwood Port Coquitlam. Mrs. Aglukak. Mr. Blackburn. Mr. Abbott. Mr. Duncan Vancouver Island North. Mr. Richardson. Mr. Benoit. Mr. Brightwright. Mr. Lake. Mr. Keddy South Shore St. Margaret. Mr. Warawa. Mr. Mackenzie. Mr. Kent. Mr. Goodyear. Mr. Merrifield. Mrs. Yelich. Madame Bernard. Mr. Hill. Mr. O'Connor. Ms. Ambrose. Ms. Oda. Mr. Lebel. Mr. Moore Fundy Royal. Mr. Lund. Mr. Menzies. Mr. Camp Pitt Meadows Maple Ridge Mission. Mr. Dykstra. Mr. Del Mastro. Mr. Gould. Mr. Carey. Mr. Thompson. Mr. Harris Caribou Prince George. Mr. Cummins. Mr. Anders. Mr. Casson. Mr. Goldring. Mr. Bernier. Mr. Chong. Mr. Kerr. Mr. O'Brien. Mr. Pitsy. Mr. Hahn. Mr. Poiliev. Mr. Lukiski. Mrs. Wong. Mrs. Glover. Madame Boucher. Mr. Anderson. Mr. Jean. Mr. Komarnicki. Mr. Lemieux. Mr. Saxton. Mr. Decker. Mr. Velicott. Mrs. Gallant. Mr. Lunny. Mr. Rajat. Mr. Reed. Mr. Sorensen. Mr. Schellenberger. Mr. Allison. Mr. Bazan. Mr. Brown leads Grenville. Mrs. Greywall. Mr. Hebert. Mr. Cramp, Prince Edward Hastings. Mr. Miller. Mr. Preston. Mr. Tilson. Mr. Trost. Mr. Tweed. Mr. Watson. Mr. Albrecht. Mr. Lauzon. Mr. Allen Tobic McTaquac. Mr. Blaney. Mr. Brownberry. Mr. Bernouge. Mr. Calkins. Mr. Cannon Colonial Lake Country. Mrs. Davidson. Mr. Fast. Mr. Galipo. Mr. Mays. Mr. Norlock. Mr. Shipley. Mr. Stanton. Mr. Storseth. Mr. Sweet. Mr. Van Kesteren. Mr. Wallace. Mr. Workington. Mr. Shear. Mr. Devolan. Mr. Clark. Mrs. Block. Mr. Bowen. Mr. Bray. Ms. Brown Newmarket Aurora. Ms. Cadman. Mr. Calandra. Mr. Shorey. Mr. Dreeshin. Mr. Hoback. Ms. Hepner. Mr. Holder. Mr. Lobb. Mr. McColman. Mrs. McLeod. Mrs. O'Neill Gordon. Mr. Payne. Mr. Rathgaber. Mr. Upow. Mr. Richards. Mr. Rickford. Mr. Weston, West Vancouver Sunshine Coast to the Sky Country. Mr. Weston St. John. Mr. Woodworth. Mr. Young. Mr. Armstrong. Mr. Généreux. Monsieur Arthur.
Those opposed to the motion will please rise.
Mr. Volpe. Mr. Bevilacqua. Mr. Easter. Ms. Fry. Mr. Ray. Mr. Goodale. Ms. Mina. Mr. Byrne. Mr. Canis. Mr. Bryson. Mr. Martin Esquam Antoine de Fuca. Mr. Dosange. Mr. Dryden. Mr. Malley. Monsieur Proux. Mr. Cuzner. Madame Jennings. Ms. Scrow. Mr. Patry. Mr. Zabo. Mr. Wilford. Mr. Eiking. Mr. Leblanc. Mr. Murphy Charlottetown. Mr. Tonks. Mr. Pachetti. Ms. Dalla. Mr. Holland. Ms. Ratanzi. Mr. Rota. Mr. Savage. Mr. Silva. Mr. Sims. Mr. Chisnevsky. Mr. Russell. Mr. Dollywall. Mr. Murphy Moncton Riverview Dieppe. Ms. Hall Finley. Mr. Andrews. Ms. Cody. Mrs. Crombie. Ms. Duncan at Etobicoke North. Ms. Foote. Mr. Kanya. Mr. Kennedy. Madame Mendez. Mr. Oliphant. Mr. Valerian. Madame Zarak. Monsieur Duceppe. Monsieur Laframboise. Monsieur Payet-Hochelaga. Monsieur Paquette. Madame Lalonde. Monsieur Bachan. Monsieur Bigras. Monsieur Ménard. Monsieur Bouchard. Monsieur Lessard. Monsieur Laforêt. Madame de Bellefeuille. Monsieur Guimond, Montmorency, Charlevoix, Côte-Nord. Madame Gagnon. Monsieur Lemay. Madame Brunel. Madame Gay. Madame Bourgeois. Madame Demers. Monsieur Blais. Monsieur Bellavance. Monsieur Cardin. Madame Faye. Madame Lavallée. Monsieur Plamondon. Madame Freeman. Monsieur Saint-Cyr. Monsieur Malo. Monsieur Nadeau. Monsieur Carrier. Monsieur Lévesque. Monsieur Asselin. Monsieur André. Madame Mourani. Monsieur Godet. Madame Deschamps. Madame Bonsan. Monsieur Vincent. Madame Tillac. Monsieur Dufour. Monsieur Ouellet. Monsieur Guimond, Rimouski-Neigette et Miscoata-les-Basses. Monsieur Paillé-Louis Hébert. Monsieur Dorion. Monsieur Desnoyers. Monsieur Roy. Madame Baudin. Monsieur Pomerleau. Mr. Layton. Ms. Davies, Vancouver East. Mr. Massey. Mr. Harris, St. John's East. Mr. Martin, Sault Ste. Marie. Monsieur Godin. Mr. Comartin. Ms. Crowder. Mr. Christopherson. Mr. Angus. Mr. Julian. Ms. Charlton. Mr. Collins. Mr. Sixay. Ms. Matheson. Mr. Bevington. Madame Savoy. Mr. Dewar. Mr. Malloway. Mr. Alan Wellen. Ms. Ashton. Mr. Davies, Vancouver Kingsway. Mr. Adamanenko. Mr. Donnelly. Ms. Duncan, Edmonton Strathcona. Mr. Gravel. Madame Hughes. Mr. Heyer. Mr. Stoffer. Mr. Marston. Ms. Chow. Mr. Rafferty. Mr. Thibault. Ms. Leslie.
Yeas pour 141, 141. Nays contre 131, 131.
Je déclare la motion.
Declare the motion carried.
Mr. Hill moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty Certain Sums of Money for the Federal Public Administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011 be now read a first time and be printed. This motion is deemed adopted.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Monsieur Day, appuyé par
Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-44, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion?
The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the vote from the previous motion to the current motion.
Is that agreed? Agreed? Then I declare the motion for second reading carried.
Second reading of this bill, deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi.
I do now leave the chair for the House to go into committee of the whole.
Order. The House is in Committee of the Whole on Bill C-44. I believe the Honourable Member for St. John's South Mount Pearl has a question.
Mr. Chair, I would like to ask the President of the Treasury Board if the bill is in its usual form.
The Honourable President of the Treasury Board.
Mr. Speaker, Mr. Chairman, I am more than happy to say that indeed it is in its usual form.
Wow. Shall Clause 2 carry? On division, carried on division. Shall Clause 3 carry? On division, carried on division. L'article 4 est-il adopté?
Shall Clause 4 carry? On division.
5 est-il adopté?
Shall Clause 5 carry? On division. Shall Clause 6 carry? Carried on division.
Carry. On division, carried on division. Shall Schedule 1 carry? On division, carried on division. L'annexe 2.
Shall Schedule 2 carry? On division, carried.
Carry. On division, carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? On division, carried on division. Le titre.
Shall the title carry? Adopt, carried on division.
On division, carried on division. Shall I rise and report the bill? Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-44 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-44, enacting for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011, be concurred in at the report stage.
Pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip is rising on a point of order.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you can apply the votes from the previous motion to the current motion.
Is that agreed? Then I declare the motion.
That Bill C-44, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011, be now read a third time and be adopted.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Speaker, if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the votes from the previous motion to the current motion.
No, I hadn't.
Is it agreed? Then I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The next question is on the motion to adopt Supplementary Estimates A. Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that the Supplementary Estimates A for the fiscal year ending March 31st, 2011 be concurred in.
With the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion.
Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the votes from the previous motion to the current motion.
Is it agreed? Then I declare the motion carried. Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that a bill entitled An Act for Granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011 be now read a first time and be printed. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt? Oh, sorry, this motion is deemed adopted. You can relax. Yes.
First reading of this bill, première lecture de ce projet de loi.
Monsieur Day, appuyé par Monsieur Hill.
Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-45, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011, be now read a second time and referred to a committee of the whole. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt this motion?
Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the votes from the previous motion to the current motion.
Is it agreed? Agreed? Then I declare the motion carried.
Deuxième lecture de ce projet de loi, second reading of this bill.
Accordingly, the bill stands referred to Committee of the Whole. Je quitte maintenant le...
I do now leave the chair for the House to go into Committee of the Whole.
Order. House and Committee of the Whole on Bill C-45. And I believe the Honourable Member for St. John... Nope. Oh, sorry. No, we're not going to do that. No. Okay.
Mr. Speaker, I would like to ask the President of the Treasury Board whether the bill is in its usual form.
The Treasury Board.
I can give assurance, Mr. Chairman, that this bill is in its usual form.
Shall Clause 2 carry? On division, carried on division. Shall Clause 3 carry? On division, carried on division. L'article...
Shall Clause 4 carry? On division, carried on division. Shall Clause 5 carry? On division, carried.
Carry. On division, carried on division. Shall Clause 7 carry? Carried on division. The next...
Shall Schedule 1 carry? Carried on division. Shall Schedule 2 carry? Carried on division.
Carried. Carried on division. Shall the preamble carry? Carried on division. Le titre est-il adopté?
Shall the title carry? Carried on division.
Carried on division. Carried on division. Shall I rise and report the bill? Monsieur le Président, le comité...
Mr. Speaker, the Committee of the Whole has considered Bill C-45 and has directed me to report the same without amendment.
Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that Bill C-45, an act for granting to Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011, be concurred in at the report stage. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt the motion? The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the votes from the previous motion to the current motion.
Is it agreed? Then I declare the motion carried. Monsieur Day, appuyé par
Mr. Day, seconded by Mr. Hill, moves that a bill entitled the Bill C-45, an act granting Her Majesty certain sums of money for the federal public administration for the financial year ending March 31st, 2011, be now read a third time and do pass.
The Honourable Chief Government Whip.
Mr. Speaker, if you seek it, you will find agreement to apply the votes from the previous motion to the current motion.
Is it agreed? Agreed and so ordered. I declare the motion carried.
Third reading of this bill, troisième lecture de ce projet de loi.
The Honourable Government House Leader.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, I think if you seek it, you may find unanimous consent for the following motion. That notwithstanding any standing order or usual practice of the House, when the House adjourns today, it still shall stand adjourned until Monday, September 20th, 2010, provided that for the purposes of Standing Order 28, it shall be deemed to have sat on Friday, June 18th, Monday, June 21st, Tuesday, June 22nd, and Wednesday, June 23rd, 2010. Mr. Speaker, if the House accepts this, I would wish all honourable members a pleasant summer. Hopefully we won't have to return to pass back to work legislation in the jazz labour dispute.
Does the Honourable Government House Leader have the unanimous consent of the House to propose this motion? La Chambre l'a entendu.
The House has heard the motion. Is it the pleasure of the House to adopt it?
Agreed. Then I declare the motion carried, and I join the House Leader in wishing all honourable members the very best for a pleasant summer break.
Same to you, my friend. Nice to see you. All pleasure.
Order. In accordance with Standing Order 38, a motion to adjourn the House is deemed to have been made and seconded at this time. Therefore, the question is that this House do now adjourn.
the honourable members have a hug outside of in the lobby, if possible. The honourable member for Hull Aylmer. Order, please. À l'ordre.
Order.
Merci, Madame la Présidente.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. The Conservatives in 2006 talked about accountability and responsibility during their election campaign, but we've recently seen the real face of the Conservatives. They have replaced responsibility and accountability with misinformation and deceit. And I asked on April 22nd why they constantly dismissed all the people who were the watchdogs. These people all had said the truth. A number of the watchdogs had been victims of intimidation and were dismissed because they dared to do their job properly. And here are a few examples. Jean-Pierre Kingsley, former Elections Canada Chief Electoral Officer, and he asked the government to come clean on election financing and to shed light on big allegations. And the Conservative Party had violated the legislation by exceeding the financing limits. There was also an issue with regard to the funding during the convention in 2005. I would appreciate that you would ask for order, Madam Chair.
Could I ask those who have conversations to take them to the lobby, please? Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Thank you, Madam Speaker. Following those problems with Jean-Pierre Kingsley, he resigned after 17 years of excellent service. I blame this Conservative government for the loss of this senior official, even who is respected abroad. Bernard Shapiro, Ethics Commissioner. The Conservatives named a new Ethics Commissioner after Mr. Shapiro had an investigation to see if the Prime Minister had abused means to convince the member for Vancouver Kingsway, Mr. David Emerson, the former Minister for International Trade, a Liberal who had then changed parties. Yet the Conservatives had issued no objection during his nomination. Mr. Shapiro has an excellent past. He was a director at the University of McGill, history professor at the University of Toronto, and deputy minister in 4 departments in the Ontario government. Linda Keem, president of the Canadian Commission on Nuclear Safety. The Liberals asked for an independent study with regard to the dismissal of Linda Keene because the decision by the Prime Minister had been made without any consideration for the legislation. But this conviction was motivated by politics. In fact, the only interests that were protected by this decision were the Prime Minister's political interests. He had found a scapegoat. He had even muzzled her in the middle of the night, a few hours before she was to appear before the House of Commons committee. The Conservatives muzzled her instead of having the truth come to light. What will be the next action of the Conservative government? We're starting to see a trend. Robert Marleau, Information Commissioner. After having served the House of Commons for 31 years, Robert Marleau was named Information Commissioner in January 2007. In June 2009, he resigned for personal reasons. Robert Marleau had talked about the lack of transparency within the Conservative government in his annual report. He had said that Canada should, and I quote, restore its reputation as a leader in access to information, end of quote. We see that this government, instead of changing its culture, has ensured that it has gotten worse with regard to the games being played around access to information. The Conservatives have created a climate of fear and intimidation throughout the public service. The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister.
Merci, Madame.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I want to thank the Honourable Member for that question. But I note that he forgot to mention the importance of our economy now that we are in a time of global uncertainty. The Prime Minister has put in place an economic action plan
that has succeeded in creating at least 300,000 jobs. We are currently making it easier for Canadians to save. We are investing in projects that are creating jobs in all communities throughout the country. We are a government that is a part of the G7, and in the G7 we have the smallest deficit compared to our population and economy. Those are the real issues that concern the public, and I would invite the honourable member to take an interest in these issues as well, and to forget these personal attacks, because never, Madam Speaker, has a personal attack created a job. Never has a personal attack, such as the one being led by the member opposite, has it created hope for Canada. So I would say that it is up to the member to work with us to move forward this economic action plan in order to promote hope, jobs, and prosperity. Thank you, Madam Speaker. The honourable member for Hull-Aylmer. Madam Speaker, the member is mistaken. It is not me who is making personal attacks. It's the Conservatives who have dismissed these senior officials. And I would continue. Paul Kennedy, RCMP, at the RCMP, after 4 years of service, the minister announced that his contract wasn't being renewed. Why? Because in the report he concluded that there were a number of procedures that were lacking coherency and transparency. Who did the Conservatives name in his spot? Somebody who had been a Conservative Party donor, Peter Tingsley. As well, the government refused to extend its mandate when the Commission was in the midst of an investigation on the transfer of Afghan detainees who allegedly were tortured by local authorities. Why? Because he had criticized the potential abuse. Madam Speaker, the Conservatives have muzzled the numerous Conservative government independent watchdogs. Why? The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Prime Minister. Madam Speaker, we are heading an open and accountable and transparent government.
Forgot to address the real issue in his question, which is that his leader has committed to raising taxes if he takes office. He said, and I quote, "We will have to raise taxes." April 14th, 2009. He said, quote, "I will not take a GST hike off the table." He was the founder of the Liberal carbon tax proposal. On this side, we believe in lower taxes. It's an honest debate, and I hope that we will carry it out into the future. Thank you.
The honourable member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. And I'm rising to speak to a question I raised in the House concerning the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. And I know that the government in the throne speech had indicated that they would take the next steps in support of the UN Declaration, and yet we haven't seen any action. And I want to start by reading a statement out of the preamble from the United Nations Declaration, and it says that convinced that the recognition of the rights of Indigenous people in this declaration will enhance harmonious and cooperative relations between the state and Indigenous peoples based on principles of justice, democracy, respect for human rights, non-discrimination, and good faith. And it would seem that kind of statement is an important reason for Canada to sign on to this declaration. In a letter to the Prime Minister, June the 9th, 2010, signed by a number of organizations, including the Union of BC Indian Chiefs and the First Nations Summit from British Columbia, this letter outlines a number of concerns and reasons why the declaration should be signed, and I'm going to quote from this letter. The government announced in the speech from the throne that it will take steps to endorse the declaration in a manner that is fully consistent with Canada's constitutions and laws. Over 100 experts and scholars have concluded that the declaration is fully consistent with the Canadian Constitution and Charter of Rights and Freedoms, and it is a vital tool for their interpretation and implementation. Asserting that international human rights standards should be constrained by domestic law, contrary to the principles of international law, would detract from the value of the endorsement. The declaration includes provisions that explicitly state that any interpretation is to be balanced with other human rights and protections and principles of justice and equality. Canadian officials with Indigenous representatives played a central role in drafting these provisions. There is no need to assert conditions or qualifications on support of the Declaration. A central objective of any international human rights instrument is to encourage states to reform laws, policies, and practices so that human rights are respected. International human rights standards cannot merely condone or sustain existing states' practice. To limit UN declarations in this way would defeat the purpose of having international standards. Canada has never before placed blanket qualifications on its support for international human rights instruments. To impose such limitations on the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples would constitute a discriminatory double standard. We respectfully remind the government that the Declaration, like all human rights declarations adopted by the General Assembly, is universally applicable to all states. For endorsements to be meaningful, it must be made in good faith, with a commitment to work with Indigenous peoples and civil society to ensure Canada lives up to the Declaration standards. Canadian courts are free to rely on the UN Declaration and other international instruments in interpreting Indigenous peoples' rights. The government's endorsement of the Declaration is not necessary for it to be applicable in Canada. In a recent brief to the Canadian Human Rights Tribunal, the Attorney General of Canada argued Canada's position on the Declaration has not changed. Consequently, the Declaration should be given no weight as an interpretive source of law. This argument is not supportable or sustainable. If the federal government is not prepared to apply the Declaration as a source of interpretation of its obligations, any endorsement will be hollow and will achieve a negative response from inside and outside Canada. There's more in this letter, but essentially they conclude by saying in its preamble the Declaration is described as a standard of achievement to be pursued in a spirit of partnership and mutual respect. So, Madam Speaker, the question still becomes is when will the government endorse the United Nations Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary to the Minister of Indian Affairs.
Thank you, Madam Speaker. Canada is a strong supporter of the various UN mechanisms devoted to Indigenous issues, such as the United Nations Permanent Forum on Indigenous Peoples, or on Indigenous issues. This year, during the half-day session on North America, Canada was pleased to speak to what we are doing concretely to improve the situation of Aboriginal peoples. The speech from the throne and Budget 2010 contains significant commitments. We've been active in moving ahead in implementing these commitments, including our legislation on matrimonial real property, water standards, and gender equity improvements with the Indian Act. Regarding the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples, the government made a commitment to take steps to endorse the aspirational document in a manner consistent with Canada's Constitution and laws. The government is currently looking at how and when to best formalize its endorsement. A growing number of states have given a commitment to the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples. We listened with interest at the 9th session of the UN Permanent Forum on Indigenous Issues when New Zealand delivered their statement endorsing the declaration, and the United States announced that it's reviewing its position. We've engaged in dialogue with national Aboriginal organizations, provinces and territories, and our international partners in order to recognize this document within the context of the Constitution and our legal framework. Madam Speaker, in keeping with our strong tradition of taking concrete action in support of Indigenous peoples, we remain committed to endorsing the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous Peoples in a timely manner. It will be a moment of pride for all Canadians. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
The Honourable Member for Nanaimo Cowichan.
Well, thank you, Madam Speaker, and there still isn't an answer to my question that I raised originally about exactly what is the formal date for Canada to adopt the UN Charter or the UN Declaration on the Rights of Indigenous People. In the letter, again, to the Prime Minister from June the 9th, one of the issues that is raised by the various signatories, including the First Nations Summit and the Union of BC Indian Chiefs, is the fact that the federal government has been seeking support for endorsement of its strategy from provincial and territorial governments, but no consultations with Indigenous peoples have been carried out. Such actions unjustly treat Indigenous people as adversaries and fail to uphold the honour of the Crown. So once again, despite what the government says about moving forward, the First Nations themselves in this country are saying they are not being included. So when will they be included, and when will Canada sign on?
The Honourable Parliamentary Secretary.
Oh, thank you, Madam Speaker. Because something is said does not make it true. Our country has a strong record of supporting and advancing Aboriginal rights at home and abroad, and we take these commitments very seriously. Our government supports the principles behind the Declaration and believe it should be endorsed as an aspirational document. We have promised to endorse the Declaration and will do so. We are committed to a process of reconciliation in our relationship with Aboriginal people in Canada, and I think we saw that very clearly. Once again, it was demonstrated this week in Winnipeg. This government continues to demonstrate leadership by advancing the cause of Indigenous rights around the world and creating opportunities for a better future for Aboriginal peoples in Canada. Thank you, Madam Speaker.
La motion portant cloche.
A motion that the House to now adjourned is deemed adopted. The House will remain adjourned until Monday, September 20th, 2010, 11 a.m., pursuant to the order adopted earlier today and Standing Order 24-1.